Simon.
The Dukedom's Secret Series, Book 5, written by Edith Byrd and published by Starfall Publications, available on our website. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Haworth, England, 1815. The medical profession? You can't be serious, Simon. No, I won't hear of it. A man like you doesn't become a doctor. A quack. No, Simon Wilkinson's father exclaimed, shaking his head. Simon had known this would be his father's reaction. The Duke had raised Simon to be his heir. That was the order of things. The first son of a Duke, the only son of a Duke, became a Duke. He might hold a military position for a few years, or even dabble in politics. But his duty, his destiny, was determined from birth. There was no question of it. Even a Simon was now questioning it. But, Father, you're in rude health. I don't need to stay here at Burley waiting for you. Well, there's no necessity in my remaining here. I'm your heir, but I need to do something other than... Wait, Simon replied. His father's eyes narrowed. They were standing in the Duke's study, with its book-lined walls and great desk, the scene of so many discussions between father and son. But this was the first time Simon had voiced the desire he had harboured since childhood, to be a doctor, to be a physician. But you don't have to, Simon. A man in your position doesn't need to work. The sons of lesser gentlemen might choose such a path, but you're different. You're to be the Duke of Burley, one of the most distinguished titles in the country. If you need something to do, I can find you something to do here, on the estate, he said, but Simon shook his head. His mind was made up. He knew what he wanted, and it was not to remain at Burley House trapped in a gilded cage. He wanted to help others. He wanted to be a physician, to cure and heal. I'm not interested in managing the hunt or overseeing the servants, Father, Simon replied, shaking his head. He had already written to the medical school at Bart's in London, one of the oldest in the world, to make inquiries about studying there, and had received a favourable response. This was his ambition, and it had taken considerable courage on Simon's part to speak to his father about the matter. He wanted to do his duty, and he knew he would one day inherit the title, whether he wished to or not. But now, in the flush of youth, his ambitions lay elsewhere. He was 20 years old, and, before the inevitability of inheritance, he wanted the chance to fulfil his ambitions, and do something other than pursue the life of a country gentleman, as attractive as such a life might seem to others. His father sighed. Simon, you're not making the right decision. Why not study theology? He said, and Simon smiled. He had considered doctoring souls over bodies, but his desire to help others was material rather than spiritual. He was a believer, but he did not believe his own vocation to be that of the pulpit. It was practicality he favoured, and he shook his head. No, Father, I want to be a physician. Can't you understand why? He asked. His father looked suddenly grave and glanced up at the portrait above the mantelpiece. It showed a young girl, a child of 7, wearing a pink dress, smiling as she sat in the gardens of Burley House. This was Simon's sister, Eve, whose death at the age of just 7 years old had cast a long shadow over both their lives. It wasn't your fault, Simon. How many times do I have to tell you? His father said, turning his face away from the portrait as tears welled up in his eyes. Simon knew his father found the memory of Eve's death difficult to bear, as did he. It had been summer, and she had been playing in the gardens of Burley House when she fell into the boating lake. Simon had gone inside to fetch a drink from the kitchen, and when he returned, he had found no sign of his sister on the lawn where he had left her. He had called out for her, his panic rising, searching the grounds, joined by the servants. But it was his father who had found her, wading into the boating lake to retrieve the lifeless body. It had been an accident, but one Simon had blamed himself for ever since. If only he had not left her on the lawn. or been quicker in his response to the tragedy, perhaps she would still be alive today. I know it wasn't, Father, but if I can learn how to save lives, perhaps I won't feel so guilty, Simone replied. His father shook his head, sighing, as he sat down in a chair by the fire. And it's truly what you want, is it? He said. Simon nodded. He had thought long and hard about it. He knew it was what he wanted, to be a doctor, to save lives, to assuage his guilt over the loss of his sister. It is, Father, but I don't want to go against your wishes. I want your blessing in the matter. I know I have a duty here, and it's a duty I intend to fulfill when the time comes. But for now, I want to do something meaningful. I want to be a physician, a doctor, call it what you will. I know I can do it, Simon said, and his father nodded. Very well, Simon. You have my blessing. Go to medical school, become a doctor, and help others. It might make you a better duke. When the time comes, as you say, he said, giving a weak smile. Simone nodded, holding out his hand to his father, who took it in his. Thank you, Father, he said, and his father nodded. I hope you don't intend to be a surgeon, though, he said, and Simon smiled. No, Father, I want to be a physician. I'd like to go somewhere where no one knows me, and practice medicine for ordinary people. I don't want to hack limbs off or see men biting on planks of wood to stop them from screaming in pain, he said. Despite his intentions, Simon was not possessed by a strong constitution when it came to dealing with blood and the interior organs. He had once fainted at the sight of an injury sustained by one of the gardeners, who had fallen into the hedge and broken his leg, the bone protruding from the injury and requiring to be set with a splint. Surgery was not his intention, but he had read a great deal about disease and its treatment, devouring the volumes in his father's library, and sending off for journals containing the latest medical knowledge. But it was practical experience he now required, and by enrolling at Bart's, Simon hoped to acquire those skills one could not learn from a book. A country physician? His father replied, and Simon nodded. That's right, though it will be some years before I achieve my ambition, he said. His father smiled. Well, it's hardly what I expected for my son. But if it makes you happy, Simon, who am I to stand in your way? But I caution in this. A duke needs an heir. Don't neglect your duty in that regard. You've got to take a wife, Simon, he said, and Simon nodded. I'm still young, Father, and I won't neglect society in its entirety. I just don't want my youth to pass in a flurry of balls and soirees without having done something worthwhile, he said, and his father sighed. I know I won't dissuade you, Simon. Follow your heart. But don't feel guilty about your sister. It's my guilt to bear. I promised your mother on her deathbed I'd take care of you both. I failed in that, Simon, he said. Simon could only feel sorry for his father, who had become a widower when Simon's mother had died in childbirth with Eve. Their father had doted on them, and the loss of his sister had been a tragedy from which the Duke had never fully recovered. There were days when he would sit in the drawing room, staring out towards the boating lake, lost in thought, and Simon knew he blamed himself for the tragedy, even as no one could have foreseen it. You haven't failed at all, Father, and if you won't let me feel guilty for the loss of Eve, I won't let you feel so either, Simon replied. His father shook his head, crossing to the window and pulling back the curtain to look across the garden. Evie was buried beneath a large oak tree. Evie's tree. It had been her favourite place to sit, and, following her death, Simon's father had wanted to keep her close. It was the same plot Simon's mother was buried, and it had seemed a fitting burial ground for her daughter's final resting place too. I couldn't bear to think of her in the graveyard, surrounded by forgotten stones, gathering moss beneath the yew trees, the Duke had said, and he and Simon would go to visit the graves marked by simple headstones and their view across the parkland. Following Evie's death, Burley House had grown quiet, a mournful place, the servants talking in hushed whispers, and nothing of the happiness and joviality Evie had brought to them remained. There was no doubting the impact his sister's death had had on him, and it was Simon's sole reason for choosing the path he was now to take. Then, be a good doctor, Simon. Be the physician who could have saved your sister. Your mother, too, perhaps, Simon's father said, and Simon nodded. He was grateful to his father for giving his blessing, even as he knew it would be a wrench to leave the estate and its many memories behind him. He was setting off into the unknown, into a world he knew nothing of, save for what he had read in his father's library. Dr. Fraser, the local physician, had smiled wryly when Simon had gone to see him about the matter of medical school. He had been a ship's surgeon in the Royal Navy before returning from sea and setting himself up as Harworth's resident physician. "It's not always a gentleman's profession, my lord," the doctor had said. But Simon knew that. He knew he was leaving a rarefied world for something very different than he was used to. But at medical school, and in his practice, Simon did not want to be known as the heir to the Duke of Burghley. He would be Simon Wilkinson, an aspiring physician, and, in time, a practicing doctor. "Thank you, father. And thank you for giving me your blessing," Simon said, and his father nodded. "Follow your heart, Simon, and may it lead you to good fortune," the Duke replied, and it was as though this was to be a parting of ways. It was to be a parting of ways, for Simon had made the arrangements for his enrolment at Bart's, and was set to depart for London in the coming days. The two men shook hands, and Simon thanked his father again, promising to remain loyal to his duty when the time came. "I am still your heir, father, but in the many years to come, I hope to do some good too," Simon said, and with this intention in his heart, he bid his father farewell. Chapter 2. Lancaster, England, 1819. "You've sufficient for the house, have you, sir?" the woman said, looking sceptically at Simon, who nodded. "Oh, yes, it's quite adequate. And servants?" he asked. The woman, a rotund creature in an ill-fitting black dress, raised her eyebrows. "Well, the last doctor managed with just a manservant and a cook, and he kept most of the rooms shut up," she said, as Simon looked around the empty consulting room and nodded with satisfaction. The house was adequate, owned by the woman, a Mrs. Fielding, who stood in front of him. It had served as a residence for the former doctor in the parish, who had left Lancaster under something of a cloud, owing several £100 in debts. This was to be Simon's first practice. He had concluded his medical studies and shunned the possibility of a position at one of the great city hospitals in favour of a position on the edge of Lancaster, which included the Burnley Abbey estate, home to the Duke of Lancaster. "He left under something of a cloud, didn't he?" Simon said, and the woman nodded. "Yes, he owes me 3 months' rent, though I'll never see it. That's why I'm eager to learn if you have the means to pay, sir," she said, and Simon smiled, and from his pocket he took out an envelope containing 6 months' rent and the wages of whatever servants Mrs. Fielding could arrange for him. She looked at it in surprise. "Will that be adequate?" he asked as she counted the money. "Oh, yes, sir, more than adequate. I'll have the house opened up immediately. I know 2 girls who need positions as maids, and Mrs. Asquith can start in the kitchen at once. You'll only have to lodge at the inn for a few days. I'll have the place furnished for you too," she said, her attitude changing at the sight of the money Simon had proffered her. "Very good. I'm looking forward to beginning my work," Simon said, imagining how he might furnish his consulting room. "And what brings you to Lancaster, sir?" Mrs. Fielding asked. Simon had always wanted a rural practice, but the parish held another attraction too, and Simon had been appointed by the heir to the Duke of Crawshaw as physician to a school for blind children, sight loss being a particular interest he had developed during medical school. He hoped to make a study of the children and perhaps write up a monograph on the subject of childhood blindness, using the school as his study. "I am to work for the heir to the Duke of Crawshaw, Lord Crawshaw, Ernest Howard," Simon replied. He had responded to an advertisement in one of the medical journals, and he and Lord Crawshaw had corresponded, though they were yet to meet. It had been something of a risk for Simon to take up the position, but on seeing the advertisement, he had felt an immediate sense of the possibility of doing practical good in relation to the school, and had not hesitated in responding. Yes, the School for Blind Children. It's an admirable foundation. They're to be housed in the Dower House, I believe, on the Burnley Abbey estate. There were some problems with the previous building. I don't know any more than that, she said, and Simon nodded. He did not know much about the project himself, but he had read several accounts of a similar school in Manchester, and had been impressed by Lord Crawshaw's determination to provide an education for those disadvantaged by sight loss. I'm going over there this afternoon. I want to get started with my work at once. If you can have the house opened up and see to the appointment of the servants, I'd be grateful. If you need any more money to cover the expenses, don't hesitate to ask, Simon said. He knew his position was a privileged one. His peers at the medical school were forging careers for themselves, but Simon had the luxury of not needing to make money, and he could afford to take any position he desired. He had his considerable allowance from the estate, and would furnish the house and keep it accordingly. That's very good of you, sir, and it's a worry off my mind too. I had such trouble with the last doctor, Mrs. Fielding said, and Simon smiled. Well, I hope we'll get on very well, Mrs. Fielding. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting on. Could you direct me towards the Dower House? He asked. Certainly, sir. Have your carriage take you a mile or so further along the road here, then turn into the gates of the estate. You'll see the church, St. James, up ahead, but if you follow the drive for about half a mile, you'll come to the Dower House. They've made a lot of changes there to accommodate the children. But I believe his lordship's just set off on a grand tour of Europe. He just got married, you see, to a merchant's daughter. Times are changing, aren't they? Mrs. Fielding said, shaking her head. Simon smiled, knowing she would be equally surprised if she knew it was the heir to a dukedom standing before her. Simon had mentioned nothing of this in his correspondence with Lord Crawshaw. He only wanted to be a physician, and had no intention of using his rank or privilege for his own gain, even if his wealth had proved useful in securing the house. They are, Mrs. Fielding, for the better, perhaps, Simon replied. The woman shrugged, and Simon thanked her again before stepping out of the house, now his own, and making his way to the waiting carriage, instructing the driver to take him in the direction of the Dower House. It's a fine estate, sir, the driver replied, and Simon smiled. He was beginning to like his new home. The country was pleasant, the people friendly, and the prospect of doing good was evident. It seems so, Simon said, climbing into the carriage and pulling down the window. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Now, don't waste a moment. You should be on your way to Venice, Isobel said as Ernest came up to where she and Alicia were standing by the waiting carriage. It's very good of you, Isobel. Are you sure? He began, but Alicia stopped him. She's sure, Ernest. Now, come along, we should be going. We've got a long journey ahead of us, first to London, and then on to the continent, she said, taking her new husband's arm and leading him towards the carriage. Isobel followed them, kissing them both before they climbed into the compartment. You'll write, won't you? She said, and they both nodded. Every day, Ernest replied and closed the door. Pulling down the window, he and Alicia leaned out. They're going now, Isobel called out, and the others turned to wave them off. Goodbye, Ernest, goodbye, Alicia, Isobel's mother called out, and the Duke raised his hand and waved. The happy couple, off on their adventures, enjoy your grand tour. I want every detail of it described to me when you return, and to the children too, he called out. Ernest grinned, waving from the carriage window, and Alicia caught Isobel's eye. Be happy, Isobel. I know you will be, she called out, and the carriage now drove away. The school was open, and the teachers were ushering the children inside under the watchful gaze of the matron. Isobel had a great deal to do, but she was confident in her own abilities and grateful to her brother for placing his trust in her as he had done. She wanted to do the best she could, and now she approached the mother of Timothy Powell, smiling at her, as she placed her hand on Timothy's shoulder. "We'll take good care of him, Mrs. Powell. You can visit whenever you wish," she said, noticing the woman had tears in her eyes. "Thank you, my lady. You've been so kind. I know he's going to have the best start in life. I wonder, he's not been feeling very well these past few days. It's probably just nerves, but could a doctor look at him?" she asked. As it happened, Isobel was expecting the doctor Ernest had hired to care for the poor of the district at any moment, and she assured Timothy's mother he would be well taken care of. "I'll let you know what the doctor says," Alicia promised, and taking Timothy by the hand, she led him inside. The rest of the crowd had dispersed, and the children were now being introduced to their new surroundings, allowed to feel their way along the walls, where ropes had been attached to aid their movement. Isobel knew the school would make a huge difference to their lives, and she was proud of what her brother and Alicia had achieved. "And I, too," she told herself, for Isobel had worked tirelessly to bring about the good work so many would now benefit. She was about to close the door, knowing she had a great deal of paperwork to see to, when the sounds of an approaching carriage caused her to pause. Glancing along the road, she saw it, and now she watched as it came to a halt outside the Dower House. The driver jumped down, hurrying to open the door before unloading a large trunk from the back. Isobel watched as a figure now emerged from the carriage, a tall, strikingly handsome man with short black hair, dressed in a black frock coat over a white shirt with a black necktie and wearing black breeches. He carried a bag in his hand, and stepping down from the carriage, he caught sight of Isobel standing at the door. "Good day to you. I understand you need a doctor," he said, smiling at Isobel, who smiled back at him, somewhat lost for words at the sight of the handsome man now arrived in their midst. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For a moment, Isobel did not know what to say. She had not expected a man like this to arrive at the school. In her mind, a doctor, a physician, was an elderly man with greying hair and a red nose, shabbily dressed, and with a slight whiff of medical tonic about him. But this man, this doctor, was different. He could only have been a few years older than Isobel herself, and his face was flushed with youthful enthusiasm. He stepped down from the carriage, looking up at the Dower House and smiling. "Oh, are you the new doctor?" she asked, feeling foolish for not having known him, or realising he was not as she had expected. The man nodded. "I am, yes, Simon Wilkinson, Dr. Simon Wilkinson," he said, striding up the path towards her and holding out his hand. "Oh, I am Isobel Howard. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, and the doctor took her hand in his. He had a kindly face, handsome, and a striking scent of cologne about him. Isobel's heart skipped a beat. He really was very attractive, even as she knew better than to allow her thoughts to be distracted by good looks. "You're the matron, are you?" he said. Isobel blushed. "No, I'm not the matron. I'm the headmistress," she said, and the doctor looked at her in surprise. The title was self-given, and it would soon be taken away from her when the official appointment arrived. But with her brother gone, Isobel was in charge, and she had no intention of being dismissed on the basis and assumption of her sex. Was it really so surprising to him to find a woman in charge of such an establishment? But Isobel was forced to remind herself of womanly limitations. Women did not become doctors or physicians or surgeons. They rarely took on any position of responsibility, even in teaching. And so, perhaps it was unusual for the new doctor to encounter a woman in authority. "Is that so? Well, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. But if you're Isobel Howard, you must be," he said, blushing with embarrassment, "Lady Isobel Howard, daughter of the Duke of Crawshaw and sister to Lord Ernest Crawshaw. Your employer, Isobel said, raising her eyebrows. The doctor gave a curt bow. "Forgive me, I wasn't expecting... Well, I was expecting Lord Crawshaw himself. I've only just arrived in the district," the doctor replied. "He offers his apologies to you. He and his new wife have just this day set off for the continent on a grand tour. They make their way to Venice. It'll be some time before they return. But I'm sure you and I can manage," Isobel said. The doctor nodded. He was a pleasant man, though nothing like Isobel had expected him to be, if she had had any expectations beyond mere appearance. Physicians were so often rough men. Army or Navy surgeons returned from far-flung places to practice medicine in retirement. But Simon was different. Very different. His clothes and mannerisms were those of a gentleman. He would not have been out of place in the drawing room at Burnley Abbey, or that of her parents. She was curious as to his origins, even as it was hardly her place to ask. "I'm sure we will, yes. I've corresponded with your brother enough to know what's expected of me. I've admired his work from afar for some time. They're seeing remarkable results in Manchester, and I'm sure it'll be the same here too." "I'm looking forward to seeing it," Simon said. Isobel nodded, but she was not about to have the school turned into a place of study and observation. The children were to be given an education, and they were to be treated with love and kindness. That was all that mattered. "And are you looking forward to working here too, Doctor? My brother employed you for practical matters, not simply to observe," Isobel said, and the doctor blushed. "Absolutely. I'm keen to help in any way I can. I've made considerable studies of blindness, and I want to see how those studies can be put into practice," he said. Isobel nodded. He was naive, there was no doubting that, and she wondered if he had ever seen the difficulties so many of the children at the school faced. Many of them came from poverty, and it was not only the fact of their blindness preventing them from reaching their full potential. "I'm sure you'll find some interesting case studies, Doctor, but what the children really need is love and attention. They need to realise, like my father did, the possibilities of life, rather than its limitations," Isobel said. She did not like to think of the school and its children as the subject of an observation. Her brother had founded the school with the simple intention of helping those in need. He had his reasons, of course, the guilt he had felt over his gambling problem. But those things were behind him now, and Isobel did not want him to return from his grand tour and find she had not been an adequate steward of her brother's hard work and dedication. "Absolutely, Lady Isobel, I hope I can play my part in that. Will you show me around?" the doctor asked, and Isobel nodded. "Gladly so. In fact, one of the children is complaining about not feeling well. Perhaps you could look at him?" Isobel said, and Simone nodded. "I'd be glad to, yes," he said, and Isobel held out her hand, ushering him in the direction of the door. She did not know what to make of the doctor. He seemed somewhat out of his depth, not knowing perhaps the realities of medical practice. It was one thing to read of such things in books and journals, but quite another to be faced with the realities of disease and injury. Back inside, Isobel could hear the sounds of the children at their lessons in what had previously been the drawing room. "Now, children, I want you to use your imaginations. Each of us had a mind's eye. We might not be able to see with our own eyes, but in our imaginations, we can conjure up the most wonderful images. I want you to imagine a beautiful riverbank. Look at it for a moment. See the river meandering through a meadow of wildflowers. Hear the flow of the water. Smell the sweet perfume of the blooms," the teacher was saying. Isobel and Simon stood in the doorway, watching the children, a dozen in total, at their lesson. Each was sitting at their own desk, and several helpers sat around the edge of the room, ready to respond to the children's needs. It was a remarkable sight, a remarkable achievement, and it brought a smile to Isobel's face as she watched. They all deserve the same chance as those who can see. That's what my brother believes. That's what we all believe. Isobel whispered, and the doctor nodded. It's very impressive. I've read about this kind of immersive practice. To teach through imagination, it's remarkable, he said. But we're not just reading about it here, Dr. Wilkinson.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
We're making it happen, Isobel said, for she wanted to remind the doctor they were not in the pages of a medical textbook now. These were real children, with real needs. And now she beckoned him to follow her to the next classroom, intending to witness his bedside manner for herself. Timothy Powell was sitting at the front of the classroom, once the dining room. He and the other children were making patterns with rice, and Isobel went over to him, kneeling down in front of him. He sensed her presence, holding out his hands to touch her face. "It's you, Lady Isobel," he said, patting her cheeks, and Isobel smiled. "Very good. Timothy, you're right, and I've brought the doctor to see you. Your mother told me you weren't feeling very well. I'm sure we can make you better, though. Take my hand," Isobel said, nodding to the teacher as she led Timothy out into the hallway. Simon was waiting there, and as he stepped forward, Timothy held out his hands. "I have to touch you first," he said. Isobel smiled, glancing at Simon, who looked suddenly uncomfortable. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she asked, raising her eyebrows and wondering if the new doctor would live up to the reputation preceding him. Chapter 3. Simon knew he had got off to a bad start with Isobel, mistaking her for the matron, talking about the studies he hoped to conduct, and now, looking down at the boy in front of him, he felt entirely out of his depth. At medical school, he had encountered the occasional patient, but always in the company of superior doctors and physicians. Only the most serious cases were treated in the hospital, and while Simon had observed obscure diseases and remarkable injuries, his experience with ordinary people was somewhat limited. The boy's request to touch his face had surprised him, even as it was surely not unreasonable for a blind child to want to do so. "Ah, yes, certainly," Simon said, kneeling in front of the boy, whom Isobel had introduced as Timothy. He was a pale-looking child, gaunt and malnourished. He needed feeding. His arms were thin and cheeks pinched. He was wearing ragged clothes and a flat cap pulled down over his forehead, the very image of poverty. Simon took the boy's hands in his and guided them to his face. "There now, Timothy, you know what the doctor looks like, don't you?" Isobel said, and Timothy nodded. Isobel was entirely at ease with the idea of blindness, or so it seemed. Simon had heard much about her father, Henry, the Duke of Crawshaw. He was famously blind and had overcome many obstacles in carrying out the duties of his inheritance. There were many who believed a blind man could not hold such an office, but the Duke of Crawshaw had proved them wrong, and Simon hoped to have the opportunity to meet him, even as he knew he had not made the best of first impressions. "I can see you now," Timothy said, and Simon smiled. "May I examine you? Then I can tell you what's wrong," he said, and the boy nodded. Simon knew the procedure for an examination well enough. He had read about it in a dozen textbooks and seen it performed several times. He began by holding Timothy's hand in his, testing the joints, before examining the glands around the neck, opening the eyes, checking the mouth, and performing a dozen other observations, being careful and methodical in his procedure. Isobel stood at his side, waiting expectantly. "And your diagnosis?" she said, as Simon straightened himself up. "Ah, well, it's hard to tell, you see," Simon said, scratching his head. "Aren't you going to ask him how he feels?" Isobel said. Simon blushed. He had been so deliberate and thorough in his examination. He had neglected to ask the patient what was wrong with him. "Yes, certainly. Can you tell me, Timothy?" he asked. Timothy pointed to his stomach, lifting his shirt to reveal a number of small marks across his lower abdomen. He scratched at them and sniffed. I'd say it's obvious, Isobel said, and Simon nodded. Ah, yes, chicken pox, he said, feeling foolish for not having realised. He had not thought to lift the child's undershirt, examining him instead with thoughts of injury or poverty as the cause of his ill-feeling. But the diagnosis was clear, and Simon knew he had to act fast to prevent the infection spreading to the other children. He'll have to be isolated from the other children. We don't want an outbreak in the school. If one gets it, they could all get it, Isobel said. She stooped down and took Timothy's hands in hers. The child looked worried, and Simon wanted to offer reassurance, even as this was the first time he had encountered such an outbreak, though he had read about the disease in some detail. You'll itch for a few days, Timothy, but bed rest and hot soup will see you through, Simon said. Yes, don't worry, Timothy. You'll be quite all right. We'll have the matron put you to bed away from the other children. I'll come and sit with you, Isobel said. As she stooped down, Simon noticed a set of marks on the exposed skin above the collar of her dress. They were the same scars Timothy would have, and Simon realised Isobel, too, had suffered the infection at some point in her childhood. He, too, had been afflicted, recalling 2 weeks spent in isolation from his sister, who had cried every day until they had been reunited. It hurts, Timothy said, sniffing, as Isobel took him in her arms. But you must try not to scratch. It only makes it worse. Come now, I'll bathe the spots with chamomile lotion, and you can have a hot cup of tea and some soup, she said. Simon was impressed by Isobel's kindness towards the child, and now he followed her upstairs to the dormitories, where she instructed the matron to prepare a sick room for the boy and bring him hot tea and soup. Simon himself felt somewhat redundant. He had played no actual part in the diagnosis, and his suggested treatment would have been the same as Isobel had already decided on. Perhaps I should check the other children, he said, and Isobel nodded. Yes, you could do. I'll have to write to Ernest and tell him. Poor Timothy. And on his first day. Our first day, Isobel said. The matron now took charge of Timothy, and he was placed in a single room off the dormitory where he could be isolated from the other children. Simon tried to make himself useful, suggesting a tonic he had read about in a medical journal, and instructing the matron on how best to apply it. Isobel stood listening in silence, and Simon wondered what she really thought of him. It's one thing reading about it, he thought to himself, for he was beginning to feel entirely inadequate to his calling, and a fool for not having recognised what was so obvious in Timothy's condition. Most children contracted chickenpox at one time or another. It was a rite of passage in many ways, and the first thing a doctor should think of when examining a poorly child. Are you going to look at the other children? Isobel asked, raising her eyebrows as Simon stood at the end of Timothy's bed. Ah, yes, I will do, he said, turning to leave the room. Thank you, Timothy said, and Simon smiled. You're very welcome, Timothy. I'll check on you later. You'll be quite all right, I promise, he said, stepping out into the empty dormitory. Simon hoped he did not have an epidemic on his hands, and, making his way downstairs, followed by Isobel, he summoned the children one by one for examination. To his relief, none of them showed signs of the chickenpox, though Simon knew he could not afford to be complacent. Timothy could be the first one to show, Isobel said after they had examined the last child. Yes, we'll check them all again tomorrow, and keep Timothy in isolation for the next week. I'm sorry you've been burdened with this on your first day in charge, Simon said as Isobel led him into her study off the hallway. My brother entrusted me with the running of the school. I'll do whatever's necessary whilst he's away, Isobel replied. Simon could not help but admire her practicality. Lord Crawshaw was fortunate in his sister, and Simon could not help but think of Evie, wondering if she, too, would have grown up with the same strength of character and determination as Isobel. Simon admired her, even as he found her somewhat intimidating. The medical world was the preserve of men. Women would act as nurses, midwives too, but the upper echelons of society demanded the presence of physicians, of men, even in childbirth. And Simon's medical training had been conducted on that understanding. He was not used to dealing with the fairer sex, not in matters of business, nor on a personal level. "And I'll do all I can to help you too," Simon assured her. She nodded, shuffling some papers on the desk, and now she looked up at him, her eyes narrowing. "Why did you come here? To Lancaster, I mean?" she asked. Simon faltered. He had no intention of revealing the truth of his background. He did not want to be treated any differently because of his rank and title. He and Isobel were of the same privilege, the son and daughter of dukes. And yet, in his position now, Simon was nothing more than a member of the middle classes, a man of utility, working for a living. I'd always wanted a country practice, you see. I wasn't interested in surgery, and I'm not a military man either. I wanted to come somewhere where I'd see medicine in all its fullness, from broken ankles to chickenpox, Simon replied. Isobel smiled. "And is it as you hoped?" she asked. Simon paused, not knowing quite what to say. He had left London in high spirits, not returning to Burghley House, but coming at once to Lancaster, hoping to roll up his sleeves and begin his work. But his failure to recognise even the most obvious of alignments, and his encounter with the eminently more practical Isobel, had made him question the abilities he had believed himself to be possessed of. "I'm sure I'll get used to it," he replied, reminding himself he had only been the parish's resident physician for a few hours. His new life would take time to grow accustomed to, and it was inevitable he should make one or two mistakes along the way. "And what of your background? What made you decide to become a doctor?" she asked. Simon faltered. He was not ready to reveal the truth. He did not want to reveal the truth. His past, his shame over Evie, his guilt, was not something he readily talked about. At Bart's, Simon would tell his fellow students he was the son of a merchant from the north, and none of them knew of his rank or title. "I suppose I wanted to help others. I'd always admired the work of physicians, the possibility of curing the incurable, the discovery of new treatments, the expansion of knowledge. I want to do something worthwhile. I want to help people," he said, and Isobel nodded. "As do most physicians, one would hope," she said, and Simon agreed. She seemed satisfied with his answer, even as Simon was curious to know more about her. But given his apparent place in the social order and the inequality of their perceived rank, he felt he could not ask her the questions he desired to know the answers to. Was she married? What were her hopes and ambitions? What did she think of her brother and his intentions for the school? Instead, Simon limited himself to the more perfunctory and practical. "How often will you require my services? Shall I visit the school each day?" he asked. "It's up to you. You'll have other patients to see, I'm sure. But my brother specifically requested your attachment to the school, and you've already mentioned your interest in making a study of the children," Isobel replied. Simon felt foolish for having spoken in such terms. He did not want Isobel to think he was merely interested in the children as a point of study. He wanted to do his best by them, and Simon had already made up his mind to check on Timothy that very evening. He wanted to prove his worth, even as he knew he had not made a good first impression. Yes, well, all in good time. But I should be going now. I've taken up enough of your time, Lady Isobel," he said, rising to his feet. Isobel did the same, ushering him out of the study into the hallway. She held out her hand to him and smiled. "Until we meet again. Soon, I'm sure," she said, and Simon nodded, taking her hand in his and returning her smile. "I'll return this evening to check on Timothy, and tomorrow to make another examination of the children," he said, wanting to appear practical in his intentions. She nodded, showing him to the door, and Simon thanked her again, not wanting to leave on a sour note. I'm sure you'll find your place amongst us, Dr. Wilkinson, she said. Please, Simon, if you will, he said, and Isobel nodded. Simon, well, good day. I've got a lot to do. The school won't run itself, she said, opening the door for him. Good day to you, Simon replied, clattering down the steps and glancing back at her with a smile. She stood for a moment to watch him go. He had no carriage waiting for him, having told the driver of the horse and trap he had arrived in to return to his own business. And now he turned, waving to her from the dower house gate. She nodded, and Simon felt foolish for his display of over-familiarity. You're just a doctor, he reminded himself as he set off along the road through the estate. As he walked, Simon thought back to what had been his first proper encounter with a patient. He had failed spectacularly in his diagnosis, but had tried his best in the aftermath, and now he thought through the various treatments for chickenpox, wondering if he had missed anything. He was so absorbed in his thoughts, he hardly noticed the sound of a carriage behind him. But as it passed, a shout came from the compartment, and the carriage slowed. You must be the new doctor, a voice behind him said, and Simon turned to find a young man smiling at him from the open carriage window. He was handsomely dressed with an aristocratic look about him, and Simon nodded, removing his hat as a mark of respect. Simon Wilkinson, he said, and the young man leaned out of the carriage to shake Simon by the hand. Maximilian Oakley, this is my father's estate, the man said, and Simon gave a curt bow, realising he was in the presence of the heir. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, he replied, and Maximilian grinned. I'm usually in rude health myself, but my wife's just given birth to twins. She's a delicate creature at the moment, though usually strong as an ox. Perhaps you call on her in the coming days? We live on the estate, just ask someone for directions. I presume you've met Isobel by now, he said, and Simon nodded. I'd be glad to, my lord. And yes, I've just come from the school, Simone replied. Maximilian smiled. She's quite formidable, isn't she? He said, and Simon blushed. Lady Isobel knows her mind, my lord, he said, wondering if he was being tested in his opinions. Simon was all too aware of entering a new district, with its gossip, intrigues, and scandals. He had inhabited the world of the aristocracy long enough to know it was imperative to be cautious in proffering one's opinions. She certainly does. Her brother's married to my wife's closest friend. They've gone off on a grand tour of the continent. Lily's terribly jealous, but I can't spare the time. I've got responsibilities on the estate. Really, I'm somewhat surprised Ernest went, given the opening of the school and so forth, Maximilian continued. Simon wondered if this too was a further test, and he merely nodded. I'm sure his lordship knows his mind, he said, and Maximilian nodded. I'm sure he does. Well, good day to you, doctor. And don't forget to call in on my wife on your rounds, he said, signalling for the drive to go on. Simon watched him go, hoping he had shown more shrewdness in his dealings with this second aristocrat than with the first. But as he made his way back to his lodgings, Simon could only hope he would find his place in this new and unfamiliar setting, knowing he still had a lot to learn and a lot to prove. Chapter 4. He didn't even think to check for chickenpox. I was waiting for him to do so. He checked for some obscure disease of the joints, looked in the child's ears, tapped the forehead, but didn't think to lift the shirt and check for a rash, Isobel said, shaking her head. Lily looked at her and smiled. Perhaps he was just nervous, she said, and Isobel let out an exasperated snort. Nervous? He's a doctor. He's got a job to do. Whoever heard of a nervous doctor? I could have diagnosed Timothy myself. I did. He came back last night to give him his due, though the matron said he hovered in the corner, observing. Well, observing isn't going to do much good, is it? Isobel said, shaking her head. Lily shook her head and laughed. He's only just arrived in the district, Isobel. Allow him time to settle in. Besides, he was probably expecting your brother to be here, she said. Isobel raised her eyebrows. Yes, I'm sure he was. He assumed I was the matron and knew nothing about medicine. Well, he got a surprise, didn't he? Isobel replied. Her first impressions of the new doctor had not been favourable, even as her immediate impression had been. She had thought him handsome, exceptionally so. But his good looks could not make up for his obvious lack of experience in dealing with actual patients. He had appeared entirely out of his depth, unable to diagnose even the simplest of ailments, and Isobel was already wondering how long he would last in his apparent ambition. She had contemplated writing to her brother, but Ernest would only worry, and she was willing to give Simon, Dr. Wilkinson, a second chance, even as she felt certain he would not live up to it. I'm sure he did. Perhaps he's not used to dealing with women, Lily said. She was sitting on a chaise lounge, the two of them taking tea in the nursery where Emily, Lily's firstborn, was playing happily with a doll in the sunlight streaming through the window. Lily's twins, Granville and Rubiana, were asleep in the large cradle at Lily's side, and now one of them awoke, causing a necessary pause in the conversation. "Oh, I can hardly hear myself think," Isobel exclaimed as Granville screamed at the top of his lungs. This, in turn, awoke Rubiana, and a scene of general chaos now ensued as the nanny hurried in to take charge. "The children are quite exhausting. How I wish I could be in Venice with Alicia," Lily said, and Isobel smiled. "It'll be a while before they reach Venice. They're not even in London yet." "I had a letter from Ernest this morning. They'd stopped at the school in Manchester on the way," she said. Lily rolled her eyes. "All he does is think about his work. Poor Alicia, will she ever get to Venice?" she said. The nanny had succeeded in quietening the two children, but Isobel knew it would only be a few moments before something further disturbed them. She had called on Lily with the intention of keeping her company in the absence of Alicia, but had been glad to unburden herself of her fears surrounding the new doctor. He was simply not experienced enough to be of any real use, and if he did not show signs of improvement in his practice, Isobel knew she would be forced to remove him. "I'm sure she will, but I should be going, Lily," Alicia said, rising to her feet. But as she did so, a knock came at the nursery door, and Lily's butler announced the arrival of none other than Dr. Wilkinson himself. Lily looked surprised, even as the doctor now entered the nursery. "My lady, your husband asked me to call on you. He told me you'd been feeling unwell of late," Simon said, glancing at Isobel, who nodded to him. Lily smiled. "Oh, my darling Maximilian. He's always thinking of me. I don't want to trouble you, Doctor, though it's a pleasure to meet you. I've just been hearing all about you. But I'm sure you've got far more important things to be dealing with than my minor ailments," Lily said, glancing at Isobel, who blushed. But Simon shook his head. "I'm a doctor, my lady. Any illness concerns me." "What are your symptoms?" he asked. "I should be going," Isobel said, but Lily shook her head. "No, you can stay, Isobel. It's nothing I wouldn't want you to hear," she said, and Isobel sighed. She knew what Lily was doing, and now she stood meekly at her friend's side, watching as Simon examined her. "You've just given birth, haven't you?" Simon said. "That's right. Twins Granville and Rubiana," Lily said, casting a proud look towards the cradle. Simon smiled. The same reaction Isobel had seen in several others when introduced to the unusually named children. "How delightful! And are you feeling tired? Have you fainted at all?" he asked, and Lily nodded. "Constantly. And I almost fainted last night. Maximilian had to catch me to stop me from falling," she said. The doctor touched the back of his hand to her forehead. Isobel watched with interest. He seemed far more capable in his dealings with Lily, even as she had seen none of this capability the day before at the school. "You feel cold to the touch. Are you shivering?" he asked, and Lily nodded. "That's why I'm wrapped in this blanket. But it's not cold. I had to have a fire in the bedroom last night. Poor Maximilian had to sleep in his dressing room. He was far too warm," she said, and Simon nodded. "Yes, I don't think we need to draw blood," he said, and Lily looked at him in horror. "Is it something serious, Doctor?" she asked, but Simon shook his head. "I don't wish to go into undue detail," he began, but Lily waved her hand. Oh, nonsense. We're quite happy hearing whatever detail you wish to give us, Dr. Wilkinson. Don't spare our sensibilities, she said, even as Isobel might have preferred him to do so. The doctor smiled. Very well. When a woman gives birth, she naturally loses a considerable amount of blood. The loss of blood can cause anemia. In effect, you need more blood, my lady, and it'll take some time for your body to produce it. We recommend a diet rich in nutrients. Red meat, spinach, even beer, he said, and Lily laughed. Oh, well, that shouldn't be difficult, she said, glancing at Isobel, who smiled. She had been impressed with Simon's calm and ordered examination, his questioning to arrive at a diagnosis, and now his prescription of treatment. And she won't suffer any long-term problems? Isobel asked. None at all. These things happen. It's often the cause in women after childbirth, he said. Lily clapped her hands together. Oh, what a relief to hear it, Dr. Wilkinson. I feared something terrible was happening to me. I'll see to the change of diet, and perhaps you'd call on me in a week or so, she said, and the doctor nodded. It would be my pleasure, my lady. I'll see myself out, he said. Lily glanced at Isobel, giving her a pointed look. Isobel knew what she was thinking, and she called out to Simon, telling him she would accompany him if he would wait for a moment. He nodded, smiling, as he stepped out of the nursery. You owe him an apology, I think, Lily said, lowering her voice. I don't owe him anything of the sort. I wasn't rude to him. My opinion was my own, Isobel said, glaring at Lily, who raised her eyebrows. I think he's proved himself more than adequate as a physician, she whispered. Perhaps he has. We'll see, Isobel replied, for she was not about to change her opinion of Simon entirely. Having bid Lily goodbye, Isobel stepped out onto the landing, finding Simon examining the portraits of Maximilian's ancestors. The couple now occupied a house on the estate, once belonging to a great-uncle of the present Duke, gifted to them following their marriage. It was a pleasant dwelling, though lacking the grandeur of Burnley Abbey itself. Isobel was now a frequent visitor, and Lily would often invite her to take tea in her sitting room, along with other aristocratic women in the district. It's a pleasant dwelling, isn't it? Isobel said as Simon looked up at her and smiled. It is, yes, he said. Again, Isobel wondered as to his background. What sort of home had he grown up in, and what were his circumstances? Aristocratic life was no doubt a mystery to him, but she had been impressed by the way he had handled the exaggerations of Lily's apparent condition. Though it's nothing compared to Burnley Abbey itself. A fine house. I'm sure my brother will invite you to Leamington Grange on his return from the continent, Isobel said, and Simon smiled. That would be very kind, I'm sure, he said, even as Isobel knew she was being churlish. There was no reason why she herself should not issue such an invitation. Her parents had suggested they would be only too glad to play host to the new doctor, and her father, in particular, had expressed a desire to speak to Simon about his studies on treatments for conditions of the eyes. You'd be welcome any time, even without my brother being here, Isobel said as they made their way down the stairs to the hallway. One of the maids came to see them out, and they paused together by Isobel's carriage. She did not know whether to offer the doctor a lift. He had arrived unexpectedly, and she assumed he had made his own arrangement to complete his rounds. That's very kind of you, Lady Isobel, but I wouldn't wish to intrude, Simon said. You wouldn't be. We'd be glad of your calling on us. Tell me, is your accommodation satisfactory? My brother offered lodgings to you, but I understand you've taken the house occupied by the previous holder of your position. Is Mrs. Fielding proving adequate in her duties? Isobel asked. She had made it her business to discover where the doctor intended to live, and to know something of his domestic arrangements. Her own maid had told her the doctor was to employ 2 maids from one of the villages close to the estate, along with a cook and a manservant. It had surprised her to learn this, given the modest size of his income. Simon nodded. Quite adequate, thank you. She's having it furnished for me, and the servants are there now. The previous incumbent left in rather a hurry. He had considerable debts, I believe, the doctor said, and Isobel nodded. Dr. Tobias Parry had been a well-known figure in the district, but he had spent lavishly and was known for his unfortunate losses at the gambling tables. His departure had been swift and no one knew where he had gone. He did, yes, but if you approve of the house, so be it. It doesn't matter to me where you live, so long as it's adequate for the performance of your duties, Isobel replied. More than adequate. But I should be going, Lady Isobel. I've got several more patients to see before the end of the day, and then I'll call in at the school and check on Timothy, he replied. Isobel nodded. And don't forget to examine the other children too, she said, but Simon smiled. I have just been there to do so, my lady. I couldn't find anything wrong with any of them. But we must be vigilant, he said, and nodding to her, he set off in the direction of the town. Isobel watched him go, thinking of Lily's words about misjudgment. Perhaps I was wrong, she admitted to herself as she drove back to Leamington Grange in her carriage. Have you seen the new doctor today, Isobel? Her father asked when she joined her parents in the drawing room for tea. I have, yes, father. He called on Lily whilst I was there. There's nothing wrong with her, not really, it's the blood loss after birth. She's tired and feels cold all the time. He prescribed a diet of red meat for her, Isobel said. Her father smiled. And what of the children? Have they taken to him? He's to be their physician, after all, he said. The Duke took a keen interest in the affairs of the school, but he had trusted Isobel with its running, insisting she be the one to make decisions whilst Ernest was away. His bedside manner leaves something to be desired. I don't think he's used to children, Isobel said, and her father laughed. He'll have to learn, won't he? He's unmarried, then? What of his background? Isobel's father asked. But Isobel could tell him little he did not already know. She knew nothing of the doctor's past, not even where he had been born. And as for family, I assume he's unmarried? Yes, I'd know, Isobel replied, for the doctor had given no indication of a vocation other than that of medicine. We're lucky to have a young man like that in our midst. You should invite him here, Isobel. I told you I'd like to talk to him about his interest in the development of blind children. Aren't I a case study in myself? Her father asked. No, father, I don't want you subjected to the prods and pokes of a physician, Isobel exclaimed, horrified at the thought of her father reduced to an object of medical examination. But the Duke laughed. And how can one expect progress in the treatment of disease without observation? We need men like Dr. Wilkinson to advance progress, Isobel. Yes, true enough, I suppose. As it happens, I've already invited him here. He appears diligent in his duties, though, she said, her words trailing off. She did not want to openly criticise the new doctor. He had only been in their midst for a few days, but Isobel was still not convinced as to his complete suitability. His diagnosis of Timothy having left much to be desired. Though what? Her father asked, even as Isobel shook her head. No, it doesn't matter, father. You can judge for yourself, Isobel said, willing to give Simon a chance, even if her first impression had not been as she might have hoped. Chapter 5. Simon had 6 other house calls to make that day, and he was diligent in his duties, proceeding from house to house where he encountered a diverse range of ailments. There was a sprained ankle belonging to a maid, a case of gout in an elderly gentleman who had drank a bottle of port to himself the previous evening and devoured 3 partridges, and a persistent cough in a small child who looked a pathetic creature wrapped in blankets, sitting by his mother's hearth and shivering. He'll live, won't he, doctor? His mother asked, her eyes filled with tears. Simon smiled at her reassuringly. He'll live. Children are stronger than we think, once they get past birth at least, he said, prescribing a tonic for the boy, and promising to return the following day. It was a new and very different way of life, far removed from the theoretics of the medical school. These were real people requiring real help, and Simon was under no illusion as to the seriousness of his undertaking. Later, he called into the school, finding Timothy much the same. "He slept a little, Doctor, and it doesn't seem like any of the other children have succumbed," the matron said. "Then that's a relief. Keep him separate, and I'll call on him in the morning," Simon said, smiling at Timothy, even as he knew the boy could not see him do so. As he made his way back to his lodgings, he thought back to all the different encounters of the day. It had been extraordinary in its variety, from the grandeur of Lady Lily's house to the simple dwelling of the woman and her child. Medicine knew no bounds, and an ailment could as readily be visited on the rich as on the poor alike. He thought of Isobel too, hoping he had proved his competence a little more in his dealings with Lady Lily than in his performance on the day of his arrival. "I'm still learning," he reminded himself as he made his way up the path to his lodgings. It had taken some days before all of Simon's trunks and cases had arrived, some from London and some from Burghley House. His father had written to wish him luck in his new endeavour, a gesture Simon had found touching, even as he knew the Duke still did not entirely approve of Simon's choice of direction. "I wish you luck in this new task, temporary as it is," his father had written, and Simon knew the Duke believed himself to have little time left in this world, even as Simon believed him to be as strong as an ox. "The last of your cases has arrived, sir," one of the maids, Delilah, said as Simon entered the house a moment later. "Very good. I've been waiting for it," Simon replied. This was the final case from his lodgings in London, and contained his most precious possession. It stood in the hallway, and with the maid having returned to her duties, Simon undid the straps, opening the case and breathing a deep sigh of relief at the sight before him. There, lying on the top of various books and papers, was a miniature portrait of his sister Eve. It showed her just a few months before her death, beaming from the canvas, her hair curled in ringlets and her bright blue eyes smiling up at Simon, who felt tears rising in his own. He always kept the miniature close on his desk or bedside table, and he had missed seeing his sister's face in the days since leaving London. "Dearest Eve," he thought to himself, taking the miniature in its gold frame from the trunk. He would put it on his desk, even as his study was in disarray, with boxes of books waiting to be shelved, and medical instruments still to be unpacked. But, on entering the study, he was surprised to find a large bunch of flowers in a vase on the desk, immediately sneezing at the sight of them. "Delilah," he called out, sneezing again. Simon had an allergy to flowers, to pollen, and he sneezed again, holding his hand over his face as the maid came running. "What's the matter, sir?" she exclaimed as Simon sneezed again. "It's very kind of you to place flowers in my study, Delilah, but I'm allergic to them. They make me sneeze and my eyes water and—" "Oh!" he exclaimed, sneezing again, as the maid scooped up the flowers and tossed them out of the open window. Simon stood back, his eyes itching and red. It was always bad at this time of year, but there was something about cut flowers in the confines of a room he found unbearable. "I'm very sorry, sir. They came from Leamington Grange. Her ladyship must have sent them down as a gift. I didn't realise you'd be so overcome by them," she said, looking fearfully at Simon, who was now recovering himself. "It's quite all right. You weren't to know. I should have told you," Simon replied, glancing fearfully towards the open window, as though the offending flowers might rear themselves up and grow back into the room. "I'll close the window, sir, and I'll tell the other servants not to allow any cut flowers in the house," Delilah said. Simon nodded. He sat down at his desk, placing the miniature of his sister in the place the vase had been, smiling as he recalled the discovery of the allergy when they were both children. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "This way, Simon, come. Help me pick the flowers for father. He'll like them," Eve said, pulling at Simon's hand. Simon smiled down at his sister. She was very pretty, her ringleted hair falling down the back of her neck, her rosy face browned by the sun. It had been a long, hot summer, and the gardens at Burghley House were blossoming with flowers. But it was to the meadows Eve was leading them, the two of them running through the tall grasses and up the hill, where a fine view of the estate could be commanded. "What colours will you pick, Eve?" he asked, and his sister pondered for a moment. "Every colour the rainbow," she said, and Simon laughed. They had come to the gate leading into the meadows, and before them, stretching out like an artist's palette, lay the banks of wild flowers. Reds, orange, yellows, violets. "We can pick some for Nanny too. She'll like them," Eve said, and clambering over the gate, she strode off up the bank, her ringleted head almost disappearing amongst the flowers. Simon followed, calling out for her to wait, but she had already begun picking the flowers, selecting tall blooms and short, holding them up in a posy. Simon watched, smiling at the sight of his sister, so happy in her innocence. "Haven't you got enough yet, Eve?" Simon called out, for his sister had picked so many flowers as to have quite obscured herself behind the enormous bunch she was carrying. "These are for Father. You hold them, and I'll pick a smaller bunch for Nanny," she said, striding back down the bank and handing Simon the enormous bunch of flowers. Some of the blooms tickled Simon's nose, and he felt a sudden twitch, overcome by a desire to sneeze. He did so, and then again, and again. His eyes grew red. He could hardly see, and dropping the bunch of flowers, he rubbed vigorously at his face, as Eve looked at him in alarm. "Eve, I can't see," he exclaimed, and she hurried forward, taking him by the hand. He sneezed again, louder and more violently this time, his nose running, his cheeks burning. He did not know what was happening to him, and now he felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe as he fell backwards to the ground. "Simon, what's wrong?" Eve cried, and she screamed, the sound echoing across the meadows and parkland. Simon could do nothing but gasp for breath, still struggling to breathe, as Eve screamed again. Help soon came. Two of the gardeners, who carried Simon back to the house, where his father summoned the doctor at once. The diagnosis was swiftly made. Simon was allergic to pollen, to the flowers his sister had picked, and must avoid being in close proximity to such blooms again. With his breathing recovered and the pain in his eyes gone, Simon thanked his sister for her quick thinking, and their father was full of praise for his brave children. It was a memory Simon held dear. His sister had saved him, even as he had been unable to save her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "I hope you're feeling better, sir. I've made you a pot of tea, and I've toasted some muffins for you too," the cook, Mrs. Clement, said, bustling into Simon's study and returning him from his memories of the past. "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Clement. That's very kind of you," Simon said, as the cook set the tray down on Simon's desk. "I'm sorry to hear you were allergic to the flowers. It was kind of her ladyship to send them down. The gardens at Burleigh House are beautiful. The Duke had them designed to his own specifications. They're filled with scented plants. He can't see them, but he can smell them." "They say it's like walking through a perfumery," the cook said, smiling at Simon, who nodded. He had not thought about that, but it made perfect sense, of course. The scent of flowers, their perfume, would only be heightened in one who had lost their sight, and he wondered if perhaps the children at the school, too, might benefit from a visit to the Duke's garden, even as Simon himself would be standing well back. "It sounds like a remarkable place," Simon replied, remembering Isobel's invitation to visit. "They're a good family, sir. We're lucky in this district. The Duke of Lancaster and the Duke of Crawshaw," the cook said. Simon smiled. He was the equal to these men. As an heir, in his own right, at least, even as he had chosen to remain anonymous for the time being. "I'm pleased to hear it. That's my impression too," Simon said, and he was resolved to visit the Duke's estate the following day and make the acquaintance of a man who had faced so many obstacles in his inheritance, a man whom Simon could only admire. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. These gardens are magnificent, Simon thought to himself as he walked up the drive towards Leamington Grange. The parkland stretched out on either side, and beyond lay terraces where all manner of plants and flowers were blossoming in a riot of colours. The house itself was framed by tall redwood trees, and a fountain stood on the forecourt, the spouts gushing up some 100 feet and falling back down into the water with a loud splash. The scent on the air was remarkable, just as the cook had described. It was like being in a perfumery. Quite extraordinary, Simon said to himself as he approached the house. Isobel's invitation had been vague. There had been no specific time suggested, but Simon had already visited the school and made several house calls. A distant church clock was striking 11, and Simon made his way up the steps from the forecourt, knocking at the door and feeling suddenly nervous. Once again, he was aware of what he was perceived to be, rather than what he was. As the heir of the Duke of Burleigh, Simon was Isobel's equal, and that of her father too. But as their newly employed physician, he represented an aspiring middle class. Doctors did not arrive unannounced at grand estates expecting to be received on equal terms. They had a function, and despite Isobel's invitation, Simon could not help but wonder what kind of reception he would receive. The door was opened by a butler, who looked a little taken aback at the sight of the doctor standing on the steps. "Good morning, sir. Is it on school business you come?" he asked. Simon faltered. "No, Lady Isobel asked me to call on her," he replied. Had been calling as a gentleman, there would have been no question of his admittance. But as a doctor, it seemed a reason was demanded as to his presence. "I wasn't aware she was unwell, sir," the butler said, for Simon had handed him his calling card. "She's not, but she asked me to call on her." "So I have," Simon said. He had not expected it to be this difficult to gain entrance, but the butler nodded, stepping aside to usher Simon into the hallway. "Wait 1 moment, sir. I'll inform her ladyship you're here," he said. Simon was left alone in the magnificent hallway, with its black and white marbled floor and a grand staircase sweeping up to a gallery above. Portraits lined the walls, and Simon looked up at one in particular with interest. It depicted a couple, the Duke and his wife, Simon presumed, for the man had a blank staring expression, his eyes unfocused, blind. Simon had often tried to imagine what it might be like to be blind. He had once conducted an experiment with a pair of spectacles he had covered over with binding board on the lenses and shutting out the light on all sides. He had worn them for a day, attempting to understand something of what it was like to be without sight. But at the end of the day, he had taken them off, realizing the experiment was a farce. He had restricted his sight for a day, but to a blind person, the restriction was for life. It was not a novelty to be emulated, and Simon had felt some shame in reporting his results. "Dr. Wilkinson, what a pleasant surprise," a voice across the hallway said, and Simon looked up to find Lady Isobel standing next to the butler. "Lady Isobel, I hope you don't mind my calling on you like this," Simon said, stammering under her imperious stare. "Not at all. Come into the drawing room. My father and I were just talking about you," she said, much to Simon's surprise, and he followed meekly after her, wondering what he was getting himself into. Chapter 6. Isobel was pleasantly surprised at Simon's unexpected arrival. Her invitation had been vague, and she had half expected the doctor not to take it up. She and her father had been discussing the outbreak of chickenpox at the school, and it was hoped they could contain it to just a handful of cases, if Timothy's symptoms proved already contagious. Isobel had no intention of closing the doors when they had only just opened, and she knew Ernest would not have done so either. "We were talking about the chickenpox. We can only hope Timothy's case remains the only one. Have you seen anything today to suggest it isn't?" Isobel asked. She was yet to visit the school that day, her correspondence keeping her in the morning room for longer than she had expected. She wondered as to the purpose of the doctor's visit. Was he calling on them socially or professionally? And as she ushered him into the drawing room, she was uncertain how best to introduce him to her father. "Ah, Dr. Wilkinson, We were just discussing you. In glowing terms, I assure you, the Duke said, rising to his feet at the sound of the door opening. The butler had seemed surprised when he had announced the doctor's arrival, but Isobel's father treated him as an expected guest, holding out his hand as Simon stepped forward. "Good morning, Your Grace. I am so very pleased to meet you at last. Yes, I understand you were discussing the outbreak of chickenpox. There's nothing to worry about as far as I can see. I don't think it's spreading. We've done the right thing in keeping Timothy isolated, and we can only wait and see what happens next," Simon said. He seemed somewhat nervous, and Isobel wondered if, despite his learning and studies, he really had any understanding of what it meant to be blind. She herself had never known anything different in her father. Growing up, she had known he could not see her, and it had always seemed entirely natural to take his hand in hers to guide him, or make whatever provisions were necessary for his comfort. "I'm sure you've done the right thing," the Duke said, and Simon nodded, glancing at Isobel, who invited him to sit. "And you're settling in well at your lodgings, are you?" she asked. The previous day, she had instructed one of the gardeners to cut flowers from the garden and make up a bouquet to send down by means of a welcome. She had expected the doctor to thank her, but no note had arrived, and he had not proffered his gratitude on arrival either. "Very well. Yes. I've unpacked most of my things, and the servants have been very good," Simone replied. Isobel had been surprised at the number of servants the doctor had engaged. She knew his stipend to be modest, and certainly not enough to run a household with several servants. The previous doctor had managed with just a manservant, and the occasional help from a woman in the village, but the new incumbent seemed used to a more ordered existence than his predecessor. "I'm glad you find the house to your satisfaction, and your domestic arrangements too," Isobel's father said. "Everything's most conducive, Your Grace, thank you," Simon said, and the Duke nodded. "Did you receive my flowers?" Isobel asked. She had expected him to thank her for them, but, to her surprise, Simon looked suddenly aghast. Yes, the flowers. I'm allergic to cut blooms. They make me breathless, I can hardly see, and my nose runs—" "Quite horrible," he said. Isobel raised her eyebrows. "Oh, I see," she said, even as the doctor apologised. "It was thoughtful of you, Lady Isobel, but quite unnecessary," he said. "Then I'll send something else next time," Isobel replied. She still could not entirely fathom the new doctor. He was different to other physicians with their rough and ready ways. He had certain mannerisms about him she found familiar, and he appeared entirely at ease in his surroundings, though he continued to look with some nervousness at her father. Not, it seemed, because of his position, but because of his ailment. "I understand you want to make various studies of the children, perhaps even of me," the Duke said, and Simon nodded. "Yes, Your Grace, though only with your permission, of course. I've read a great deal about blindness over the years, but as for studying it closely, I've not had the chance. Perhaps, forgive me, could you describe what it's like?" he asked. Isobel raised her eyebrows. She did not like to think of her father as an object of study, or the subject of an academic discourse. He was blind, but it did not mean he did not live precisely the same sort of life as so many others. Better, perhaps, because of his position. "I hardly think—" she began, but her father interrupted her. "Let the doctor ask his questions. Medicine can't advance without questions," he said, and Simon nodded. "That's very true, forgive me, but as to the experience of being without sight—" "How does it feel?" he asked. Isobel's father pondered the question for a moment. "Well, how does it feel to see? I was born blind, completely without sight. I don't know what it's like to see, just as you don't know what it's like not to see," he replied. Simon nodded. "Fascinating. And you're entirely right, Your Grace. I don't know what it's like not to see. I can close my eyes, but it's not the same. But what of your mind's eye?" he asked. The question interested Isobel too, though she had never been brave enough to ask it. She often wondered what her father saw when she described something to him, or when he placed his hands on someone's face to get a sense of who they were. She knew his senses were heightened: hearing, smell, taste. But as to the images these senses brought forth, she was curious. My imagination? Well, sight isn't the only way we experience the world, Doctor. If you tell you see a bird in the tree, I can imagine the many times I've reached out to touch the bark of an oak tree, say. I can feel its gnarled trunk, the roughness of the wood, or the feel of one of its leaves in my hand. And as for the bird, I can hear it singing. And I can think back to my childhood, when my nanny would sit me on the lawn, and a robin would come hopping right up to me, onto the palm of my hand, and chirrup, he said, smiling. Isobel was fascinated, and it seemed Simon was too. He nodded, glancing at Isobel, who smiled. It's quite remarkable, Father, she said. Sounds, smells, tastes. Have you walked through the gardens, Doctor? I know the flowers don't agree with you, but you can't have failed to notice the scent perfuming the air. It was deliberate on my part. When Isobel tells me she's cut yellow roses, I don't think of the colour yellow or the flower. I think of the scent. I know what a yellow rose smells like. The variety I grow here at least. It has a depth of perfume to it, sweet and heady. That's how I picture it by the smell, he said. That's fascinating, Your Grace. Truly fascinating, Simon said, and the Duke smiled. I'm glad you asked me. Most people assume I don't know anything. They dismiss me as a tragic case. If it weren't for my rank, they'd ignore me completely. That's why I'm so glad Ernest founded the school. We need to teach the children the value of their own worth, and how to use their imagination as I've just described it, he said. And that's what we intend to do, Father. The children are already making excellent progress, and one only has to look at the school in Manchester to know the benefits such an education brings, Isobel said. She was proud of what they had achieved already, even as she knew there was still a great deal to do. Blindness was not the only affliction facing so many of the children, for their lives were so often mired by poverty, their families poor, and unable to provide even the basic necessities. I'm proud of both my children, Doctor. They've already done so much to help those in need, and I'm glad to think your own studies might benefit these children further, he said. Simon nodded, glancing at Isobel, who smiled. She had been wary of the doctor's questions, but glad to hear her father's responses, even as she hoped Simon would do more than write a mere study of what he had discovered. I concur, Your Grace. Your sons' and daughters' achievements are admirable. The school is a remarkable achievement, and the children are showing excellent progress, even in the few days it's been open, Simon said. Isobel was grateful for his praise. She wanted the school to be a beacon of possibility, a model to emulate and inspire. She knew Ernest wanted it too, and she was determined to do all she could to make a success of the enterprise during his absence. And we're glad to have you here as part of it, Isobel's father said, rising to his feet and holding out his hands. This was the sign he was ready to excuse himself, and she rose to her feet, taking his hand in hers and leading him to the door. The ropes hung along the corridors would guide her father to wherever he wished to go, probably to her mother's sitting room. It was an ingenious system, a series of knots in the ropes allowing the Duke to discern where he and the house he found himself, without the need for a guide. Thank you for your time, Your Grace, the doctor said, rising to his feet. The Duke nodded. Come and see me again soon, Dr. Wilkinson. I'm sure we've got a lot to discuss with one another, he said. Isobel helped her father as far as the door, opening it for him and guiding his hand to the rope. A pleasant man, he whispered, and Isobel smiled. I'm glad you think so, Father, she replied. The Duke now made his way along the corridor, and Isobel returned to the room, closing the door behind her. Simon was still standing, examining a portrait above the mantelpiece. Your brother? He asked, and Isobel nodded. Run your hand over it. It's quite ingenious, she said, and with a curious expression on his face, the doctor reached up and did so. Remarkable, he said as Sis said, and Isobel smiled. The portrait was textured, painted in such a way as to allow the lines of the face, the features such as the nose and ears, to be examined. To the casual observer it was merely a portrait, but Isobel's father had intended it for his own pleasure as much as anyone else's. A similar portrait of Isobel hung in the morning room, and it always amused her to introduce the technique to unsuspecting guests. It was my father's idea. He wanted to touch the paintings, but couldn't, and so he had an artist come from London, one who willingly accepted the challenge of creating a portrait examinable by touch as well as sight, she said. I hadn't realised. Well, for a blind person, everything you and I take for granted has to be considered differently, he said. It was obvious to her, even as it had not seemed so to him. But in Isobel's experience, there were many who did not entirely understand her father's condition. There were those who thought him entirely incapacitated, and who could not believe him capable of the many tasks he performed, whilst others would even suggest his loss of sight was exaggerated, and that there were things he could see, even as Isobel assured them he could not. Precisely. And it's one thing to be told that, and quite another to realise it for oneself. This house is a model for what can be achieved, and we've adapted many of my father's innovations for the school too, Isobel replied, pointing to the rope around the edge of the room. It's quite remarkable, and I'm grateful to you for your hospitality, Lady Isobel. But I shouldn't take up too much more of your valuable time, nor my own, I suppose, Simon said. Isobel was surprised to find herself sad at seeing him go, even as she did not know why she should find his company growingly conducive. You should call on us again, Dr. Wilkinson. I don't know what you've made of Lancastrian society so far, but if you're used to London, you might find it somewhat limited, amongst the different classes at least, she said. The doctor smiled. I keep myself to myself, Lady Isobel. I don't tend to mix very much with the society, he replied. Isobel was somewhat taken aback. Was he rebuffing her invitation? He should have been flattered to be included in their society, given his position. Oh, well, you may find the winter long, Dr. Wilkinson, without suitable distraction, she said, nodding curtly to him. Once again she knew she had not gained the full measure of him. Who was he? A man who shunned society and yet appeared at ease in its company. A man who had no real understanding of the practicalities of the patients he served, and yet had studied every book pertaining to their conditions. A man who had entered their midst, and yet without any true reference to his own past or origins. She still knew nothing about him, save for what she could observe in the immediacy. I am sure I can find plenty of distractions, Lady Isobel, but I should be going now. I'm very grateful for your kind hospitality, and thank you again for the flowers. They were well meant, I know, he said as she offered him her hand. Yes, Doctor, they were well meant, Isobel replied. She did not know if he snubbing her or merely being overly polite. It was all very confusing, and after the doctor had left, she returned to the drawing room and sat down with a heavy sigh. How very curious. I can't imagine what he thinks of me, she thought to herself, feeling foolish for caring, even as she did care what the doctor thought of her. At dinner that evening, her father was full of praise for Dr. Wilkinson, calling him a medical visionary and speculating on the possibility of a cure for blindness in years to come. With men like that in the field, it's assured, the Duke had said, and Isobel had listened as her father had extolled the doctor's virtues to her mother. But as Isobel had sat listening, she had wondered whether the doctor would really live up to such high expectations, the thought of Timothy's chickenpox lingering in her mind. Chapter 7. Simon had been pleased to make the acquaintance of the Duke. He was a remarkable man, and nothing like the many blind beggars Simon had known in London, or even those of the middle classes so afflicted. Amongst his profession, it was generally considered pointless to attempt any form of treatment for sight loss. It was incurable, and there was little point in trying to alleviate its effects. But in the Duke of Crawshaw, Simon had witnessed a determination, one undeniable for its impressiveness. "Quite remarkable," he said to himself, entering the school building the following day. But with regards to Lady Isobel, Simon had found her ladyship somewhat harder to fathom. There was a kindness about her, the gesture of the flowers, and the invitation itself to Leamington Grange. But in her conversation, Simon had always detected a slight sense of superiority. He had no doubt it was unintended, but it had interested to realise how his own biases too might affect the manner of his own conversation too. Should a duchess dress as a maid, she would be treated as one, and should a maid act the part of a duchess, the same could be said. Simon wondered how Isobel would behave towards him if she knew his lineage, and the thought of conducting an experiment in intimacy now occurred to him. "Good morning, Dr. Wilkinson. Are you here to see Timothy? Her ladyship's with him at the moment," the matron said as Simon entered the empty dormitory. The door to the isolation room was closed, and Simon nodded, thanking the matron, before opening the door to find Isobel standing at Timothy's bedside. She looked up at him, raising her finger to her lips. "He's sleeping. He had a bad night," she said, and Simon nodded. The boy's face had now become blotchy, the evident marks of chickenpox spreading across his skin. Simon stepped forward, reaching out to touch the boy's forehead, noting a slight temperature there. "Open the window," Simon whispered. Isobel looked somewhat taken aback to be ordered about in such a way, but she did so, allowing the cool morning breeze to enter the isolation room. "Is he worse?" she asked, but Simon shook his head. "He's as I expected him to be. It's going to take some time. The illness has to progress through its natural stages. Recovery then happens gradually. There's nothing to worry about," he said. She looked sceptical, but Simon was not about to have his professional opinion undermined. He had been tentative in his dealings with Lady Isobel, but now he intended to assert his authority, interested to see how she would respond. "I see," she said. Timothy was still fast asleep, and Simon stepped back, satisfied there was nothing more to be done. "Now, we should make our examination of the other children," he said, turning to leave the room. Isobel followed him. "But is that all you're going to do for the boy?" she asked. Simon nodded. "For now, yes." "Don't you remember when you had chickenpox? It has to be waited out," he said. Isobel stared at him in astonishment. He had been waiting to deploy this fact of his observation of her. He had noticed it on the first day of his arrival at the school, the marks on her skin above the collar of her dress. There had been no doubt in his mind as to Isobel's diagnosis, and now it seemed he was correct. How did you know that?" she demanded. Simon had been surprised she had not proffered the information herself, and now he smiled and shook his head. "Simple observation. I noticed the marks on your skin, quite faint, but obvious enough. There's no shame in it. I had it myself as a child. Most children do, and most children recover. I'm sure Timothy will be the same," Simon said. It appeared Isobel did not take kindly to his observations, and she ignored his remarks, telling the matron they would return later to check on Timothy's progress. "What else are you going to observe about me, Dr. Wilkinson?" she asked as they stood in the hallway a few moments later. "I'm sorry if I've upset you, Lady Isobel, but I was surprised when you didn't mention it to me before. Did your brother have it too?" he asked, still intending to assert himself, and Isobel nodded. "He did, yes, around the same time as I did. His was far worse, though. He was confined for a month, but my symptoms persisted for only 2 weeks. Still, it doesn't matter now. We'll check the other children," she said, knocking on the door of the dining room turned into a classroom. Simon smiled. It seemed Lady Isobel did not like to have her weaknesses exposed. She wanted to remain aloof, untouched by the ordinary concerns of day-to-day life, or perhaps she merely found it difficult to converse with one whom she considered beneath her. "There's really no shame in it. I was only," Simon said, and Isobel turned to him angrily. "I don't require your observations, Dr. Wilkinson. I wonder what else you might observe. For your information, I was afflicted twice with chickenpox. It was thoroughly unpleasant, but I survived both attacks. And I pray I shan't experience what poor Timothy is experiencing now again," she said. The first of the children was now led out, and Simon had no time to offer any further apologies. But he was glad to have discovered something beyond her stern exterior. For a moment she had shown her vulnerabilities, the mask of formality dropping. "Well, I hope not," Simon said. Isobel raised her eyebrows at him. "Are you going to examine the child?" she asked, and Simon nodded. It was one of the girls she had brought out first, a child named Eleanor, and Simon made the examination, watched closely by Isobel, who made several comments. It was as though she did not trust Simon, even as he was through in his examination. "There's no chickenpox here," he concluded. "What about her back?" Isobel said. Simone examined the child's back. There were no signs of any marks there, and he shook his head, patting the child on the heart and sending her back to class. "And I'm sure the rest will be the same. With Timothy isolated, I don't think we need to keep checking the children anymore. If one of them was going to get it, they'd have got it by now," Simon said. Isobel glared at him. "I disagree. We should keep checking them for as long as necessary. Daily, I would say," she said. It was at this point Simon might have insisted. He was the doctor and, in his opinion, they had contained the outbreak sufficiently to warrant no longer examining the other children. The chickenpox was confined to the isolation room off the dormitory, and Simon was satisfied he had done the right thing in his treatment regimen. But Isobel did not agree. A battle of wills could have ensued, but Simon was willing to back down, if only to preserve harmony between them. Until Lord Ernest's return, he and Isobel had to bear with one another, and whilst it had been an interesting experiment to assert his authority, he felt she would only grow angry if he continued to do so. "Very well, as you wish," he said. Isobel looked surprised, as though she was expecting him to continue being difficult. "Well, we can inspect the other children later. I'm already behind with my paperwork, Dr. Wilkinson, and I'm sure you've got lots to do yourself," she said. Simon nodded. "I suppose so, yes. But I came here to help. I can inspect the other children myself. It doesn't require us both to do it. You could get on with your paperwork and I'll see to the children. You trust my judgment, don't you?" he asked. This was another test. He wanted to see if she did trust him, fearing she had not done so at first. She looked taken aback, but did not immediately refuse him, even as she remained doubtful. "Well, yes, of course, but the children don't know you properly yet," she said. "And they never will, if I'm not allowed to carry out my duties alone," he said. She nodded, pointing towards the classroom door and calling for the next child to come out. "I'll be in my study," she said, and it seemed she had made the decision to trust Simon, even as they had clashed over the examination itself. He was left alone in the hallway, smiling to himself. As the next child emerged from the classroom for their examination, "She's certainly a formidable woman," he thought to himself, though he remained entirely impressed by her. Having met her father, Simon now understood where Isobel, and presumably her brother's determination, came from. Once a task was in mind, there could be no deviation from its completion, and Simon admired her for her doggedness, one of several qualities he had discerned in her. "But what does she think of me, I wonder?" he thought to himself as he began his examination of the child. He too showed no signs of chickenpox, and neither did any of the other children Simon examined that day. He was relieved, though he had expected as much. The problem had been contained, and Timothy was their only case. "All right, you can go back to your lessons," Simon said, taking the last child's hand in his and placing it gently on the rope to lead him back into the classroom. The door to Isobel's study was ajar, and Simon knocked, opening it before Isobel could answer. She was sitting behind the large desk, on which was a vase of flowers. As Simon entered, he paused, stepping back as Isobel moved the flowers to the windowsill. "Will they be all right here?" she asked, and Simon nodded. She returned to the desk, sitting behind it as though to reassert her authority. "The children are all fine. None of them have chicken pox. But we can check them again tomorrow," Simon said. But to his surprise, Isobel shook her head. "No, it's all right. I was being overly cautious. You were right. We've checked them each day since Timothy's diagnosis. If there was nothing today, there'll be nothing tomorrow," she said. Simon was taken aback. He had thought she might insist on having her own way, but it seemed her earlier display of assertion was merely a reminder of her authority. In her brother's absence, this was Isobel's school. She was in charge, and Simon was merely an employee, albeit with an important function. "Well, if you're sure, I'll keep a close eye on the other children, as will you, I'm sure. But I'm certain there's no further danger," Simon said. "And you were right. It didn't require the two of us to deal with the matter. I am sorry if you thought I didn't trust you, but these children, they're precious. And I don't want anyone to reason to criticize us. Not in my brother's absence," she said. Simone understood. The school meant a great deal to her family. It was not merely a school, but a school for those with whom Isobel had the utmost affinity. She knew what it was like, as far as any seeing person can know, to struggle with the burden of sight loss. He had seen the way she had behaved towards her father, treating him as she would anyone else, with calm normality. "And I concur entirely. It's always better to err on the side of caution, particularly when children are involved. We'll keep a close eye on the children, and when Timothy's symptoms improve, we'll be careful to reintroduce him into the general population of the school only when we're absolutely certain he's better," Simon replied. He was careful to use the word "we," for he did not want Isobel to think he was making the school his personal fiefdom. During his training, an emphasis had been laid on a doctor's need to assert his authority, but in the case of many of the physicians he had observed, Simon had found a sense of arrogance on their part, and a tendency to treat their practices as a personal fiefdom, without due regard for the opinions of others. "We'll be cautious, yes, but we don't need to be paranoid. As you pointed out, I know all too well what's like to have chicken pox. Twice, in fact. It's unpleasant, but it passes. The same can be said for Timothy and any other child who contracts it. All we must do is our best to take care of any who become patients and ensure to the best of our ability as few as possible contract it later," she said. Simon could not have agreed more, and despite the slight pleasure he had taken in earlier asserting his authority, it seemed he and Isobel had reached a new level of understanding. They shared several further pleasantries. Before the clock on the mantelpiece announced the necessity of Simon's departure, he had patients to see, and thanking Isobel for her hospitality, he excused himself, promising to return the following day as usual. "And if I can repay the kindness of your invitation to Leamington Grange, I'd be glad to do so, in my own humble way," Simon said. His lodgings were now suitably furnished, and the prospect of receiving visitors appealed to him. In London, he had never been without company, should he desire it. But in Lancaster and its surrounding districts, he had found, as he had been warned, a dearth in society, one he was not used to. "I'd be pleased to call on you," Isobel said, rising from her desk to see Simon to the door. He smiled at her, glad to have reached this more fruitful understanding. "Please do so at any time," he replied, before leaving the study and hurrying off across the hallway, collecting his medical bag as he went. Outside, the afternoon sun was warm, and the children were sitting on the grass, each holding a flower in their hands, as their teacher explained the different parts they could touch and smell. Simon watched for a moment, taken up by the sight of such a delightful scene, and recalling the Duke's words about the importance of developing the senses. It really is remarkable, Simon thought to himself, and he was only too glad to be part of it. Chapter 8. Isobel had been angry with Simon in the dormitory. It was as though he was testing her resolve, testing her authority. He had been argumentative for the sake of it, and not for the benefit of the children. It was in everyone's interest to check for chickenpox, even if the likelihood of it being found amongst the others was diminishing. She had not liked the way he had spoken to her, even as his attitude had changed in the study afterwards. "He needs to remember who he's speaking to," she said, taking the cup of tea Lily's maid had just placed in front of her. The children had been taken out for the afternoon to the fresh air of the meadows by the river, and Lily had invited Isobel to take tea with her. A moment of peace amidst the chaos of motherhood. "It's very curious, isn't it? He behaves as though he can speak to you as your equal." "But he's only a doctor," Lily said, raising her eyebrows. "That's what I find strange. It's what I was going to ask you about," Isobel said, setting down her teacup. Lily looked at her in surprise. The thought had occurred to Isobel the previous day, and, whilst it was not one she wanted to entertain, the necessity of it was becoming more pressing. "Me? What can I do?" Lily asked. Isobel blushed. "Well, it's more what your previous incarnation might be able to do," Isobel replied. Lily still looked at her in confusion, and Isobel's blush grew deeper. "But I don't understand," Lily said, reaching out to help herself to a scone, spread with jam and cream from the cake stand. "Oh, Lily, you know what I mean. Those dreadful penny gossip sheets you used to write. You were famed for discovering things about people. I want to know about the doctor. I want to know who he is, where he comes from, and why—" "Oh, I don't know. He's not what he seems," she said, blurting out the final words and feeling terribly embarrassed at even entertaining the thought of entrapping Simon in such a way. Lily's eyes grew wide with astonishment. "Oh, well, I suppose so. But do you really think there'll be anything to find?" she asked. Isobel did not know. She had no reason to suspect the doctor was anything more than he appeared to be than he was. But the fact she knew nothing about him was unsettling. He had responded to her brother's advert with glowing particulars. His medical qualifications were outstanding. But as for who he was, Isobel could not say, and she wanted to know. "There's something— who his parents are, where he comes from, what his background is. I just want to know something about him," Isobel replied. "Have you asked him?" Lily said, raising her eyebrows. Isobel was taken aback. She had not asked the doctor anything. At all times they had conversed in a professional manner, and his visit to Leamington Grange had been formal and dictated by convention. She shook her head. "No, I haven't had reason to do so," she replied. Lily laughed. "Then, before you demand I make the poor man the subject of scandal and rumour, perhaps you should do so. Invite him to dinner at Leamington Grange. Get to know him," she said. "But he's a doctor," Isobel exclaimed, and Lily rolled her eyes. "Oh, Isobel, don't be such a snob. Your brother's married to a commoner after all. And, for that matter, I'm one too, by birth," she said. Isobel felt suddenly embarrassed. She had not meant to judge the doctor in such a way, and Lily was right. She had not asked any of the questions she desired an answer to, and it was hardly surprising she had not received an answer in return. Men were far less forthcoming than women when it came to their personal lives, and the doctor may have merely believed the circumstances of his past would hold little interest for a lady of Isobel's rank and class. "Well, you both married well," Isobel said, and Lily laughed. Talk to him, Isobel. You might be pleasantly surprised. I'm sure he's a perfectly interesting man, and he'll be only too pleased to furnish you with whatever information you require. Because I certainly won't be doing so. Besides, I doubt there's anything of a secret surrounding our new doctor. He appears a perfectly ordinary man, intent on helping others, and I think we're blessed in him. I'm feeling much better thanks to his dietary prescription, Lily said, and it was certainly true the colour had returned to her cheeks. Isobel felt foolish for having judged Simon so harshly, and she recalled his invitation to call on him at his lodgings. She was not due back at Leamington Grange for some hours yet, and having taken her leave of Lily, the children now arriving back from their afternoon in the meadows, she instructed her carriage driver to take her to Dr. Wilkinson's practice. Lily's right. I can hardly expect to know anything more about him without asking him myself, she thought to herself, even as she was not entirely certain why the information should be of interest to her. Lily had called her a snob for refusing to dine with the doctor, but it was merely a convention, one she felt certain other would follow too. The emerging middle classes were a strange phenomenon, men who had made money through their own endeavours rather than through inheritance. Alicia was the product of such a man, the daughter of a wine merchant now raised to the ranks of the aristocracy. It was quite remarkable, and Isobel was forced to remind herself of the folly of prejudice. Just because a person doesn't have a title doesn't mean they should be looked down on, she thought, as the carriage drew up outside the doctor's lodgings. But Isobel was naturally cynical. She had learned to be in her dealings with Caroline Pickering, the woman who had almost destroyed her brother's chances of happiness in pursuit of her own, and her father's, gains. It was natural for Isobel to be suspicious. The arrival of Simon had been fortuitous, a little too fortuitous, and Isobel could think of several other instances, the arrival of Lily in Lancaster for a start, where apparently fortuitous circumstances had led to trouble later on. I won't be long, Lily said as the driver opened the carriage door for her. Very good, my lady, he replied, and Isobel made her way through the gate and up the garden path. The windows of what appeared through the glass to be a study were open, and Isobel could see Simon at his desk. The arrival of her carriage had not caused him any disturbance, and it seemed he was embroiled in some work or other, his shoulders hunched over an open volume on the desk. Isobel knocked at the door. He had told her to call at any time, though she feared she might not be disturbing him, as the door was opened by a maid. My lady, the maid said, bobbing into a curtsy. Yes. I'm here to see Dr. Wilkinson, Isobel said, though she gave no further qualification as to the reason. In truth, she did not really know why she had come, except at the doctor's vague invitation. The maid nodded, stepping back to allow Isobel to enter the hallway. The house was neat and tidy, comfortably furnished, its walls hung with pictures and paintings, and an ornamental rug covering the hallway floor. A flight of stairs led up in front of her, and doors led off to left and right, the left-hand side being the one the maid directed Isobel towards. This way, my lady, she said, knocking gently at the door. Yes, come in, Simon's voice called out from inside, and the maid opened the door, revealing the doctor sitting behind his desk. He looked surprised at the sight of Isobel standing in the hallway, and rising to his feet, he came to greet her. Lady Isobel, what a pleasure to see you. Please, do come in, he said, beckoning her into the study. The room had the slightest hint of chaos about it, as though the occupant had not quite finished unpacking, which he hadn't. An open trunk of books stood on one side of the room, whilst another containing correspondence stood open by the desk. I hope I'm not intruding, Isobel said, but Simon shook his head. Not at all. You're very welcome. I'm sorry you find me in some disarray. I really must finish unpacking. Won't you sit down? He asked, indicating a chair by the window. Isobel was still taking in the scene around her. The walls were covered in learned tomes of medicine anatomy, physiology, disorders of the mind, alongside a more general classical education. Plato, Aristotle, Aristophanes, and Sophocles. It reminded her of the library at Leamington Grange, though on a far smaller scale, of course. "You've made the house very comfortable," Isobel said, and Simon smiled. "One should always be comfortable in one's usual surroundings." "That's what my father always said," he replied. It was the first time Isobel had heard him mention his father, and she was curious to know more about him. "Was your father a doctor?" she asked, as Simon hastily poured out 2 glasses of sherry for them. He looked up at her and smiled. "No, he was in land management," he replied. "Oh, on some grand estate?" she asked, and Simon nodded. "Yes, but no longer," he replied, handing her the glass of sherry and raising his own in a toast. "Thank you. You said to call at any time. I was on my way home from taking tea with Lady Lily, and as I was passing," she said, her words trailing off at the sight of a portrait, a miniature on Simon's desk. It was of a child, a pretty child, with ringleted hair and bright blue eyes. She was smiling, beaming from the canvas, and Isobel could hardly take her eyes off her. "My sister," Simon said, and Isobel looked up at him curiously. "But she'd only a child. Don't you have a portrait of her in her later years?" she asked, for it seemed astonishing to think there should be only a miniature of the doctor's sister in existence. A sudden look of sorrow came over his face, and he shook his head. "No, my sister died when she was very young," he said, taking a sip of sherry and looking away from her. Isobel felt a sudden sense of guilt. She was prying, and instead of salacious gossip and scandal, she had discovered only tragedy, and embarrassed him in the process. "I'm very sorry," she said, and he nodded. "It's something I prefer not to talk about, though I think her every day." "Dear Eve," he said. For a few moments they sat in silence, and Isobel thought it was best to ask no further questions, lest she discover further unexpected tragedies. A dead father, a missing mother, a brother in prison. It was none of her business, and if Simon wished to divulge anything further about himself, he could do so when the time was right and not before. "It can't be easy," she said, and he shook his head. "It isn't, but it's why I became a doctor too, and I hope some good can come of that, even as it won't ever bring her back," he said. Isobel now understood more than enough. There was no reason to pry any further, and she sipped her sherry, trying desperately to think of a change of subject. "I called on Lady Lily, as I said before. She's very much better now, thanks to your prescription. She's got the colour back in her cheeks and feels far more alive than she did previously," Isobel said. Simon nodded. "I'm glad to hear it. It's often the case after childbirth, and with twins, I'd class it as a certainty. It's a remarkable thing, the human body, capable of truly miraculous feats, and childbearing is certainly one. The creation of new life, God-given, of course, but still a creation of the self," he said. Isobel had not thought about the matter in any great detail. She did not know if she would ever have children, or if she wanted to have children. Children brought with them responsibilities, and, of course, one had to be married before their arrival, something Isobel was yet to contemplate. There had been suitors in the past, but Isobel had considered none of them worthy of consideration for marriage. Marriage was a lifelong commitment, and she had no intention of stepping into it lightly. "I've never seen your mother, but I knew, as I know now, she was the only one for me, and I for her," Isobel's father had said, and he had gone on to tell her he would insist on her marrying only the man she felt same way about. In this matter, Isobel would be eternally grateful to her parents, for she knew there were many young ladies who had no choice in the matter of whom they were betrothed to. "They're delightful children, though I'm glad to give them back. I couldn't imagine being so tied down," Isobel said. Simon looked at her and smiled. You wouldn't want children of your own, Lady Isobel? He asked. It's not that. Well, perhaps it is. I really don't know. I'd only want them with the right person. A good man. A man like my brother, Isobel said, and Simon smiled. Well, that not being possible, I suppose. You'd have to find someone to match him, he said. Isobel nodded. She had wanted to move on from the awkwardness of her faux pas over Simon's sister, but the topic of their conversation now was hardly appropriate. He was a doctor, but she was also his employer, and to speak of matters of the heart was surely not appropriate. Well, yes, I suppose I would, but I've got the school to run. It's all very well for my brother to be married. He's duty-bound to produce an heir, but it really doesn't matter to me, she said. The doctor smiled at her. Some people marry, some people don't, Lady Isobel. It's a matter of choice, I believe, he said. That's easy for you to say. Most women don't have the choice. I'm fortunate. My parents wouldn't dream of forcing the matter, and if and when I find a suitable match, they'll support me, she replied. Simon nodded. I'm sure they will, he replied. For a moment they sat in silence, and Isobel sipped her sherry, fearing she had not achieved what she had intended. The miniature on the desk stared at her. It made her feel quite uncomfortable. She wanted to know more about how the doctor's sister had died, even as it was none of her business to ask. The school, do you find it conducive to your expectations? I'd hate to think you were bored here with us, Isobel said, and Simon shook his head. Bored? Not at all. It's what I came here to do. It's what I want to do, I assure you. No, I never wanted to be the sort of doctor who attaches himself to some rich aristocrat. I've had my share of those. No, I wanted to practice real medicine with real patients. It's how I've always felt, he said, and Isobel nodded. Well, I'm glad we've resolved our earlier difficulties, she said, blushing a little under his gaze. He laughed and shook his head. It's never easy for a new person to enter into responsibilities alongside others. They wish to exert their own authority, and those whose service they enter want to do the same. But I think we've found a happy balance, Lady Isobel, don't you? He said. Isobel did. She had been too quick to assert her own authority, forgetting she was but a layman when it came to matters of medicine. Nevertheless, she had a responsibility, one her brother had trusted her with, and it meant a great deal to her to make things right. The school had to be a success, and Simon was essential to that success. I'm sure we have, yes. But I should be going, Dr. Wilkinson. I've taken up too much of your valuable time already, Isobel said, and having finished her sherry, she set the glass down on the desk, glancing again at the miniature with a shiver. The smiling face of Simon's sister gazed back at her, and still she could not help wonder as to the details. She drowned, Simon said, as though realizing what Isobel was thinking. Oh, how terrible, Isobel exclaimed, clasping her hand to her mouth in horror. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. I was powerless. I was only a child myself, but, well, she's at peace. That's what I believe, and that belief gives me strength, he said. Isobel rose to her feet. She had not meant to upset him, even as it seemed she had, and now she took her leave, promising to see him the next day at the school. Good day to you, Dr. Wilkinson, and thank you, Isobel said as he showed her to the door. You're welcome here any time, Lady Isobel, and I thank you for the trust you've placed in me, he said. Isobel smiled at him and nodded. She was learning to trust him, even as it was taking some time to do so. As she rode back to Leamington Grange, she pondered what she had learned, and what she still had to learn. She still knew so little about him, even as she had learned the reason for his having become a doctor in the first place. The thought of the same happening in her own family brought a shiver to her spine. To lose a sibling in such tragic circumstances. It's quite terrible, she thought to herself, even as tried to put the thought out of her mind. But as the carriage drew up at Leamington Grange, Isobel was surprised to see another carriage standing outside, and on entering the house she heard voices from the drawing room. "We had to come back. I couldn't stay away any longer. We'll go to Venice next year," a voice was saying, and to her astonishment, Isobel realised her brother Ernest had returned. Chapter 9. "Isobel, it's delightful to see you," Ernest greeted, approaching Isobel as she stood by the doorway of the drawing room, her eyes fixed on him in complete astonishment. Their parents were there, and Alicia too. "But what are you doing here? You're meant to be in Venice, or on the way there at least," Isobel exclaimed. She was pleased to see him, even as she realised what his return would mean for her. She would no longer be in charge of the school. Her responsibility was over, and it made her feel sad to think of it being so. "Oh, we didn't even get as far as London. There was a problem with the school in Manchester. One of the teachers was taken ill, and then the whole school chicken pox. I had to up there and sort things out. It was chaos. It's still not right." "We decided to postpone the honeymoon until next year," Ernest replied, shaking his head. Isobel looked at him in surprise. "Really? We had our own outbreak here, but it was contained, thanks to the ministrations of the new doctor," she said. Her brother looked at her in surprise. "Chickenpox here? But didn't you think to inform me?" he exclaimed, but Isobel shook her head. He had left her in charge. There would have been no point in contacting him, only for him to rush back in a blaze of concern. The matter had been dealt with. Timothy had been isolated from the rest of the school, the children had been checked, the outbreak contained. "No, we didn't. It's quite all right. It was Timothy, Mrs. Powell's son. Simon, Dr. Wilkinson, recognised the signs. We isolated the child, and none of the others have fallen ill," Isobel replied. Her brother looked at her in surprise. If he had one fault, it was to think of himself in non-expendable terms. Ernest always wanted to feel the necessity of his presence, but this would serve as a solemn reminder of his own expendability. The school had continued without him, and Isobel had risen to the challenges presented. "Oh, I see, but I really should have been informed, Isobel. These things are important," he said, raising his eyebrows. Isobel was annoyed. She knew how important the school was to him. It was the same for her, too. There was nothing more important than the children and their future. Between them, she and Simon had managed admirably. Better than admirably. They had done precisely what Ernest himself would have done. But before she could rise to his challenge, their father interrupted. "Isobel and Simon were admirable curators of the school, Ernest. They did everything necessary in your absence to abate the spread of the chicken pox. I met Simon myself. He's a good man, an exceptional man, in fact. And your sister was her usual admirable self," he said. Isobel was grateful to her father. He was not the sort of man to believe a woman incapable of the work of a man. His own limitations had given him a different perspective on life's problems. He did not believe it was a woman's place to be held back by the advancements of men. If a blind duke could succeed, so could a sighted woman. She smiled at him, glancing at her mother, who nodded approvingly. "Your father's right, Ernest. You didn't need to come rushing back. But since you have, I'm sure you'll want free rein on matters now. But don't neglect your sister's obvious talents. She's done exceptionally well in your absence, and it would be a shame if her efforts went unrewarded," she said. Again, Isobel was grateful to both her parents. They had never seen the limitations in her sex, and had always treated her and Ernest on equal terms, be it in practical matters or in the challenges of daily life. "Thank you, Mother, and you're right. We've had no trouble, really, we haven't. But I'm sure you'll want to meet Dr. Wilkinson. He's quite a character, Isobel said. She was not about to give the doctor a glowing report. Her own opinion of him was still to be decided. She liked him, and she was growing to respect him too. But as for entirely embracing his presence— "And what do you mean by that?" Ernest asked. Isobel pondered for a moment. "Well, he's headstrong. He's opinionated. He acts on his initiative. He has a strong volition," Isobel said. Ernest smiled. "Then the two of you should be getting on well then. He sounds just like you, sister," he said, and Isobel blushed. "Don't tease poor Isobel so," Alicia said, coming to Isobel's defence. Isobel looked at her sister-in-law and smiled. "And Lily's certainly taken to him too. She won't hear a word against him. He's brought an end to the troubles she had with tiredness following the birth of the twins. He put her on a diet of red meat and spinach. She's positively glowing," Isobel said, and Alicia laughed. "Well, if he can tame Lily, he can tame anyone," she said, and Isobel smiled. She was somewhat disappointed at Ernest's return. Not that she was not glad to see him, and Alicia too, but rather she had hoped for a little longer under her own authority. The challenge of running the school was one she was enjoying, and with Simon's help, she believed she had done well in isolating the case of chickenpox and ensuring none of the other children suffered. "I'm keen to meet him. We'll invite him for dinner tomorrow evening," Ernest said. Isobel could not protest, even as she wondered what the doctor would make of being invited to a grand dinner at Leamington Grange. "He's a simple country doctor, we don't need to overdo it," she said, and her brother raised his eyebrows. "You've been singing his praises, Isobel. But what are you afraid of?" he asked, and Isobel blushed. Well, nothing at all. It's just— Well, it's not our job to entertain him, is it?" she said, turning to the offensive. Her brother smiled. "I think he's going to prove an interesting character, one you're not entirely sure of yourself," he said, goading her somewhat. But Isobel held her ground. She would not be cowed, and if her brother wanted to invite the doctor to dine with them, so be it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Marvellous. You did precisely the right thing, Doctor. Caution in these matters is paramount," Ernest said, lifting his glass in a toast. Isobel glanced across the dining table at Simon, who nodded, raising his glass in return. The evening was dragging. Isobel had issued the invitation that morning, hoping the doctor would already have a more pressing engagement. But he had accepted immediately, arriving promptly, dressed in evening wear, white tie and tails. She had expected him to be wearing the tweeds and breeches he wore during the day, the uniform of a middle-class man. But to her immense surprise, he had behaved with all the reserve and decorum of a man who was used to dining in such fine settings. He had not put a foot out of place, and he and her brother were getting on splendidly. "But I couldn't have done it without Lady Isobel. Her firm direction and leadership proved paramount," Simon said, glancing across the table at Isobel, who forced a smile to her face. She was beginning to get annoyed. The doctor had not taken full credit for containing the outbreak, but he had not revealed the extent of his earlier failings at diagnosis. Isobel had mentioned nothing to her brother about the doctor's basic lack of medical knowledge, but she had observed him to only speak of himself in the best of terms, rather than be self-effacing. Still, it intrigued her to see how comfortable he was in such grand surroundings, even as she assumed he had never set foot in a house like Leamington Grange before in all his life. My dear sister, yes, I've been very fortunate in having her take responsibility for the school in my absence," Ernest said, glancing at Isobel, who continued to force a smile to her face. "Yes, and then you returned so unexpectedly, just as I was getting into my stride," she said, glancing at Simon, who looked somewhat embarrassed. "Well, it was only ever going to be temporary. We were always coming back," Ernest said, raising his eyebrows. "But Not quite so soon, Alicia pointed out. Their parents were there too, and it had been a jolly company gathered in the dining room at Leamington Grange that evening. Simon had proved himself conducive company, even as Isobel remained surprised at how well he appeared to fit into their ways. He knew how the table was laid, which implement to use for which course, the order of the glasses, the terms of addresses. All of it came naturally to him, even as Isobel had to remind herself he was a country doctor who simply happened to be in the service of a great house and its district. Leamington Grange was second only to Burnley Abbey in the county, and the Duke commanded considerable respect amongst the local aristocracy. No, perhaps not. But I'm sure Isobel doesn't begrudge our return, do you, Isobel? Ernest replied. Isobel could only shake her head. What else could she possibly say? She was glad of her brother's return, but she was sad to be relinquishing her position at the school, even as her involvement would continue. Not in the slightest, brother, she replied. But does this mean you won't be working at the school any longer, Lady Isobel? Simon asked, looking surprisingly askance at the thought. Well, that's up to Ernest, isn't it? And to you, Dr. Wilkinson. Do you want my company? She asked, fixing the doctor with a pointed expression. He blushed, nodding and beginning to protest. Please, Lady Isobel, I wasn't implying anything other than the affirmative. I certainly want your company, he said, even as Isobel raised her eyebrows. But you tried to do without it, didn't you? You'd have preferred me not to have interfered, I think, with the treatment of the chicken pox. She said. Her words were not meant to sound harsh, but their effect was one of upset. The doctor looked hurt, even as Isobel folded her arms and fixed him with a glare. She was angry with her brother for surmounting her place, for returning without warning and expecting to step back into the very position she herself had made her own. Simon would not care who he worked for, even as Isobel had grown surprisingly used to his presence. She did not want to relinquish control, and now she fought back the tears, knowing how foolish it would be to allow them to flow. Lady Isobel, I meant no offence, Simon said. And the flowers, too. I sent them for the house, as a welcome gift, she said, knowing she was being unreasonable, but not caring. But I'm allergic to them, he stammered, glancing at Ernest, who furrowed his brow. Enough of this, Isobel, you're embarrassing our guest, Ernest said, looking pointedly at Isobel, who pursed her lips angrily. Isobel folded her arms, turning her face away. She knew how she was behaving, but she felt such a sense of injustice in the fact of her deposition, and, if she was truly being honest with herself, a sense of sadness at the thought of no longer working alongside Simon, even as she was being thoroughly rude to him. I don't appreciate your second-guessing my past, she said, and Simon stared at her in confusion. But I didn't, he said. The chicken pox, noticing the marks on my neck, she exclaimed, but it was her father who now interrupted, and whilst Isobel would gladly argue with Ernest until she was blue in the face, her father was another matter. I think it's time you said goodnight, Isobel. We can talk about the matter of your responsibilities tomorrow, he said. The tone of his voice was absolute, and Isobel had no choice but to back down. Yes, well, I'm quite tired, she replied, and with a curt nod to the others, she left the room. Tears now welled up in her eyes, and she brushed them away, angry with herself for her response. She had not meant to be angry, but it felt to her as though everything she had worked for, everything she'd strived for, was being snatched away. Ernest would again be in charge of the school, and Isobel would have nothing better to do than pay calls on women in the district and arrange flowers. She felt guilty for shouting at Simon. He would surely think her rude and obnoxious. But to her surprise, there was a sense of grief in the thought of her no longer seeing Simon each day. She had grown used to him, despite their obvious differences, and even as she tried to dismiss such thoughts as folly, she knew she had to apologise to him, hoping she had not entirely spoiled the burgeoning friendship they had begun. Chapter 10. Isobel, are you all right? Alicia asked. Isobel looked up from her breakfast to find her sister-in-law looking at her with a concerned expression on her face. Yes, I'm quite all right. Why wouldn't I be? She asked, sounding more defensive than she intended. Alicia looked at her sympathetically. They were on their own in the dining room at Leamington Grange, Ernest having left to inspect the school. He had not spoken to Isobel that morning, angry, it seemed, at her outburst the previous evening. The clock on the mantelpiece had just struck 10, but Isobel had no desire to hurry out to the school. She had no desire to do anything. Alicia sighed. I know you were upset last night, Isobel. I am sure I'd have felt the same. I did suggest to Ernest, when we decided to come back, it might not be fair on you. I know how much the school means to you. Would you like me to speak to him? Alicia asked. Isobel sighed. She was grateful to her sister-in-law for the offer to intervene, but she did not want Ernest to think she was jealous or aggrieved. Isobel merely wanted to do something meaningful. She felt constrained because of her sex, and without a husband, she was merely a spinster, waiting in the wings. She envied Alicia, who seemed to have found her place with ease, her charitable works continuing despite her marriage to Ernest. No, it's all right. I don't want him to think, it's all so difficult, isn't it? But you've managed the soup kitchen, the reclaimed dresses, all the ways you help the poor. I wanted to do the same at the school. That's why I was so mean to Simon, Dr. Wilkinson. We didn't exactly see eye to eye when he first arrived, Isobel said. Alicia smiled. Well, you can't get on with everyone, can you? You and he are very different. He's a country doctor, and you're the daughter of a duke. But I was going to call on him today. There are some families in the district I want to discuss with him. Some of those we've helped at the soup kitchen and with the clothing too. He needs to know their stories if he's to be a good doctor to them. Why don't you come? You could introduce me to him properly, she said. Isobel was in two minds. She did not know if it would be wise to encounter Simon again after her outburst of the previous evening, but she could not help but feel she owed him an apology, and the possibility of reconciliation. He had done nothing to warrant her disfavour, and yet she had treated him badly. Well, perhaps I could, yes, Isobel said, even as her heart was beating fast at the thought of encountering the doctor again. Good. We won't tell Ernest. He won't be back for hours anyway. You know what he's like when he gets embroiled in something. I'll just fetch my bonnet, Alicia said, rising from the breakfast table. Isobel was still doubtful, but she had agreed, and it was not long before the two women were riding together in a carriage from Leamington Grange, making for the home and practice of Dr. Wilkinson. Secretly, Isobel was hoping they might find the doctor out on his rounds, but his trap was outside, and she could see him sitting at his desk in his study. I hope he's not angry with me, Isobel said, for she felt foolish for her outburst, born as it was out of frustration with her brother. I'm sure he's used to difficult patients, Alicia said, and Isobel laughed. She was glad to have her sister-in-law back home, even as she found her brother somewhat difficult to deal with. Ernest was of such a focused and determined mindset. He had to be in control, a hangover from the days of his gambling problems, when he was very much not in control. A lot had changed for Ernest in the years since then, but Isobel often felt as though her own life was just the same as it had ever been, dull, and with little by way of fulfillment. I'm going to apologise for last night, she said as they climbed out of the carriage. Their arrival had been noticed, and the door now opened, revealing the doctor in his shirt sleeves. He looked somewhat wary, as though expecting a fresh outburst from Isobel, but she forced a smile to her face as Alicia introduced the reason for their visit. Good morning, Dr. Wilkinson. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but I wanted to discuss some of the families who visit the soup kitchen with you. There are several you should be aware of for your rounds, she said. It's no intrusion. You're very welcome, Lady Alicia. Lady, Isobel, he said, standing aside to usher them into the house. Isobel blushed. She was not used to apologising, but guilt had got the better of her, and now she turned to Simon, trying to find the right words to use. Dr. Wilkinson, I wanted to apologise for my behaviour last night. I spoke out of turn. I didn't mean to say the things I said. They were cruel and unnecessary, she said. Simon looked somewhat taken aback, and Isobel knew what he was thinking. He had not expected her to apologise. She considered herself better than him, a member of the aristocracy, as opposed to a mere country doctor. She had treated him with only thinly veiled contempt, even as she had come to realise his worth, and it was no less than she deserved to have her apology rejected. But instead, he smiled and nodded. There's really nothing to apologise for, Lady Isobel. I understand why you were angry, he replied. Isobel looked at him in surprise. You do? She said, and he nodded. Well, it's as you said. A surprise to have your brother back so soon. You'd thought the school was yours to be in charge of, and to be usurped in that, well, it can't have been easy, he said. Isobel was grateful to him for his understanding, even as she had not expected it. He had diagnosed her difficulties in their entirety, though as for a cure... Yes, you're right, thank you. I really didn't mean the things I said. I was being completely unreasonable, particularly about the flowers, she replied, blushing under his gaze. But I shouldn't have said what I did about the chicken pox. It wasn't my place as a physician to talk about your past. I should have realised that, he said, and Isobel smiled. She had been strangely flattered by his observation. No one else had ever sympathised with her over her ordeal with the chicken pox. Not once, but twice. No, it's quite all right. I understand. You're a doctor. You make observations. It's what you do, Isobel said, and Simon smiled. Yes, that's true, he said. Alicia was standing silent next to Isobel, who had almost forgotten she was there. She was glad to have realised a reconciliation with Simon, even as it pained her to think they would no longer be working together in the same way as before. Have you been to the school today? She asked, but Simon shook his head. No, not today. I had some business to attend to in Lancaster first thing, and then I made some house calls. I've only just returned. But won't you come and sit down? I'm eager to hear about the families, he said, holding out his hand in the direction of the open study door. He asked one of the maids to bring coffee, and the three of them sat down in comfortable chairs by the window, Isobel glancing at the miniature on Simon's desk. She wanted to know more about his sister and the reasons why her death had given rise to his medical vocation. But it was not her place to ask, and instead she allowed Alicia to talk about the families so desperately in need. The Forshaws have 7 children, and 2 more died in infancy. The younger ones are in particularly poor health, but it's not so much disease as lack of basic living standards. They don't have enough to eat. They live in one room in a tenement in Lancaster with no place to wash. It's a sorry tale, one repeated over and over, Alicia said, shaking her head. I must say, you've done much admirable work, Lady Alicia. Wherever I go, you're spoken highly of, Simon said, and Alicia smiled. I realised there was a great more to be done than just the education of the blind children, as necessary as that is. One sees the same problems across the country, and it's not possible to ease the burden for all, but if we can do our own little bit in our own little place, perhaps we can make a small difference, she said. Dr. Wilkinson nodded. Absolutely, you're right, Lady Alicia, I couldn't agree more. Often, it's not a doctor that's needed, but a warm meal, a place to lay one's head, a clean pair of clothes. These things don't need a physician, but they do require a charitable heart, he said, smiling at them both. Isobel admired him for these words. There were some doctors who believed only in their own abilities to cure. They saw themselves as the bearers of fortune, and without them there was no hope. But it was clear Simon valued a more holistic approach to medicine, and he was only too happy to find himself assisting Alicia and Isobel in their charitable works. "I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Wilkinson. It's entirely true. I've seen the results for myself," Alicia said, and Dr. Wilkinson nodded. "Yes, and perhaps that's the way to treat more illnesses, at the root cause rather than after the onset. If we can prevent diseases, prevention better than cure," he said, and Alicia and Isobel nodded. "Absolutely, Dr. Wilkinson," Alicia said, and she went on to explain the circumstances of several other families in the district who shared those of the Foreshores. The tea was brought, and Isobel once again pondered the fact of the doctor's somewhat extravagant living. He appeared to have no trouble in maintaining a household and its standards, even as he did so on a doctor's stipend. But this was another question she was not about to ask, even as she was eager to know the answer. "We should take our leave of you now, Dr. Wilkinson. We've taken up enough of your valuable time," Isobel said after they had been talking for over an hour. She had been nervous about seeing him again, but it seemed he was the sort of man not to bear a grudge, possessed of an easy-going manner, and it was as though the matter was entirely forgotten as he showed them to the door. "It's been a pleasure to meet you again, Lady Alicia, and Lady Isobel, I hope your brother will allow you some involvement with the school. It would be a great shame if we were no longer working together," he said, and Isobel blushed. "I'm sure Ernest won't keep me a miserable spinster," she said, laughing as she and Alicia stepped out into the sunshine. "I'll make sure he doesn't," Alicia said, and bidding the doctor goodbye, they climbed into the waiting carriage. Isobel breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Alicia, who smiled. "There, you see, he was quite amicable. He understood precisely why you were upset," Alicia said, and Isobel nodded. "It was very kind of him, far more than I deserved," she said, but Alicia shook her head. "Ernest was in the wrong, and I won't allow him to push you out. You've as much right as he has to be involved with the school." "I'm sure your father would agree," she said, and Isobel felt certain he would, and, with peace restored between her and Simon, Isobel was keen to return to her work. "I just don't want to be an old maid," Isobel said. Her sister-in-law laughed. "There's no danger of that, Isobel. You're certainly not an old maid. You want to help, and you've already made a difference to the lives of so many. Have some pride in yourself." "Simon certainly saw your contribution," she said, raising her eyebrows. Isobel blushed. She had been surprised by Simon's readiness to forgive, even as his nature was such as to expect it. He had an excellent bedside manner, and in his dealings with those under his care he was ever kind and patient. "Yes, perhaps I like him. I know I had a funny way of showing it last night. He's an excellent doctor," Isobel replied. Alicia smiled. "And?" she asked. Isobel was taken aback. There was no "and." The matter was simple. She had apologised to Simon, and now she hoped the matter could be forgotten. "And what?" she asked, and Alicia smiled. "It's just the way you look at him. When we arrived, it was as though, well, I wasn't there. And I don't mean I'm offended by that. The way you looked at him, it was as though—" she began, but Isobel cut her off. "Oh, nonsense, Alicia. It's nothing of the sort. I was just apologising, that's all," she said. But as they returned to Leamington Grange, Isobel could not help but think of her sister-in-law's words, and wonder if there was some truth in them, even as she tried hard to deny it to herself. Chapter 11. "Maximilian thinks I need cheering up," Lily said, languishing on the chaise lounge with a cup of tea in her hand. Isobel and Alicia were sitting opposite her, and Emily was playing happily on the sitting-room rug, whilst the twins slept in their cradle. Lily had summoned them to take tea with her, demanding an explanation as to why Alicia had allowed Ernest to return her to Lancashire at the beginning of her honeymoon, and tell her in no uncertain terms how she should have responded. "Why does he think that?" Alicia asked. "Oh, all this business with my being tired. He thinks I overdid things. He wants to throw a party for me. I told him it would make me tired too, but he insisted. It'll be jolly, I suppose, Lily said. And who are you inviting? Isobel asked. Well, the two of you, Ernest, William and Anne, some friends from Bolton, Sir Edgar Carlton and his wife Denis Jackson. Do you know him? He's the Marquis of Flintborough. He knows Maximilian. Lots of people know Maximilian. And I was going to invite Dr. Wilkinson too. He was the one who cured me after all. Do you think he'll come? Lily asked. I don't see why not. He seems quite at home in aristocratic circles, Isobel said, and Lily smiled. Do you know something, Alicia? Whilst you were away, Isobel wanted me to write a scandal sheet on the poor doctor. She thinks he's hiding some dreadful secret about his past. I told her it was nonsense, of course, Lily said, and Isobel blushed. No, it wasn't quite like that. I just wanted to know a little more about him, she replied, not wanting her sister-in-law to think badly of her. She knew she had been foolish in making assumptions as to Simon's past, and she was not about to gossip idly over his dead sister and the reasons for his becoming a doctor. The details of his past did not matter, and she was content to leave those details where they belonged. I don't want to know, not really, she said, and Lily raised her eyebrows. And what's changed? She asked, fixing Isobel with a pointed stare. Nothing's changed. Well, he's a doctor, that's all there is to know, she replied. Alicia now changed the subject. Diplomatic as ever, and talk returned to the arrangements for the party. It would give them all something to look forward to, and when Isobel and Alicia left Lily's company that afternoon, they were excited at the prospect of the party and meeting the other guests. I've never heard of the Marquis of Flintborough, but Lily knows so many people. She's written about most of them, Alicia said, laughing, as they rode in their carriage back to Leamington Grange. I've never heard of him either, but I'm glad she's invited Dr. Wilkinson, Alicia replied, for as the days had gone by, she had found herself looking forward to being back in his company, and the party would be the perfect excuse to find herself so. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My collar's exactly the same size. They must have shrunk in the laundry, Simon said, pulling at the collar around his neck, his face turning red as he did so. His manservant Victor, who also acted as his valet, looked concerned. We could try stretching it, sir, he said, but Simon shook his head. No, I'll just have to forego the white tie. I'm sure I'll be a laughingstock, he said, tossing the ill-fitting collar aside. The invitation from Lady Lily had come unexpectedly. It was one thing to be invited to dine, a token gesture of politeness on the part of the aristocracy, but quite another to be invited to a more intimate gathering. But Lady Lily had insisted, writing to say she expected the man who had cured her to be present at a party thrown short in honour of her recovery. Simon had had no choice but to accept. I'm sure you won't, sir. Let me brush down your waistcoat, the manservant said, and Simon was soon dressed respectably, if not to the standard expected of him. The party was being held at the home of Lady Lily and her husband, Maximilian, and having finished his rounds, Simon had returned home to get ready, a carriage having been summoned to drive him. He glanced at himself in the mirror, smiling at the reflection of a perfectly ordinary country doctor, and not the heir to the Burleigh Dukedom. No one had an inkling of his background, and Simon was only too pleased to keep it that way, preferring to remain anonymous when it came to his place in society. I won't be late, he told Victor before climbing into the carriage. He felt a slight trepidation at the thought of attending the party, even as he felt certain his host would put him at ease. But it was the other guests he worried about, members of the aristocracy, perhaps even someone who would recognise him. I'll not push myself forward, he told himself, hoping to blend into the background and not have to speak to anyone he was not already acquainted with. He knew Isobel would be there, along with Ernest and Alicia and others from the district too. He was looking forward to seeing Isobel again, their previous argument notwithstanding. She had been embarrassed over it, and Simon knew it had surely taken a great deal of self-effacement to make her apology. But he was not the sort of person to hold a grudge, and though Ernest had been civil, overly friendly, even Simon could understand why Isobel had been hurt by his return. She had proved herself entirely competent when it came to running the school, and having expected to do so for several months to come, the loss of her position had surely come as a blow. She's a proud woman. She won't take kindly to be subservient again, he thought to himself. The carriage was pulling up outside the home of Lord Maximilian and his wife. It was a handsome dwelling, built in the style of Burnley Abbey itself, though lacking its size and grandeur. A rose garden was being cultivated to one side, and as his carriage came to a halt, Simon now saw the heir to the dukedom standing with Isobel, Ernest and Alicia, pointing out the rows of blooms, their sweet perfume filling the air. "Ah, Dr. Wilkinson, come and join us," Ernest called out as Simon climbed down from the carriage. He felt immediately underdressed, the two men in white tie, and Isobel wearing a flowing gown in magenta with a gold sash. She smiled at him as he approached, and Ernest now pointed to the nearest flower, extolling its virtues. "I didn't think you were a horticulturalist, my lord," Simon said, impressed at the variety of blooms on display. "Oh, this is nothing compared to what I've got at Burnley Abbey. It's long been a fascination of mine, propagation. I've got hundreds of different varieties. This is my newest one. I'm rather pleased with it. I've called it Lily of the Valley. Confusing, I know. But it's my rose, and I wanted to call it after the most beautiful thing I knew. My wife," he said, tilting the bloom. A flower with vibrant red petals, tinged at their edges with white, towards him. "It smells divine," Isobel said, leaning forward to breathe in the perfume. "I think so, yes. I'll cut one to take into her. She's upstairs with the first arrivals." "She's invited all manner of people," Maximilian said, shaking his head. He led them aside, and Simon held back, waiting for Isobel, who now walked alongside him. "I suppose this must all seem rather odd to you," Isobel said as they made their way into the hallway, where tables had been laid out with drinks, and footmen stood stiffly waiting for the party to begin. Simon looked at Isobel curiously. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Well, all of this aristocratic parties, white tie, the formality of it all," she said, and Simon smiled. She thought him to be a simple country doctor, unfamiliar with the rites and rituals of the aristocracy. He thought about disabusing her, but it would be pompous to do so, to claim his rightful grandeur and make her look a fool. She was only speaking of what she knew, and, to her mind, a doctor was surely out of place amidst such grandeur. Simon thought back to the grand balls, the dinners and soirees of his youth. They were far more ostentatious than this, and he certainly did not feel out of place rubbing shoulders with the great and the good of the county. "Not at all, no. I was surprised to be asked, but I'm perfectly comfortable," he said. She smiled at him and nodded. "Lily wanted to ask you. You've done her a great service. She speaks ever so highly of you," she said. Simon shook his head. "I was only doing my job, Lady Isobel. But, as we said the other day, better to prevent than cure," he said. Ernest now led them upstairs, where the chatter of voices came from a room the Duke's heir referred to as Lily's salon. She was holding court there, surrounded by several dozen guests, all of whom turned as Ernest and the others entered the room. "Where have you been? We've been waiting for you. I want them to bring up the drinks and the food," Lily said as Maximilian stepped forward to kiss her. "We were just admiring the rose garden, my dear," he said, presenting the plucked bloom to Lily with a flourish. "It's named after me," Lily said, holding it up for the rest of the party to admire. "How delightful," one of the guests replied, and there was much by way of exclamation at the perfumed bloom. "Now, I'm sure you all know Lord Crawshaw and Lady Alicia, Lady Isobel, his sister, too. But perhaps most of you don't know our new doctor, Simon Wilkinson. It's thanks to him I'm here. His cure was a miracle, Lily said, and Simon now found himself the object of scrutiny and attention. He did not like it, and made various feeble excuses in response. Really, it was nothing. Just a simple change of diet, he said, but Lily scoffed. Nonsense. He's a fine physician and making great progress at the school. Isn't that right, Isobel? Lily said. Simon glanced at Isobel, embarrassed on her behalf, but it seemed Isobel was only too pleased to have been chosen over her brother to give the response, and she nodded, turning to Simon with a smile. Yes, for those who don't know, we run a school for blind children here in the district, and part of Dr. Wilkinson's job is to be physician to the children there. He's doing an admirable job, and we're very pleased to have him here, she said. A polite round of applause rang out, and Simon now found himself the centre of attention, with several of the guests coming over to speak to him. But as the evening progressed, his thoughts were never far from Isobel's kind words, and several times he found her glancing over at him, their eyes meeting in a smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Denis Jackson, the Marquis of Flintborough. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Isobel. I've heard a great deal about you, the man standing in front of Isobel said. She blushed, not knowing what to make of the handsome young man who now addressed her. It was Maximilian who had introduced them, the two of them having been friends for many years. The evening had been a delight, and the company had made merry on punch, whilst being served all manner of dainty sweet treats and savouries by the liveried footmen. Have you really? Isobel said, flattered by his advances. Oh, yes, I've heard a great deal from Maximilian. He thinks very highly of you, your charitable work, your position at the school, your kindness to his wife, he said, and Isobel blushed. She did not think any of those things to be particularly noteworthy, but it was kind of him to say so, and she was only too glad to find herself in such agreeable company. You're too kind. I've done nothing, really. It's Ernest who had the vision for the school, and Alicia who began the charitable works. I'm only too glad to be of help, though. One needs something to do. Tell me, is Flintborough far from here? She asked, and the Marquis smiled. Not far, but I never go there. It's a dull little backwater. I've got a house in London. I spend most of my time there, he said. The thought of London was ever so exciting. Isobel often dreamed of going to the capital. Provincial life could be dull, and the thought of spending the season with a different ball to go to every night filled her with delight. Is that so? How wonderful! I love London. I only wish I could go there more often, she replied. But you should do. A beautiful young woman like you. Your dance card would be filled every night, he said, and Isobel blushed. She was not used to being called beautiful, and the more they spoke, the more she felt at ease in his company. She discovered he had a love of horses and owned several of his own. He was an art collector with works by several of the great Renaissance artists, and his social connections extended as far as the royal family itself. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you, Isobel said as the evening drew to a close. She was entirely enamoured by him, caught up in the possibilities this encounter presented her with. He was being extremely flirtatious, and now, to her immense surprise, he asked if they might see one another again. I'm going to be in the district for a while. Perhaps I could call on you at Leamington Grange, or even at the school. I'd like to see it, if I may, he said. Isobel was flattered. He seemed genuinely interested in her. Certainly, she replied as Denis beckoned one of the footmen over with a tray of punch glasses. A toast, then, to new beginnings, he said, and as Isobel raised her glass in a toast, she noticed Simon looking at her from across the room. Chapter 12. Denis clinked his glass against Isobel's, and she smiled, feeling somewhat light-headed after imbibing several cups of the strong liquor. Simon had been talking to Ernest and Maximilian, but he now excused himself, crossing the room to where Isobel was talking to Denis. She could not help but think there was a slight look of disapproval in his eyes, as though he did not think it right for a woman to drink as she was doing. Dr. Wilkinson, I'd like you to meet the Marquis of Flintborough, Denis Jackson, she said, and Denis held out his hand to Simon, who shook it and nodded. The redoubtable doctor. We've heard your praises sung this evening. Our host can't extol you enough, he said, and Simon looked somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? He said, glancing at Isobel, who smiled. The two men were opposites in so many ways. One, an aristocrat, wealthy and with good connections, a man with varied interests, who enjoyed a drink and to make merry. The other, a somewhat serious physician, who put his work before pleasure and who never allowed his guard to be let down. Certainly, it is. You've got quite a reputation, Dr. Wilkinson. I'm glad to make your acquaintance. You and Lady Isobel have worked together, I understand, he said, and Simon nodded. That's right, though Lady Isobel won't be as involved now her brother's back, he said. Isobel did not like to be told she would not be involved. She had every intention of being so, and she raised her eyebrows, fixing him with a pointed expression. She did not want to be angry with him, even as there was something in his tone she did not like. She took a sip of punch as the Marquis did the same. I'll be as involved as I wish to be, she said, and Simon smiled. I am sure you will be, but you won't have a very clear head after drinking all that punch. You and everyone else here. I can hardly believe what's been imbibed, he said, glancing around at the other guests, all of whom were making merry. Isobel did not like the tone of this apparent judgment. It was only a few glasses of punch, and the rest of the company seemed more than happy in making merry on Maximilian's hospitality. Really, Dr. Wilkinson, are we supposed to prohibit ourselves the small pleasure of a glass of punch and a few dainty morsels? Denis asked. Isobel nodded in agreement. Simon was being a killjoy. He was practically puritanical, and it marked him out as being entirely different from those whose company he now kept. The aristocracy were well known for making merry, and a judgmental doctor was not about to stop them from doing so. No, my lord, but you've drank for more than a small pleasure. All of you have, Simon replied. Isobel rolled her eyes. She could not believe he was being serious with his moralizing, but it seemed he was. It's just a bit of harmless fun, Doctor. We've all got to die of something. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Doesn't it say that in the scriptures? Denis said. But Simon shook his head. We've been given the precious gift of life, my lord. We shouldn't squander it, or abuse it, he said, his tone becoming suddenly impassioned. Isobel suddenly remembered the miniature on his desk, the memory of his sister, snatched before she could live the life he was now blaming the Marquess for squandering. She knew he was hurting, but it was no reason to be rude. Really? Is that so? And what other pleasures should I deny myself? I suppose eating red meat and lavish puddings is out of the question? And am I to give up such things as tobacco and coffee? He demanded, shaking his head in astonishment, even as Simon nodded. Absolutely, yes. No one knows what imbibing such things to excess will do to the body. We already see the terrible things strong drink does to a man, and worse, to a woman, he said, glancing at Isobel, who was clutching her punch glass tightly in her hand. She did not like being dictated to or told what to do. She was not Simon's patient, nor was she ill. None of them were. They were merely enjoying themselves. But these are pleasures to make life worth living. Would you begrudge my father, a man for whom there can be no cure for his loss of sight, the pleasures of a brandy and a clay pipe? She asked. The doctor shook his head. In moderation, perhaps not. But when a pleasure becomes a habit, it takes on a dangerous air. Brisk walks, exercise, cold bathing, moderation in all things. These are the ways to prolong life, he said, even as the Marquis groaned. Prolong it into interminable boredom, Doctor. I can't think of anything worse than moderation. I'm not a moderate man, and I don't intend to become one. Do you really live your life as you claim? He asked. Simon nodded. Isobel again realised she did not know Simon at all, not properly, even as she had discovered small facts about him in the course of their association. At dinner at Leamington Grange, she recalled him being abstemious. He had drank, but only 2 small glasses, and he had not taken any of the second helpings offered to him, refusing a serving of Charlotte Russe when the time came for pudding. She had thought he was merely being polite, but it seemed this was his way, a manner he employed whether at home or abroad. How dull, she thought to herself. I believe in moderation, yes. I'm a doctor, and I've seen the effects of excess far too often. Prevention is better than cure. Take gout, for example, a crippling condition brought on by drinking wine and eating meat. It can be prevented by abstention, but once it catches hold of the patient, it can be very hard to cure. The joints becoming viciously swollen, the pain can be quite unbearable. But do men like you listen to the physicians when we tell you how to avoid it? No, you don't. You want a cure, but you're not willing to seek prevention, he said. His tone was growing more forceful, and it seemed the Marquis was quite taken aback, as was Isobel, who had not expected this outburst from Simon, who usually kept his opinions to himself. Denis glanced at her, still holding his punch glass in his hand. Well, I think I'd rather enjoy myself. If I get gout, so be it. Or whatever other ailment you're about to tell me I'm heading towards, an early grave by the sound of it. But people die every day, Doctor. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Some die before their time, others long after it. 1 glass of punch or a brace of grouse isn't going to make much difference. I say, eat, drink, and be merry, he said. Isobel felt embarrassed. She too had extolled Simon's virtues, but he had proved himself forceful to the point of rudeness in sharing his opinions. It was as though he was purposefully trying to cause offence, even as he had claimed to know just how to behave in such company. She glanced at him, not wanting to remonstrate with him, but feeling somewhat aggrieved at his strange and overbearing behaviour. But you must have some pleasures you don't deny yourself, Dr. Wilkinson, she said. Simon smiled. As I say, all things in moderation. I don't deny myself pleasures, Lady Isobel, but I don't take them to excess either, he replied. Isobel knew there was no point in further argument. He had his opinion and she had hers, but she was glad to think Denis was on her side. He was possessed of many admirable qualities, and it seemed he was attracted to her, his desire to see her again proof enough of that. Simon, it seemed, was boring, afraid, it seemed, to live life to its fullest, or find even a modicum of pleasure in it either. It pained her to think it, for she was trying her best to like him. She did like him, even as he was proving himself her opposite. But she could not accept his unhappy view of life, born, it seemed, out of a desire to deny himself those pleasures his sister, too, was denied. Isobel would not have dared say as much, for fear of causing a dreadful scene, but she felt certain it was the reason for his asceticism, a choice she had no desire to share. I say it makes your life sound terribly dull, Dr. Wilkinson, but if you choose to live in such a way, so be it. But don't try to force the rest of us to do, Denis said, glancing at Isobel and grinning. Again she felt embarrassed to be in the middle of their war of words, even as she felt no qualms in agreeing entirely with the Marquis's argument. Simon shrugged. Very well, my lord. If that's your opinion, I hope you've got a good physician of your own. But I think of those poor children in the school, the ones born blind. What choice do they have than to live with their conditions? Or those whose lives are cut short, deprived of the pleasures the rest of us take for granted? Life is precious, my lord. We shouldn't squander it, he said, shaking his head. The Marquis smiled, but he made no retort. It was understandable to Isobel why Simon felt as he did, but the force with which he had shared his opinion was uncalled for. He was almost rude, even as Isobel did not wish to accuse him of being so openly. No, well, if you'll excuse me, Doctor, I think I might take the air in the gardens. It's getting rather stuffy in here. I'm sure you'd agree as to the benefits of my health, he said, holding out his arm to Isobel in an invitation. She had no desire to continue being lectured by Simon, and gratefully she took it, glad to be getting away from an argument now ended in stalemate. Be sure to put a shawl over your shoulders, Lady Isobel. These summer evenings can go suddenly cold, Simon said. Isobel rolled her eyes, though not in Simon's direction. He was treating her like a child. It was patronising, and one thing Isobel hated was to be patronised. It was, it seemed, a condition of her sex, the apparent right of men to say just what they thought, and offer her, unmarried as she was, their expert opinion. Yes, mother, she replied, not turning to him, though she knew what a cutting remark it was. Well done, the Marquis whispered when they were out of earshot of Simon, whom they had left standing alone amidst the crowd of guests. I didn't mean to say that to him, but he was being ridiculous, Isobel replied, feeling suddenly embarrassed as to what she had said. He deserved it. All that nonsense about moderation. I'm sure he's been drunk before, eaten to excess, even smoked a pipe or chewed a piece of tobacco. We were made for pleasure, Lady Isobel. Let's worry about the consequences later, he said, turning to her with a smile. They had reached the doors leading out onto the terrace, and Isobel turned, catching sight of Simon watching her from across the room. A shiver ran through her, and she wondered what he was thinking. Was he judging her? Was he angry with her for her parting remark? It had been harsh, but Isobel was not about to be dictated to by a mere physician, even one who had proved himself a man of distinction. I believe you're right, Isobel replied, turning back to the Marquess, and trying to put thoughts of Simon out of her mind. Chapter 13. How do you find my sister? A voice to Simon's left asked, and he turned to find Ernest standing next to him. He, too, was holding a glass of punch, but Simon thought better than to say the same to him as he had said to the Marquess. But he stood by his remarks, whether they made him boring or not. Moderation was good for the body and the soul. It was a practice Simon had developed during his time at medical school, when observing that various diseases were brought on by excess gout, being the classic example. I find her spirited, Simon replied, and Isobel's brother laughed. That's certainly one way of putting it. I see she's gone off with the Marquis of Flintborough. I'm not sure about that. He's a known womanizer, of course, but so are most aristocrats, he said, shaking his head. Simon had been surprised to see the flirtatious manner with which Isobel had behaved towards the Marquess. Her demeanour had been different towards him, more relaxed and informal. With Simon, she adopted a particular there was a haughtiness about her, one she occasionally let slip, but usually maintained, much to her detriment. Simon wanted to see the real Isobel, and in her conversation with the Marquess, he had glimpsed it, if only for a moment. Well, she obviously believes him to be a suitable companion. They've slipped out into the gardens, Simon said, and Ernest shook his head. She needs to marry, Dr. Wilkinson. A woman can't remain a spinster forever, he said, and Simon nodded. I suppose not, though I can't say my opinion matters for much. I'm a bachelor, he said, shrugging his shoulders. You've never thought of marrying, then? Ernest asked. Simon shook his head. He had thought about it. But as for making it a reality, that was a very different matter. He had cut himself off from the natural pathways to such things, to arrangements and chance encounters. He no longer moved in those circles where a woman of his equal could be found. It was his choice, of course, but that was not to say he relished it. I've thought about it, but I've never been serious about it, he replied. Then you're like my sister, Dr. Wilkinson. She thinks about it, I'm sure, but she never seems serious about it. Perhaps the Marquess will prove an admirable choice, he said. Simon was surprised at the sudden pang of jealousy he felt at this remark. It had pained him to see Isobel side so readily with the Marquis against him, agreeing with the rakish man's every word. Her parting remark had been cutting, even as Simon had realised he was being somewhat patronising in his own way too. "Perhaps yes. Is it one you'd approve of? Would your parents approve of it?" Simone asked. He knew he was speaking out of turn, but he was curious to know Ernest's thoughts on the matter. His employer raised his eyebrows. "Our parents have always given us free rein in the choices we make. I myself made some bad ones in the past, but my parents and my sister always supported me. If she chooses to marry, it will be her own choice. Neither I nor my parents would force the matter, though I can think of more suitable candidates than the Marquis of Flintborough," Ernest replied. Simon nodded. He was not about to press the matter. He was a country physician. For all intents and purposes, a member of the middle classes. His opinion did not matter, and it was certainly not invited. But glancing again at the doors leading out onto the terrace, Simon could not help but feel a certain sense of sadness at knowing Isobel was with another man. It was a strange feeling, one he tried to dismiss. But try as he might, the thought of it troubled him, and he could not rid himself of an unexpected jealousy towards the Marquess and an ever-growing desire for Isobel. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Oh, you are funny," Isobel said, laughing as the Marquis finished telling a joke about the Duke of Lancaster. "He fell right off, landed in the mud. It must have been terribly embarrassing," Denis said, shaking his head and smiling. They were sitting on a stone bench beneath the terrace, looking out over the rose garden. Isobel was glad to have escaped Simon's patronising speech, and she was enjoying the company of Denis, who, though something of a rake, was keeping her entertained with jokes and amusing stories. "The poor man, and he's usually such a good rider, or so they say," Isobel replied. "Well, not on the day I saw him on the chase, but the moorland can be a difficult ride. A horse only needs to stumble, and that's the rider dismounted. I'm sure his pride was hurt more than his posterior," Denis said, and Isobel laughed. "Stop it. It's too much," she said, and he smiled. "You're very pretty, Lady Isobel, and what a beautiful smile you have," he said. Isobel blushed. She was not used to such compliments, and she still felt uncertain as to his motivation. "I'm sure you say that to every woman," she said, averting her gaze from his. "Then you misjudge me. I certainly don't, and I've had no cause to see such qualities in any other woman here," he replied. Isobel was flattered. He was charming, even as she could not imagine what he saw in her. "Oh, you don't mean that. I'm sure there are plenty of women here to catch your eye. I'm sorry you had to endure the doctor's scrutiny," she said, but the Marquis only waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I don't care about the opinion of a trumped-up country physician. These quacks don't know anything. I wouldn't trust them to cure a cold, let alone advise me on prolonging my existence. Eat, drink, and be merry. When it's all said and done, I can assure you that I'll have had a much more enjoyable experience than our pristine Dr. Wilkinson," he stated. Isobel smiled. She had been surprised at Simon's behaviour. His insistence on driving home a point no one wanted to hear. He had been insistent on it, and there had been no question of his apologising or admitting there were other perspectives to consider. "You're entirely right," Isobel said. "He won't last long here or anywhere if he insists on lording his opinions over the rest of us. I'm surprised your brother tolerates him." "Why was he even invited?" Denis asked. "Oh, because it's Lily's party, I suppose, and she won't hear a word against him. He cured her of her recent ailment with a diet of red meat," Isobel said. Denis laughed. "It's hardly a revelation. Red meat always makes me feel better," he said, shaking his head and laughing. Isobel sighed. She had tried to get along with Simon. She had got along with Simon. But there was a side to him she found difficult. He was convinced of his own opinion on so many matters and had proved as much that evening, even to the point of rudeness. She liked him, and yet she had to remind herself they were two very different people. He was not of her circle, nor her society. They had been brought together by professional circumstance, and it was only natural for them to find differences in one another. He was a doctor, a member of the middle classes, and she was the daughter of a duke. Isobel would be professional in her dealings with him, and, with her brother, return those dealings would now be less frequent. "I suppose it does," she replied. "But let's not talk about the doctor any longer, Lady Isobel. It's a beautiful evening. We're sitting amidst the sweet perfume of a rose garden and enjoying one another's company." "What could be more delightful?" he asked. Isobel smiled. He was right. There was no point dwelling on Simon and his opinions. He could keep them to himself, and if he wanted to live his life in such austerity and asceticism, so be it. "I still find it strange to think we've never been introduced before," Isobel said, and the Marquis smiled. "I'm something of a nomad. I don't stay in the same place for long. London, the coast, Bath, even Scotland or the continent. I move around, never staying in one place for long, though, as I told you, I favour London above all other places. But my parents want me to settle down." "They want me to marry," he said, looking at Isobel suggestively. Yes, the duty of our rank," she said, and he nodded. "Precisely. But as for why we've never been introduced before, well, our meeting wasn't entirely a coincidence," he said, smiling at her. Isobel looked at him in surprise. She had heard of Flintborough, she knew of the Marquis's family, but as for a genuine connection between them... "Isn't it?" she asked. "No, my parents are acquainted with your parents. They suggested if I was going to be in the district for this little gathering, the two of us might meet. I was intrigued by their description of you," he said. Isobel blushed. She had not imagined anyone would be intrigued by a description of her. If anything, Isobel considered herself rather dull. "Really? And what did they say of me?" she asked, for she could not imagine how the Marquis's parents should have any opinion to share of her. "It's not their own, of course, but you're well known in wider circles for your good works, your charitable endeavours, your determination to succeed. Not many women can boast your qualities," Denis replied. Isobel smiled. "Not many women have the same advantages and opportunities as I do," she replied. Isobel knew she was in a privileged position. Her father's lack of sight had given him the attitude of a person who would not be held back by disadvantage, and it was an attitude he had imparted to Isobel too. The Marquis nodded. "Very true, and it makes you all the more remarkable for it," he said. "But did you really seek me out?" she asked. "I was intrigued. I wanted to meet you, and I'm very glad to have done so," he said, moving a little closer towards her. A shiver ran through her, and she smiled, not knowing quite how to respond to his advances. He was flattering her, but Isobel was wary enough to know what flattery could mean. "It's very kind of you to say so," she replied, but he shook his head and laughed. "It's the truth, Lady Isobel. Aren't you used to compliments?" he asked. Isobel was not used to compliments. She was used to expectations. When she did something well, she was not applauded for it, but to do those things well, she had to work far harder than her brother or any other man. She moved in a man's world, and her efforts were not always recognised as the achievements they were. "Not really, no. I'm not usually paid them," she replied. "Then allow me to do so now. Your work at the school, your charitable endeavours, your efforts to bring relief and comfort to those in need here in Lancaster. It's admirable, Lady Isobel, and if no pays you a compliment for it, allow me to do so," he said, and now he took her hand in his, another shiver running through her at his touch. She did not know whether she should pull away. uncertain of his intentions. It was one thing to be flirtatious, but quite another to take a liberty. Isobel could only imagine what Lily would say if she knew what was occurring below the terrace in her garden, and Isobel had no intention of being the subject of a scandal sheet. "You must come and see the school," she said, pulling her hand away. He raised his eyebrows, confused, it seemed, at her reticence to give in to his flirtations. "I certainly will, though I presume the good doctor will be there?" he said. Isobel nodded. "He will be, yes, some of the time at least. He divides his duties between the school and the district. But the children taken up a great deal of his time," she replied. "It must be terrible to be born blind," he said. "My father was born the same. With the right care and instruction, a blind child can flourish as a seeing one can. That's what my brother believes, and it's what I believe too," she said. "And Dr. Wilkinson believes it too, does he?" the Marquis asked. "He does, yes," Isobel replied, for there was no doubt in her mind as to Simon's dedication to the work of the school and to the children. In his professional capacity, now they had moved on from their first misunderstanding. Isobel could find no fault in the doctor. It was in a personal capacity she found him difficult. Sometimes he was charming, easy to get along with, and a pleasure to be in the company of, and at other times he displayed a reticence, a strange set of behaviours, such as she could not entirely understand. "Then your brother chose wisely in appointing him," the Marquis replied. Isobel had not meant for the subject of their conversation to return to Simon, but as she thought about him, she thought too of her parting words as she and Denis had stepped out onto the terrace. She had been unnecessarily rude to him, even as he had frustrated her with his pedantic insistencies. She wanted to apologise to him, though she knew the Marquis would never hear of it. "I think he did, yes. I'm sure he was only concerned as to your health and mine," she said. But the Marquis shook his head. "When I need the opinion of a quack, I'll ask for one. But forget the doctor, Lady Isobel. His opinions are of no concern to us. Hasn't it been a delightful evening?" he asked, taking her hand in his again. Isobel smiled, nodding, even as she was still uncertain of his motivation. Was he saying these things to flatter her into a scandalous liaison, or did he really mean them? "It has, yes. I'm so glad Lily's feeling better. She and Maximilian make such a lovely couple, and the children are adorable," Isobel replied. "Are you jealous of her?" the Marquis asked. Isobel blushed. It was an astonishing thing to suggest, even as, in her lesser moments, Isobel had to admit there was some truth in it. She looked at Lily and Alicia and Anne and so many other women and saw them with those things she herself desired too. When she held one of the twins, or heard Alicia talk lovingly of some romantic gesture by Ernest, her heart would pine, longing for those things to be hers, and not someone else's. She knew jealousy was a horrible state of mind, but there was no doubting her longing for such things, even as she kept such longing hidden. "No, I am not jealous of her. We both have very different lives. If I was married and had children, I couldn't devote myself to the good works of the school or my other charitable endeavours," Isobel replied. The Marquis shrugged. "But do you ever wonder what it would be like? To be married, I mean. To be courted?" he asked. Isobel sighed. She did not feel comfortable talking about such things with a complete stranger, even one who desired a more intimate connection between them. "Do you?" she retorted, and the Marquis nodded. "All the time, yes. I often wonder what it would be like to be married, especially to a beautiful woman like you," he replied. Isobel blushed, and now he raised her hand to his lips, her heart skipping a beat as he did so. This was the moment to succumb or take flight. He edged closer towards her, his leg brushing against the folds of her dress. She made to rise to her feet, but he did the same, slipping his hand around her waist. "Denis, please," she said, trying to resist his advances, even as she wondered what it would be like to give in to them. "Isobel?" a voice from the terrace above called out, and the Marquis, to his credit, stepped back. It was Alicia calling to her, and Isobel stepped out from beneath the terrace vault, smiling up at her sister-in-law and hoping to appear serene, despite what had just occurred. "I'm here, Alicia. Is it time to go?" she asked, and Alicia nodded. "Ernest has a carriage waiting for us. I'm just going to say goodbye to Lily," she said, and Isobel nodded. "Very good. I'll come with you," she said, glancing at the Marquis, who gave a curt bow. "May I escort you?" he asked, and Isobel held out her arm. She was glad not to have given in to her temptations, even as the possibility had almost overwhelmed her. She took Denis's arm, the two of them making their way up the steps of the terrace and into the room where the other guests were still gathered. Isobel glanced around, looking for Simon, and she saw him standing with William, the two of them in conversation. But as she and Denis passed, he caught her eye, and in his gaze she could see a sadness, a regret even. "Oh, you're not going already, are you?" Lily exclaimed, hurrying up to Isobel, who nodded. "Ernest has a carriage waiting. I think Alicia's tired," Isobel said. Lily raised her eyebrows. "Tired? Yes," she said, leaning forward and tapping her nose with a knowing expression. Isobel rolled her eyes. "I thought you weren't going to indulge in any more gossip," she said, and Lily laughed. "It's hardly gossip to think she's with child. She's a married woman. Surely it won't be long. Come and see me in the next few days. We've got a lot to talk about," Lily said, glancing at Denis, who still had his arm in Isobel's. "Thank you for a lovely evening," Isobel said as she parted company, with Denis at the top of the stairs. "It's been my pleasure, Lady Isobel. I'm in the district for a while longer. I'll call on you, and at the school too," he said, and taking her hand in his, he raised it to her lips before stepping back and saying goodnight. "He was certainly keen," Alicia said as the two of them made their way out to the carriage. "Yes, he was," Isobel replied. But whilst she had been flattered by Denis's attentions, her thoughts were still with Simon, and as she drove back to Leamington Grange with Ernest and Alicia, she could not help but feel she owed the doctor an apology, and an explanation too. Baron of Mowbray asked. Simon had been momentarily distracted, watching as Isobel and the Marquis of Flintborough passed by, arm in arm. He had caught Isabel's eye, wondering what she was thinking, and what had passed between her and the Marquess. "I'm sorry," he replied, and William smiled. "I mean, where does one start? Medicine, it's such a vast subject. How can one make a definite beginning in its study?" he asked. Simon pondered for a moment. "Well, one starts with the body itself, its make-up and composition. We're each an intricate machine, you see, and when we understand ourselves as such, we see the need to fix the machine at times," Simon replied. The Baron nodded. "I see, and such a view implies design, does it not? I take an interest in philosophy, you see. If we're to view ourselves as machines, aren't we also bound to view ourselves as designed and constructed by an intelligence beyond ourselves?" he asked. Simon smiled. "Certainly, we are. That's one interpretation at least. The intricacies of the human body are far beyond our understanding, but we can see reason in all its functions. The heart acts as a pump, for example, sending blood to every extremity. Other organs provide their own functions. The lungs, for example, are another form of pump, drawing in the air necessary for our vitality," he said. "Fascinating. Quite fascinating. Perhaps I'll make a firmer study of these matters. Might you suggest some books to me?" he asked. Simon was only too glad to do so. It was refreshing to meet an aristocrat who took an interest in serious learning, rather than concerning himself with idle pursuits and pleasures. Simon knew a little of William's story. The son of a servant, sent to London by the Duke of Lancaster for his education, only to be caught up in a family scandal involving the Duke's land agent. "Certainly, my lord, I'd be glad to, and you'd be welcome to call on me at any time to browse my library." "I'm something of a collector of medical texts," Simon said. The Baron nodded. "I'd be very pleased to do so, Dr. Wilkinson. It isn't often one finds a fellow academic to converse with. Not in these parts, at least. I hope we can enjoy some lively conversation together." "You're always welcome to call on us," he said, and Simon thanked him, excusing himself in the hope of catching Isobel before she left. He had noticed her talking to Lady Lily, but now there was no sign of her, and Simon looked around him in vain. "If you're looking for Lady Isobel, Dr. Wilkinson, she's gone," a voice behind him said, and Simon turned to find the Marquis of Flintborough looking at him with a smug expression on his face. "I see," Simon replied, not wishing to have anything more to do with the arrogant aristocrat. "Those things you were saying to me earlier, you don't really believe them, do you?" he asked. "Certainly, I do," Simon said, and the Marquis laughed. "Surely you were just showing off your knowledge. Do you really expect your patients to take you seriously when you forbid them every pleasure life affords them?" he asked. Simon shook his head. "Life affords us many pleasures, sir. The rising of the sun on a clear morning, the sight of a beautiful painting, the pleasure of a fine book, the joy of friends and family. Not every pleasure need be a vice," he replied. "You're saying I'm a man of vice?" the Marquis replied, raising his eyebrows. "I'm saying we each must make our own decisions as to how we live. But the facts are clear to see. Those pleasures you speak of, taken in excess, are those leading to an early grave." "It's your choice," he replied, and with that he walked away. "I'll live as I please," the Marquis called out, and Simon rolled his eyes. "I'm sure you will," he thought to himself. He was too late to catch Isobel before she left. He had not known what he intended to say to her, but he had a desire for reconciliation, the sting of her parting words still ringing in his ears. It had been a cruel thing to say, but having experienced her wrath before, he wondered if it was not given in the heat of the moment, rather than as a calculated riposte. "You just missed her, Dr. Wilkinson," Lady Lily said, coming over to Simon, who was standing alone at the top of the stairs, having realised Ernest's carriage had just left. Yes. Well, no matter," Simon replied, for he had not wanted to give the impression he was disappointed at doing so. "I'm sure she'll be at the school tomorrow, with or without Ernest," Lady Lily continued. "Yes, well, I only wanted to say goodbye," he said. Lady Lily looked at him sympathetically. "She's not an easy woman, you know. In fact, I'd go as far as saying she's not like many women. She's headstrong and knows her own mind. She does as she pleases, and she doesn't allow her sex to dictate how others treat her, or what they expect of her," she said. Simon had realised this much, even as he was still uncertain what it was he hoped to achieve. His feelings for Isobel were confused. She could be pleasant, delightful even, but her haughtiness and her outbursts of rudeness were startling. Simon liked her. She was attractive, and he found those very qualities Lady Lily spoke of appealing. "No, quite so. I've come to realise that," he said, and Lady Lily laughed.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"She's a formidable character, Dr. Wilkinson, and her worst quality is snobbishness. She looks down on you, not intentionally perhaps, but because she believes it to be the right thing to do. You're a doctor, and she's the daughter of a duke. Such divisions shouldn't matter, but they do. I reminded her of the fact both myself and Alicia are commoners," she said. Simon laughed. "There's nothing common about you, Lady Lily," he replied. But our roots are common, just as yours are. I don't say that to be judgmental, but it's a fact, and it makes the possibility of romance difficult," she said. At these words, Simon blushed. He did not believe he had given any intimation of a possible romance between himself and Lady Isobel, but it seemed Lady Lily had intimated it for herself. Simon knew she had once been the author of scandal papers and gossip sheets, and it seemed her talent for discovering such things was still highly tuned. "A romance?" he asked, and she nodded. "Yes, I saw the way you looked at her this evening, and the way she looked at you too." She wouldn't admit it, of course, but it was there. Her snobbery prevents her from admitting it to herself. She'd rather take her chances with a rake than with a respectable doctor, simply because of class divisions. But perhaps there's a way to convince her otherwise. "Dr. Wilkinson," Lady Lily said, raising her eyebrows. Simon's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if Lady Lily was testing him. Did she know the truth as to who he really was? I think she's better suited to the aristocrat," he said, and his host smiled. "Oh, I think she is too, but not that one." "Good evening, Dr. Wilkinson," she said, nodding curtly, and turning to talk to another of the guests. Simon was left confused. He felt certain he had given no clue as to his true origins, but Lady Lily's words had made him think differently. Did she know the truth? Did others know the truth? It was not that he was ashamed of his past. The heir to a dukedom, one of the wealthiest in England, surely had nothing to be ashamed of. But Simon had chosen a different path, and it was one he wanted to pursue, unencumbered by the expectations of rank and privilege, even as he wondered how Isobel would behave if she discovered the truth about him. Well, she's not going to, Simon thought to himself. The evening's events had proved to him why he had rejected the aristocratic path in favour of the one he had chosen. The people gathered at the party, with one or two notable exceptions, were all cast from the same mould. They were like the Marquis, caught up in the pursuit, if pleasure, and with no care for their own health or well-being. They would eat, drink, smoke, and then seek help, surprised by what their excesses had led to. And then they expect the physician to cure them, Simon said to himself, shaking his head as he left the party behind. He had not summoned a carriage to take him home, and with the light now fading, he walked in the gathering gloom. His thoughts turned to Isobel and her strange behaviour with the Marquess. She had hung on his every word, caught up, it seemed, in the possibility of romance. She is welcome to it, he told himself, for he had no desire to compete with a man like the Marquess of Flintborough, if compete was what he wanted to do. Lady Lily's words had come as a surprise, her talk of romance and the obviousness of Simon's behaviour towards Isobel and hers towards him. "I'm not falling in love with her," he pondered, but try as he might, he could not rid himself of the thought, and as he walked, its truth became ever more real. Isobel fascinated him. She was not like other women, those who tittered behind their fans or sought only to please potential husbands. She knew her mind and she spoke it. The limitations of her sex, those imposed by society, were ones she ignored in favour of her own aspirations. She was unfailingly kind and had only the interests of the children and the school at heart. In this, she was selfless, and Simon had felt sorry for her when Ernest had returned so unexpectedly. His feelings, too, seemed to be confirmed by his own sense of hurt at her dismissal of him earlier in the evening. He wanted to believe it was a response to his own persistent words concerning good health and well-being, but in his heart, he feared it was a final dismissal, one their relationship would not recover from. "Have I burned my bridges?" he asked himself as he arrived home. But as he sat in his study, reading over the case notes he had taken during his rounds that day, Simon could not help but feel hopeful as to the possibility of reconciliation, even as he felt torn by the thought of telling Isobel just what he thought of her behaviour. He did not want to be at odds with Isobel. quite the opposite. But he had his convictions, and those convictions were not the sort to be easily cast aside, even if it meant making peace with Isobel. If she wants it. But she was quite beastly towards me tonight. Or perhaps I've been too willing to play the fool. Perhaps I should stand up for myself, he thought to himself, shaking his head and wondering if he was being too hard on himself, neglecting his own pleasures and the possibility of happiness. Chapter 15. When Isobel awoke the next morning, her first thought was of Denis. He had charmed her the previous evening, even as she remained wary as to his true motivations. But she had enjoyed his flirtations, his compliments, his attentions. No other man had ever treated her in such a way, and the thought of seeing him again excited her. "You're looking happy this morning, Isobel," Ernest said when Isobel entered the dining room for breakfast. She smiled. "I feel happy," she replied. "The Marquess?" her brother asked, and Isobel blushed. "Perhaps aren't I allowed to be happy?" she asked. She had so often neglected her own happiness in favour of that of others, and it felt strange to put herself first. Her own feelings given a worth she had not previously known. "Take care with the Marquess of Flintborough. He has a reputation, or so I understand," Ernest said, but Isobel was not interested in hearing about the Marquess's reputation. She did not need her brother to judge the Marquess for her, or to make decisions on her behalf. She knew Denis had a reputation as a womanizer, and his bold behaviour below the terrace had only served to confirm it. But Isobel was perfectly capable of making her own decisions, and if she wanted to see more of the Marquess, she would do so. "A lot of men do, Ernest. But he was interested in me, and in the school he wants to visit." "Is that what a womanizer does?" she asked, adopting a defensive tone towards her brother, who raised his eyebrows. "The school isn't a spectacle, Isobel. I don't want a stream of onlookers gawping at the children as they learn," he said. Isobel glared at him. She had no intention of making the children into a spectacle. The Marquess was only one man, and he could well prove a useful benefactor too. "I've already invited him, Ernest," she replied, folding her arms and fixing her brother with a defiant stare. Ernest rolled his eyes. "Very well, but I don't want to hear of any upset. Now, I need you to go to the school this morning and supervise the medical examinations. I've asked Dr. Wilkinson to make a thorough examination of every child. I want to be absolutely certain we've eradicated all traces of the chickenpox from the school. But I have a meeting in Lancaster today." "It's unavoidable," he said. Ordinarily, Isobel would have been delighted to relieve him of his duties. She wanted more responsibility at the school, the return of the responsibility she had lost, but the thought of encountering Simon, of working closely with him, filled her with trepidation. Yes, I'll go," Isobel replied. She could not refuse her brother's request, even as she felt unexpectedly nervous at the thought of seeing Simon again. Her parting words of the previous evening were on her mind as she rode in Ernest's carriage towards the school. "Yes, mother. How rude," she thought to herself, fearing she had overstepped the mark. Her words had not been calculated, nor intended as perhaps they might have sounded. She knew she was prone to outbursts of emotion, and there were times when her words were delivered without the necessary thought to accompany them. She had been angry with Simon, frustrated by his unwillingness to entertain any opinion other than his own. He had been rude to Denis, and it had embarrassed her to find herself between them, in their standoff over something as petty as the excess of drinking and the chewing of tobacco. But he was the one to start it, she thought, trying to remain resolute in her opinion as to the doctor's conduct. Arriving at the school, she found the children in the dining room eating breakfast, supervised by the matron. "I trust there are no further causes for alarm?" she said, and the matron shook her head. "No, my lady, we did just the right thing in isolating Timothy from the start. And to look at him now, You'd never think anything had been wrong with him, the matron said. Isobel was pleased. Had the chickenpox spread, her brother would have held her responsible, and whilst he had not offered her any particular praise for her handling of the matter, his trust in her was assured. Good, but we must still be vigilant. The doctor's coming to make a further examination of each child this morning, Isobel said, and the matron raised her eyebrows. I'm sure it's for the best, my lady, but some of the children, they find the doctor somewhat brusque in his mannerisms. Some of them are scared of him, she said. Isobel sighed. It did not surprise her to hear what the matron said. If Simon displayed the same forcefulness towards the children as he had towards the Marquess, it was no surprise some of them were scared of him. Well, he won't be alone with them today. I'll be here and I'll supervise each examination, she replied, and the matron nodded. That's very good of you, my lady. He can be a nice man, but very intense in his opinions. He told me I was administering Timothy's tonic incorrectly. I've been a matron for 30 years, she said, shaking her head and tutting. Isobel sympathised further with her, promising to do what she could to rein in the doctor's bedside manner. And now we await his arrival, she said. When the children had finished their breakfast, their empty bowls cleared away, and the hands and faces washed, they filed out of the dining room and were led to their lessons. Isobel followed, smiling at the sight of the children, their hands held, leading one another along the rope attached to the wall. The school was certainly making a difference to them, and Isobel felt proud to think of the part she had played in realising it. I just wish I could do more, she thought to herself, watching as the last of the children filed into the classroom. Ernest had given her several administrative tasks to accomplish, and now she made her way to the study, awaiting the arrival of Simon, who was due at noon. He arrived on foot, and Isobel spotted him through the study window, watching as he stood at the gate with his medical bag in hand. He would not be expecting her to be at the school that day, and now she went to meet him, knowing the inevitable awkwardness they would both feel at being in one another's company. Lady Isobel, Simon said as she opened the door to him, his face etched with surprise. My brother had a meeting in Lancaster. I'm here to take his place for your examinations. I understand he wants you to conduct a thorough check of the children and ensure the containment of the chickenpox outbreak, Isobel replied. On opening the door, Isobel had been faced with a choice, the awkwardness of an apology for her behaviour at Lily's party, or to behave entirely professionally. She had chosen the latter, knowing they had a job to do, and it seemed Simon, too, was willing to behave professionally towards her, the fact of what had passed between them notwithstanding. Yes, I see, very well. Shall we proceed? Simon said, and Isobel stood aside to let him in. The teachers had been informed of the examinations, and the first child was now called out of the lesson, emerging on the arm of one of the helpers. He's a little nervous, my lady, the woman said, and Isobel smiled. It's quite all right, Lawrence. Dr. Wilkinson just wants to examine you. We need to make absolutely certain there are no cases of chickenpox in the school. Is that all right? Isobel asked, putting her arm around the boy's shoulder. He nodded. Hold your shirt up, Simon said. His tone was brusque, and he displayed none of the gentleness Isobel might have expected of a doctor dealing with a child. It's all right, Lawrence. Just lift your shirt, Isobel said, and the boy did as he was told. Simon kneeled to examine him, tapping him and prodding him, as the boy stood obediently in front of him. Isobel furrowed her brow. Have you felt any changes? High temperature, lethargy, pain? Simon asked. Lawrence shook his head. No, doctor, he said. Are you sure? You're absolutely certain, are you? He persisted. Again the boy shook his head. No, I promise, he said, and Simon tutted. He took hold of Lawrence's hand, raising it up above his head, examining the boy's side. No rashes? No lumps? No itching? He said. Isobel was surprised at his behaviour. It was as though he suspected Lawrence of lying, even as the boy would have no reason to do so. There's no need to be so rough with him, Dr. Wilkinson, she said, and Simon looked up at her with an angry expression on his face. He needs to take his health seriously, Lady Isobel, he replied. Isobel was somewhat taken aback by these words, and she looked at Simon in surprise. He's only a child, and that's what we're doing. My brother asked you to examine the children for just this reason, she said, and the doctor tutted. They need to be taught from a young age to recognise these changes. A pain, an ache, a difference in temperature. To prevent is easier than to cure, Lady Isobel, he said, and it seemed to Isobel as though he was adopting the same tone he had used the previous evening, patronising her over something she was very much aware of. Don't you think I know that, Dr. Wilkinson? She replied. Yes, but the children don't, Lady Isobel. There's no point in any of this if they don't take it seriously for themselves, he said, pulling Henry's shirt down and rising to his feet. They're just children, Isobel retorted, and Simon glared at her. Children can die too, Lady Isobel. They die in great numbers, and many of those deaths could be prevented through proper education. Or are you going to tell me I'm behaving like their mothers? He retorted. This was a line crossed, and Isobel drew a short intake of breath, her anger rising even as she tried to remain professional for the sake of Henry, who was standing meekly between them. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, Dr. Wilkinson, but it seems to me the children are quite capable of telling us when they feel unwell or require medical care. Didn't Timothy tell us himself he was unwell? She asked. Children don't always realise there's something wrong, but the more we impress on them the necessity of safeguarding their health and the preciousness of life, the more hope we have of preventing early deaths and incurable diseases. If that requires a brusque manner, so be it. Bring out the next child, he said. Isobel sighed. She was determined not to get angry, not in the school and not in front of the children. She had been ready to apologise to him, but it seemed her comments of the previous evening had driven a wedge between them, one Simon had every intention of reminding her of. May I have a word with you in private? Isobel said after Lawrence was sent back into the classroom. Simon looked at her in surprise. I'm here to do my job, Lady Isobel. I doubt your brother would be very pleased if we spent our time in private, he said. Isobel was growing exasperated now, and she shook her head, wanting only to put the matter behind them, at least so as to act in a professional manner. I'm sorry about last night, Dr. Wilkinson. What I said was cruel and uncalled for. It was said in a moment of lax reason, she said. It had taken a lot for Isobel to admit her fault in the matter. She was not one to be self-deprecating, and certainly not one to admit her faults so readily. She had felt guilty for her behaviour towards Simon, even as he had been the one to speak so readily of Denis's faults. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows. But you meant it, though, just as you mean it now. You think my methods are wrong, that I don't know the first thing about medicine, he said. Isobel shook her head. I don't think that at all. No, I think you're unflinching in your resolve, and too ready to share your opinion, whether it's wanted or not. I think the way you treated Henry just now was terrible. You have an appalling bedside manner, and as for the way you spoke to Denis, she began, but Simon interrupted her. Oh, yes, the Marquis of Flintborough, the fount of all medical knowledge, an expert in his field, a rake of the first order, he exclaimed. Isobel's eyes grew wide with horror. I'll remind you to whom you're speaking, Dr. Wilkinson, she said, but Simon only waved his hand dismissively. I'm your doctor, Lady Isobel. I'm a doctor speaking to a patient, and you're a patient speaking to a doctor. I came here to be the physician to this school and district. I'm expected to treat diseases, offer cures, and ensure the health of those under my care. But when I dare to make suggestions as to how that health might be maintained, even enhanced, I'm laughed at and ridiculed. When I come here and try my best to ensure the children know how to take care of themselves, I'm met with the same. What do you want, Lady Isobel? Prevention or cure? He demanded. Isobel was shocked. She had not imagined he would ever speak to her like that, and for a few moments she was lost for words. I think you've said quite enough, Dr. Wilkinson, Isobel replied, folding her arms and glaring at Simon, who returned her gaze defiantly. The next child, Lady Isobel, he said, and Isobel was forced to call forth the next child for examination. She had not expected Simon to speak to her in such a way. It had surprised her, shocked her even. Isobel was not used to being talked back to, or to having her opinions challenged, and she was only too glad when the last of the children had been examined and Simon was ready to leave. Thank you, Dr. Wilkinson. I am sure the children will be keenly aware of their own ailments from now on. We won't need a matron, Isobel said as she showed Simon to the door. He gave a curt nod, and Isobel did not know whether he was agreeing with her or not. Yes, well, it's far better for them to be forewarned and forearmed, Lady Isobel. I'm sorry if you thought my words were somewhat harsh, but I stand by my convictions. It's far easier to prevent than to cure. That's what I want, to prevent illness. I'm a doctor. It's what I do, he said, and Isobel opened the door for him, nodding to him and watching him go. She sighed, hoping her brother would not get wind of what had passed between them. It was no less than she deserved, of course, and still she felt guilty for her outburst towards the doctor, even as she had tried to keep her temper in check that afternoon. The children are all talking about the nasty doctor. I don't know what he said to them, but they're terrified of him, Lady Isobel, the matron said when Isobel went to the dormitory to check on the children before going home. He was only trying to help them, I'm sure. I know he can be brusque, but, well, they've got to learn to take care of themselves and notice when something isn't right, Isobel replied. The matron shook her head and tutted. If it was up to me, my lady, he wouldn't be allowed back, she said, and Isobel snapped at her. Yes, well, it isn't up to you, matron, is it? He's here to stay, and we must get used to it, mustn't we? She replied before turning on her heels and marching out of the dormitory. She felt angry with herself, angry for the things she had said, and for allowing her relationship with Simon to deteriorate. But more than that, Isobel felt guilty for having allowed the situation to be as it was. She had hoped to make peace with the doctor, but the events of the day had only made them worse. Forget about him, she told herself, knowing she was expecting Denis to call on her the following day. But try as she might, Isobel's thoughts remained fixed on Simon, and the more she thought about him, the more she hoped for a reconciliation between them, one she knew would have to be of her own making. Chapter 16. Is that a new bonnet, Isobel? Alicia asked as Isobel met her in the hallway the next morning. Oh, this? Yes, do you like it? Isobel asked. She had visited her favourite milliner in Lancaster the previous afternoon, purchasing a new pink bonnet, and had attached roses from the garden to it that morning. It's very pretty. Did you buy it for anything in particular? Alicia asked, smiling at Isobel, who blushed. Well, I'm going for a walk in the meadows with Denis, the Marquis of Flintborough, this morning. He's going to call at any minute. I thought a new bonnet might be nice, Isobel replied, and Alicia nodded. I think it's a very good idea, Isobel. You look very pretty, she said, and Isobel smiled. She had changed her dress half a dozen times, and agonised over her appearance in her dressing table mirror, instructing her maid to change her hair 3 times, and trying on all her jewellery in the hope of finding just the match she desired. Eventually, she had settled on a yellow dress and a set of pearls her mother had given her as a present on her 18th birthday. The bonnet looked very fine with her outfit, and she was looking forward to her walk with Denis, even as she was somewhat nervous to think about it. You don't think I'm being foolish, do you, Alicia? Isobel asked. She trusted her sister-in-law to tell her the truth, but Alicia shook her head and smiled. Not at all. I know what people say about the Marquis. Ernest has his reservations, but If you're happy, Isobel, that's all that matters, isn't it? It's only a walk in the meadows. You're not betrothed, Alicia replied. These words salved Isobel's fears. She had wondered if perhaps she was so caught up in the possibility of romance as to be unable to see the Marquis's true intentions, whatever they might be. She did not want to get hurt, but neither did she wish to think of herself as being a perpetual spinster, one who had never even sought the possibility of romance, let alone acted on it. No, you're quite right. It's just... well, it doesn't matter. He'll be here shortly, she said. Isobel had been about to mention Simon, but there was really no need to do so. The doctor did not need to concern her, even as their differences remained unresolved. She had tried not to think about him, pushing any feelings of guilt to the back of her mind, and reminding herself he was an employee, and nothing more. I hope you have a delightful walk together, Alicia said just as a knock came at the door. The butler answered it, ushering the Marquis of Flintborough into the hallway where Isobel was waiting for him. She curtsied, blushing under his gaze. So, this is Leamington Grange. What a spectacular house, he said, looking around him and nodding with satisfaction. Oh, yes, of course. You haven't visited us before, have you? Isobel replied. No, but my parents have spoken of their visits here in the past. I've been looking forward to seeing it, but not as much as I've been looking forward to seeing you, Lady Isobel, he replied. Isobel blushed. He was certainly capable of charm, even as Isobel remained somewhat suspicious as to his motives. Oh, you flatter me, sir, she replied as he offered her his arm. Come now, we'll walk in the meadows. It's a beautiful day, he said, and the butler stepped forward to open the door for them. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear, the sun high, and the birds singing in the trees. They followed a path across the parkland, through the meadows with their glorious displays of wildflowers, and along the banks of the river, walking slowly and enjoying one another's company. It's very kind of you to call on me like this. I'm sure you've got much more important things to do, Isobel said, but the Marquis shook his head. I told you, I'm in the district for a few days, perhaps longer. I don't have anything better to do. I'm so very glad we met, Lady Isobel, and I hope you'll forgive me for my forwardness the other evening, he said, turning to her and smiling. Isobel blushed. There's really nothing to forgive, she replied. And for my behaviour towards your friend, Dr. Wilkinson. I'm afraid I rather goaded him, didn't I? He asked. Isobel shook her head. Seaman had been as much to blame, and he had not even offered so much as an apology for his behaviour towards the Marquess. No, not at all. You didn't. It wasn't anything you did or said. You spoke your mind and he spoke his. That's all there is to it, she replied. Have you seen him since? Denis asked. Isobel did not immediately reply, fearing the question was a test. To tell the truth would invite the possibility of his suspicion as to why she should have seen Simon again. To lie could cause all manner of trouble too. Yes, at the school. My brother asked me to meet him there. He was asked to check the children for chickenpox again. Ernest had a meeting in Lancaster, so I took charge of the matter, Isobel replied. The Marquis nodded. And how did you find him? I'd say he's not altogether there, he said, tapping his forehead. The thought of Simon having some form of deficiency had not occurred to Isobel, nor did she think it was true. Granted, he had a particular way about him, one not always agreeable to others, and the tragedy of his childhood loss could not have failed to have left its mark on him and his behaviour. But as for something tangibly wrong, something to be concerned about, well, I don't know about that, Isobel replied, for despite Simon's behaviour, she still felt the need to defend him. I think there might be something wrong with him, the Marquis persisted. But like what? She asked. The way he spoke to me at the party, the persistence of his opinions. He won't entertain the thought he might be wrong. It suggests a sense of his own superiority. He can't see anything from anyone else's perspective, Denis replied. Isobel pondered this for a moment. Denis was right. Simon did not always see things from other people's perspective. He was rigid in his opinions and unmoved by those of others. It was his way or no way. Well, that doesn't mean there's something wrong with him, she said, but Denis shook his head. I've read about such things, Isobel. The need to control, to coerce, to have one's words accepted without question. I don't like it, he said, shaking his head. Isobel was confused. Was she to fear Simon? His behaviour was imposing, and he would not entertain the opinions of others if they were at odds with his own. No, I suppose... Well, but what am I to do? She asked, imagining the awful possibility of the doctor himself having some kind of illness or disease of the mind. Allow Ernest to deal with him, Isobel. Have nothing further to do with him. He'll only try to impose himself on you, the Marquis said. But the thought of having nothing further to do with Simon brought a sense of sadness to Isobel, even as she was uncertain why she should feel so strongly about the need for a reconciliation. Yes, I suppose so, she said as they walked on along the riverbank. I'm looking forward to visiting the school and seeing the good work occurring there, Denis said as they turned to walk back towards Leamington Grange. I'll be happy to show you, and for you to meet some of the children too, Isobel said, for she was glad to change the topic of conversation. Yes, it'll be fascinating. I think it's remarkable what you've done. You and your brother should be commended for your good works, Denis said, and Isobel smiled. It's Ernest, really. He was the one who had the idea of it. He wanted to do something for those less fortunate than our father, she said, and Denis nodded. Admirable, it really is. What a shame the doctor doesn't see it that way, he replied, shaking his head. Isobel was surprised by his words. He seemed determined to discredit Simon at every turn, even as he had no reason to see him as a rival for her affections, or so she told herself. Oh, but I think he does. He's made various studies of blind children, and despite his brusque bedside manner, he really does understand them, I think, she said, coming to Simon's defence, even as the Marquis shook his head. Studies? Opinions, no doubt, he retorted. Isobel was at a loss as to what to say. She wanted to defend Simon, even as his actions were just as the Marquis described them. Perhaps there was something wrong with him, a deficiency meaning he could not see the values in other opinions, and would stick doggedly to his own. But the thought of having nothing to do with him, of allowing no reconciliation between them. Yes, I suppose so, Isobel said, for it seemed there was little point in arguing with the Marquess, who would merely reiterate his opinion, in opposition to Simon's. Yes, have nothing more to do with him. He's only a doctor, after all, the aspiring middle classes. But I won't be told how to live my life by a quack, and neither should you either, Isobel, he replied. He changed the subject now, talking about his return to London, and his hopes of Isobel joining him. Chaperoned, of course, and when her work at the school permitted it. The thought was an attractive one, and Isobel wondered if it was not time she spread her wings and saw more of the world than the confines of her father's estate and the districts surrounding it. She had lived her life waiting for something more, held back by the limitations of her sex and the expectations of others, even as she had enjoyed certain freedoms many women would dream of. I'd like to see London, she said, and the Marquis smiled. Then you shall. It's there, waiting for you. Or do you want to be a country lady like the country doctor? He asked. Isobel blushed. She had no desire to be a country lady. Whatever the Marquis meant by that. No, but I'll have to talk to my parents and Ernest. I'm needed here for now, she said, and Denis nodded. And I'm not going anywhere. Not for a while. I've very much enjoyed our walk, he said, taking her hand in his. They had reached the gate leading back into the parkland, Leamington Grange lying half a mile or so beyond, and now the Marquis raised Isobel's hand to his lips, causing her to blush as he kissed it. "I enjoyed it too," she replied, as still he held her hand to his lips. "Don't think too much about the doctor, but don't forget my words either. I'm certain there's something wrong with him. Physician, heal thyself. Good day to you, Lady Isobel, and I'll call on you very soon. Perhaps at the school tomorrow morning," he said, stepping back and bowing to her before ambling off, back along the path through the meadows. Isobel watched him go, flattered by his words, but surprised by the boldness of his invitation. They barely knew one another, yet he was inviting her to London, and implying a future between them, perhaps even a courtship. It was also sudden, and somewhat rushed too. "Did you enjoy your walk with the Marquis?" Alicia asked, meeting Isobel, as she entered the hallway a short while later. "Oh, yes, I did," Isobel replied, and Alicia smiled. "I'm glad to hear it. You deserve to be happy, Isobel," she said. "He was suggesting I come to London with him, with a chaperone, of course. It's all rather hasty, isn't it?" she said, and Alicia raised her eyebrows. "He invited you to London? Goodness me," she said, and Isobel sighed. "Oh, I don't know. Am I getting terribly caught up in the romance of it all? I'm usually so level-headed, but all this business with Simon and—" she said, stopping herself as she realised what she had said. Alicia looked at her in surprise. "What's the doctor got to do with it?" she asked. "Well, at Lily's party, I was quite rude to him, and then yesterday at the school he was rather short with me. I don't understand his behaviour. He infuriates me at times, and yet— oh, I can't explain it," Isobel exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling utterly foolish for her outburst, even as she could not help the feelings welling up inside her. Alicia looked at her sympathetically and smiled. "I didn't realise you and the doctor were—" she said, but Isobel shook her head. "We're not. There's nothing between us. But I feel I've spoiled any chance of a professional relationship. Perhaps Ernest was right. I shouldn't have involved myself with the school. I've done nothing but make mistakes," she said as tears rolled down her cheeks. Alicia put her arms around her. There, Isobel. You've got nothing to be sorry for, and Ernest was wrong to take your responsibilities away from you. I've told him as much, but you know what he's like. But as for the doctor, well, have you tried talking to him?" she asked. Isobel shook her head. She had wanted to do so, even as she had not found the right words to express her feelings. Feelings she did not fully understand. She had wanted to defend Simon to the Marquis, even as her words had fallen on deaf ears, and now she wanted to defend him again, knowing she had behaved badly towards him. "No, but— well, I don't know how to, Alicia. We're such different people, aren't we? He's a doctor, and I'm the daughter of a duchess." "Oh, I don't even know what I'm saying," she exclaimed. Her sister-in-law looked at her sympathetically. "What you're saying is you have feelings for him, Isobel, and you're finding it difficult to put those feelings into words," Alicia replied. Isobel stared at her in astonishment. "No, don't be ridiculous, Alicia. I don't feel anything for him except frustration and anger and guilt. He's terribly frustrating," she exclaimed, and Isobel smiled. "You can admit it. It's quite all right. There's nothing wrong with falling in love with a doctor. Your brother fell in love with a wine merchant's daughter, didn't he?" she replied. Isobel laughed. "But that was different," she said, and Alicia raised her eyebrows. "Was it really? I don't think it is at all. You just have to admit it to yourself," Alicia replied, smiling at Isobel, before walking off across the hallway towards the drawing room. Isobel was at a loss. Alicia's words had caught her off guard, even as the truth of what she had said was, "I'm not in love with him. I'm really not," she said to herself, but as the day passed by, Isobel's thoughts were ever on the doctor, and the very possibility Alicia had spoken of. Chapter 17. Isobel's thoughts concerning Simon did not go away. If anything, they grew stronger and more pronounced as the days went by. Denis was staying with a friend in Lancaster, and he had come several times to Leamington Grange, the two of them walking in the gardens or taking for tea in the drawing room. But Isobel's thoughts were distracted, and as much as she was enamoured by the attentions of the handsome aristocrat, her mind was preoccupied with Simon. Strangely so. "I saw the doctor this morning. He rides out onto the moorland each day, it seems. I was doing the same. I saw him from afar, but he didn't see me. I'm sure he'd have given me some advice as to my morning constitutional," Denis said as he sat with Isobel in the drawing room at Leamington Grange. "You don't like him, do you?" Isobel replied, and Denis laughed. "He's a doctor, a country physician. It hardly matters if I like him or not, does it? He's here to perform a function. There are those who speak highly of him, Lady Lily, for a start, but I just don't see it. Anyway, why should he preoccupy your thoughts?" Denis asked, raising his eyebrows. Isobel blushed. She liked Denis, at least. She knew she should like Denis. He had charmed her, but there was something of an arrogance about him, a self-assuredness she found off-putting. He was convinced of his position, as most aristocrats were, but he seemed to consider himself to now be in possession of her affections, and to have the right to demand them too. They were not courting, and Isobel was in two minds as to whether she should pursue the match or not. He continued to talk of their going to London. He was becoming insistent on it, in fact, and Isobel was worried as to his motivations for doing so. "There's no reason, but we parted on cross words. I haven't spoken to him since. It seems a sorry state of affairs," she said, but Denis only laughed. "You've upset a trumped-up servant, that's all. Don't give the matter a second thought. Besides, you won't be here much longer, will you?" "We'll be going to London soon," he said, smiling at her, but Isobel shook her head. "I've been thinking about London, Denis. It's very kind of you, but my place is here at the school," she said. The Marquis's expression changed, his eyes narrowing. "But I thought you wanted to see London, Isobel. I'm offering you a chance to escape this place," he said, but Isobel shook her head. "But I don't want to escape it. I'm very flattered, of course, but it's really not the right time," she said. Isobel had been waiting for the right moment to tell Denis how she felt. She had been swept along by the pleasures of his attention, but his persistence was less attractive, and it seemed he believed he had the right to dictate what came next between them, even as there had been no formal commitment. "The right time? But Isobel, you were enthused at first. What's changed?" he asked, fixing her with a searching gaze. My place is here," she said, and Denis now rose angrily to his feet. "I don't think you know what you're saying, Isobel, but very well. If you don't want to go to London, so be it. I'll remain here. Good day to you, and think about what I've said," he said, nodding curtly to her before leaving the drawing room and slamming the door behind him. Isobel sighed. She had not meant to upset him, but her feelings towards him were now strangely confused, mixed as they were, with her feelings towards Simon. It was the strangest thought, but one she could not help but ponder, given what her sister-in-law had said about the matter. "I'm not in love with anyone," she told herself, sighing and shaking her head. But the seed was planted, the possibility was there, and the more she thought about it, the more she realised her feelings for Simon were growing stronger by the moment, his absence from her daily routine only adding to her desire to see him once again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Isobel, you're going out very early," her mother said, and Isobel paused, turning to find her mother standing in her nightrobe at the bottom of the stairs. "Oh, well, it's such a beautiful morning, isn't it? I wanted to go for a ride across the moorland," Isobel replied. Her mother raised her eyebrows. "I was just coming down to fetch your father a cup of warm milk and honey. I don't like to disturb the servants at such an early hour," she said, and Isobel nodded. "Well, I'd better go if I'm to catch the sunrise," she said, and her mother smiled. "Yes, you had," she said, and Isobel hurried out of the door, eager to be on her way. It was not the sunrise she hoped to catch, but a glimpse of Simon. Denis had told her the doctor favoured an early morning ride, and Isobel, her desire to see him now feeling almost overwhelming, had decided to do the same. The stable boy was surprised to see her at such an early hour, but, unlike her mother, he asked no questions, saddling her favourite horse and leading her out on the reins. Isobel was not usually awake so early, but the sun was already rising as she rode out across the parkland towards the moor. The sky was clear and the heathers stretched out across a vast horizon, dewy, with a haze of mist hanging over them. "I'm probably being very foolish," she thought to herself. But Isobel wanted to see Simon. She did not know why, but a chance encounter, albeit one carefully planned, seemed preferable to calling at his house or waiting for him at the school. Isobel wanted to make peace with the doctor. He could be infuriating, but she knew her words and actions may well have offended him, and for that she wanted to apologise. His stern demeanour towards her was no more than she deserved, and Isobel knew she was guilty of a snobbishness towards him, an unbecoming trait she should do her best to avoid in her dealings with others. He probably won't even be riding out this morning, she thought, fearing instead an encounter with Denis, who would no doubt suspect her intentions. The Marquis had not given up on the possibility of a courtship, and only yesterday he had written to Isabel's father, asking if he might dine with them to discuss certain matters. Isobel had overheard her mother reading the letter to her father, the two of them discussing the possibility of a match, even as both her parents had been reticent. "He does have a reputation," Isobel's mother had said, and they had agreed to entertain the Marquis to dinner at a later date, though with no expectation as to any firm commitment. In this, Isobel could only be grateful to her parents, neither of whom would ever dream of forcing the issue of marriage. Should she marry a prince or pauper, her parents would be supportive, and they had always made it clear she could marry whomsoever she wished. "As long as it's for love and for happiness, Isobel," her mother had once said, recounting the story of her own betrothal to Isabel's father. The two of them had faced considerable opposition to their match. A blind man was hardly an attractive proposition, even one possessed of wealth and rank. But theirs had been a love story with a happy ending, and there had been no question of their marriage being anything other than happy and fulfilled. "And I don't think I would be happy with Denis," Isobel told herself as she rode across the heathers. To be charmed, to be flattered, to be swept off one's feet. Denis had done all those things, but Isobel was reticent, reluctant to take things further. She did not like to feel herself controlled and manoeuvred. Denis's talk of taking her to London, of doing this and doing that, it was always couched in the most appealing terms, and yet there was a sense of his controlling her and manoeuvring her towards a prospect she was uncertain of. "No, I can't marry him," she told herself, reining in her horse, breathless from the exertion of the ride. She had taken a path across the heathers, leading along a slight incline and down into a winding river below. A stream ran there, with gnarled, weather-beaten trees along its banks, and the path now followed the course of the water, leading out across the moor. She had met no one on her ride, but the sun was now climbing into the sky, and the dawn had turned to morning. Simon, if he had been riding out, would surely have returned him by now, and Isobel sighed, realising the folly of her endeavour. "I should just go and speak to him," she told herself, sighing at the thought of her foolishness. She did not know what she had expected to find. Simon waiting for her on the moor. It was folly, and now she turned her horse back, intending to ride to the school and join the children for breakfast before their lessons. But as she rode back up the rivet, taking the path onto the ridge, A sight above her caused her to startle. A horse and rider had just appeared, galloping at full pelt across the heathers. It was Simon, and Isobel stared up at him in surprise, her heart skipping a beat as he leapt down from the saddle, looking down at her from the ridge above. For a moment, Isobel felt a sense of fear, remembering Denis's words about a madness gripping the doctor. But such fears were unfounded, and she dismissed them as idle. "Dr. Wilkinson," she called out, for it did not seem he had noticed her, and Simon now looked down at her in surprise. "Lady? Lady Isobel?" he said, as surprised it seemed to see her, and she had been to see him. "Dr. Wilkinson, I didn't expect to see you out here so early," she said, lying, as now she dismounted her own horse, leading it up onto the ridge where he was standing. "I ride out every morning, but I've never seen you out here," he retorted. "I often ride out, but not this way," she said, not wanting him to think she was there deliberately. He nodded, and it seemed there was an awkwardness between them, one Isobel found uncomfortable. She wanted to lay the matter to rest, to apologise for her behaviour, even as it would mean denting her pride. "I see," he said. "Dr. Wilkinson, I wanted to apologise to you. You and I haven't always seen eye to eye over medical matters. But the way I behaved at Lily's party went far beyond the professional disagreement we've had before." "I'm sorry for my words," she said, and Simon nodded. "I accept your apology, and for my own behaviour, well, I'm sorry too," he said. Isobel smiled. "You could try harder in your mannerisms with the children," she ventured, and Simone smiled. "Yes, I suppose I could. I have never been very good at talking to children. To do so reminds me of, well, my sister," he said, and Isobel nodded. She had suspected as much. To lose a sibling at an early age was a tragedy from which one could surely never recover, and it was no surprise to think Simon found it difficult to communicate with children, particularly those who were blind. "I understand. I'm sure we can make allowances," she said, and he sighed. "You shouldn't have to. I took the job in the full knowledge of what it entailed. But it was all theoretical, you see. The truth is, I'm not used to patients, not real ones, and certainly not children. I know the medical text by heart, but as for how a patient feels, it's much harder to discern," he said. Isobel was sympathetic to his words. She felt sorry for him, the loss of his sister, the responsibilities of a new position, the transition from student to practitioner. She knew nothing of his family or where his support might come from. He was a lonely figure without an anchor, or so it seemed. "Yes, but that'll come with time, and you won't get used to talking to the children unless you do so. I know it's not easy. I remember the first time I saw Alicia do so. Talk to one of the blind children, I mean. She wasn't used to it, the lack of eye contact. It can be unsettling, I think. I grew up with a blind father. I hardly notice it. But to the uninitiated, it can't be easy," she said, and Simon nodded, glancing at her with a weak smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Lady Isobel," he replied. "I do understand, and I'm sorry for my outbursts. I can be overly emotional at times. I suppose it's just my sex," she said, but Simon shook his head. "You mustn't think like that. The myth of women being overly emotional creatures, delicate in their constitution, it's nonsense. Though it's a myth perpetuated and mainly by men. Men and women can be equally as emotionally overcome. But our societal expectations force men to conceal it more than women. Hence the myth," he said. Isobel looked at him in surprise. "Do you really think that?" she asked, and Simon nodded. "Absolutely, I do. I certainly don't believe you're predisposed to be overly emotional simply because of your sex, Lady Isobel. We're both of us capable of emotional outbursts, I assure you," he said. Isobel smiled. It was perhaps the reason the two of them now found common ground, a willingness to accept their behaviours whilst acknowledging that of the other. Well then, Dr. Wilkinson, I shall allow your bedside manner to develop, if you'll allow me the occasional emotional outburst, she said, and he laughed. I think that sounds very satisfactory, Lady Isobel, he replied, smiling at her. Isobel blushed. She had not known what to expect from their encounter, even as she was glad it had occurred. She had hoped for a reconciliation, to apologise and leave past events behind. But it seemed they had come to a new understanding, one which both of them would gain from. Chapter 18. Are you riding back? Simone asked, and Isobel nodded. Yes, I need to get to the school, she said, and Simon smiled. Then, I'll ride with you, he replied, offering her his hand to help her mount her horse. He had been surprised to encounter Isobel on the moor, but not perturbed. In truth, he had been waiting for a moment such as this, a moment to apologise for his behaviour at the school and in their previous encounters. He had not meant to be rude, but there were times when his bluntness could be interpreted as such. Simon dealt in facts, and his medical education had given him a view of the world in which actions had consequences, even as those consequences were not always readily discernible. To see a man drink himself to excess, or treat his body with disdain through overindulgence at the dinner table, or with tobacco, would always necessitate a response on Simon's part. It was his duty to warn about the dangers of such things, and he had no qualms in doing so. That's very kind of you, Isobel replied, trying to mount her horse, even as she had some difficulty in doing so. It's because you're wearing a corset, Lady Isobel, Simon said, and Isabel's face flushed red with embarrassment. Oh, she said, finally mounting the horse with Simon's help and sitting astride its side saddle. That's right. They're terrible things for a woman's body. They entrap you, Simon said, for he had read many scholarly articles on the dangers of tight-fitting clothing. Is that so? Isobel asked, sitting up straight on the horse's back and taking the reins in her hand. They stop you from breathing. You can't, can you? Take a full breath in and out, I mean. Try it, Simon said, and Isobel did so. It was clear she was struggling, and Simon raised his eyebrows. I've never really thought about it, Isobel said, still with a slight look of embarrassment on her face. It's true, another nonsense of man's devising. You're commanded to look a certain way, and damned if you don't feel comfortable in it. I'm sure your maid tied it extra tight, didn't she? Simone said, and Isobel nodded. She did, yes. I prefer it tight, she said, blushing even further. On Simon's part, he saw nothing embarrassing in discussing such things. He was a doctor, and this was the advice he would give to any patient. He had read of women fainting on a daily basis, simply because the ties of their corset were pulled too tightly by an overzealous maid. But you shouldn't. Not if you want to breathe, that is. Loosen it a little, and you'll see what a difference it makes. You'll be able to take a full breath in and out. It's not natural to do anything else, Simon said. Isobel looked down at him, her corset pulled so tight as to make her waist unnaturally thin. Simon had noticed it before, though he had refrained from offering his advice until the subject was broached. I suppose it could be a little looser, she said, and he nodded. It certainly could. I'd advise your maid to tie it a little looser. Personally, I'm in favour of women going without such things. But perhaps that's a little too forward-thinking for our times, he said. Simone had once been accused by a prominent physician who had taught him at Bart's of offending morals with his views. But Simon's morals were certain, even if they disagreed with the way in which so much of society thought. He was in favour of the abolition of slavery. He did not believe in arranged marriages. He thought it quite natural for a woman to want to work or better herself through education. He was even in favour of the female line. That inheritance should not automatically pass to a son rather than the oldest daughter. In these and many other ways, Simon was at odds with the rest of society, even as he cared nothing for the fact of it. He was content in his views and opinions, and had no intention of changing them. But in Isobel, he had encountered a woman with her own views and opinions. She was formidable, and for that, he admired her. She was not like so many other members of her sex content to behave according to the norms laid down by the society she inhabited. Her response to the question of the corset was a case in hand, and Simon was only too pleased to find someone who could defend their opinions and challenge his own. "And what of you, Dr. Wilkinson? When do you allow yourself to breathe?" Isobel asked, now she was mounted comfortably in the saddle. Simon looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean?" he asked, and Isobel smiled. "You're always so serious. I appreciate your work is serious, but you, yourself, do you ever breathe? Do you ever allow yourself a moment's light-heartedness? If I'm to take my corset off and breathe, why don't you do the same?" she asked. Simon blushed. It was one thing to suggest loosening her corset, but quite another for her to suggest taking it off entirely. But as for allowing himself to breathe, well, I suppose I do take life rather seriously. But it is a serious matter. I see the way others squander their lives, wasting them on mere pleasures and frivolities. I know how precious life is, Lady Isobel. That's why I want to see it preserved at all costs. I'm a doctor. It's what I'm sworn to do, he said. For a moment, his mind returned to the moment of the tragedy his whole life was defined by. In the death of his sister, Simon had come to realize the fragility of life, and had vowed to do all he could to live his own life according to the principles he tried so hard to instill into others, valuing life rather than idling it away in pursuit of pleasure. But isn't there a balance, the necessity of self-preservation and the natural instinct towards pleasure? Isobel asked. It was not a challenge, but a question, one Simon had asked himself dozens of times. How far did the avoidance of those pleasures so certain to shorten one's life prevent the living of life to its best end? To be an ascetic was hardly the calling of the average man or woman, and it was perfectly possible still to die before one's time, having done all one could to prevent it. An accident, a sudden illness, the violent actions of another could all bring an end to life, whether one had lived it pleasurably or not. "It's an interesting question," he said, and Isobel smiled at him. "Let yourself breathe, Dr. Wilkinson. We all need to breathe." "You'd admit that much, wouldn't you?" she asked, and Simon nodded. "I would, yes. And I admit, I'm not always kind to myself when it comes to the pursuit of pleasures," he said, climbing into his own saddle and holding out his hand for Isobel to lead the way. But she paused, pondering his response. "But you should be, Dr. Wilkinson. If I'm to take my corset off, I'd hate to think you wouldn't do the same, so to speak," she said, and Simone blushed again. "I don't think you should take it off here, Lady Isobel," he said, and Isobel laughed. It was a real laugh, not forced or formal, but coming from the depths, welling up with mirth, and for a moment it appeared she might slip down from the saddle as she clutched at the reins to steady herself. Simon, too, began to laugh, and for a few moments they were caught up in the shared humour of her words. "Goodness," he said, still laughing, as Isobel dabbed her eyes with handkerchief. "Oh, I haven't laughed so much for a long time. Not that I can, with this corset on," she said, and again they laughed. There was no holding back, no forced formality, and Simon glimpsed a vision of Isobel as she truly was, a woman capable of laughing at herself and laughing at others too. "Then I suggest you do take it off, but not here. Try it. Looser, at least. And if you do, I promise I'll try to breathe too," he said. She looked at him and smiled. "I can just imagine the look of horror on my maid's face when I tell her to loosen the strings." "She'll be quite appalled," Isobel said, but Simon shrugged. "I didn't think a maid could strike fear into Lady Isobel Howard," he said, and Isobel sighed. "I'm not as foreboding as you might think. I have my weaknesses, my vulnerabilities, she said, her tone turning suddenly sorrowful. He glanced at her and she sighed, shaking her head as she clicked her horse into a trot. Simon followed. There's nothing wrong with being vulnerable at times. It's natural. We can't always be strong, and to think we can be is a weakness, he said. He knew the pain she spoke of, the expectation of rank and privilege, the expectation of what it meant to hold responsibility. Strength was assumed, and when it could not be shown, others were quick to make light of it. You're right, Dr. Wilkinson, and perhaps I need to remind myself of it more often. It's so much harder for a woman, though, particularly an unmarried woman. I'm in danger of becoming a maiden aunt. I will be soon, I'm sure. It's only a matter of time before Alicia and Ernest... Well, it doesn't matter, does it? But I wish... I don't know what I wish for. To breathe, I suppose, just as I think you should do too, she said. Her words had given Simon a great deal to think about. He was so often absorbed in his work, visiting his patients, making diagnoses, dealing with injuries, caught up in study and administration. There was little time to stop and think, even as he remained convinced this was his vocation. You're right, Lady Isobel, but we don't often see these things for ourselves, do we? Simon replied. He was saying it as much to himself as to Isobel, and the more he thought about it, the more he realised he was not allowing himself to breathe, whatever that might mean. His days were ordered, rigid even, and he made little, if any, time for even the most minor pleasures. His meals were taken while studying, a book in one hand, a fork in the other. He went to bed late and rose early, often sitting up into the small hours, poring over books and medical textbooks by the light of a candle. His morning ride was the only time he allowed himself the freedom simply to be, rather than to be busy. No, we don't. It can take another person to point out our faults, she said, and it seemed she too was speaking as much to herself as to him. But what are we to do about it? Simon asked. Take off our corsets, she replied, smiling at him, and he laughed. I think you're right about that. Take off our corsets. We all wear them. We all stop ourselves from breathing at times, don't we? He said, and she nodded. But others stop us too, don't they? The things going on around us, the people we encounter, those we live our lives with, and the situations we find ourselves in. It's not always our fault, the way we behave, she said. Simon pondered these words. Actions had consequences. It was just as he always said. But Isobel was right. The things around us, people, events, circumstances, all of it contributed to the way our lives were lived. To believe one was wholly responsible for one's actions was a myth, one Simon knew he was guilty of believing in. His own life was a case in point, and he wondered how he might now have been living, had it not been for the death of his sister all those years ago. No, you're right. We have to respond to our circumstances, don't we? He said, and Isobel nodded. That's very true, she replied. They had reached the edge of the moor now, the heathers giving way to woodland and the parkland leading to Leamington Grange. Here was where they would part ways. Isobel riding towards the house or the school, and Simon to his home and practice. But he was unwilling to part company with her, wishing to remain at her side, for he was enjoying their conversation immensely. Isobel was possessed of a keen intelligence, one Simon could not help but admire. Had she been a man, she might have studied at one of the great universities, but her sex, in so many ways, held her back, and for this, Simon could only feel sorry for her. But we must know how to respond to our circumstances, to make the best of what we have, I suppose, he said, and Isobel nodded. Yes, and I wonder sometimes if I've done so, she said, a sad look coming over her face. It was clear to Simon how deeply she had considered these matters, her place in the world and the things she was and was not to do with her life. her own limitations notwithstanding, those imposed on her by others. There was no doubt she was an impressive woman, and Simon wondered if there might be some way of giving her the chance to spread her wings. "I think you have. But it's not easy, Lady Isobel. It's not easy for a woman to do the things you've done, let alone more. You and Lady Alicia are lucky. It seems no one has held you back. You haven't allowed it. But circumstances, as you've said, don't help," he replied. Isobel nodded. "I just feel wasted at times. There's so much more I could do." "That's how I feel, at least. I don't know. I'm sorry to have burdened you with it. My thoughts and feelings," she said, but Simon shook his head. He was glad to be burdened. A doctor was not simply a person who cured diseases or set broken bones. They're those who dedicated their lives to the study of the mind, believing it to be an organ the health of which was as essential as that of the heart or lungs. "I'm a doctor, Lady Isobel. I'm your doctor, as much as anyone else's in this district. I'm glad to be burdened with such things," he said. She turned to him and smiled. "And to whom does the doctor go to be unburdened of?" she asked. Simon smiled. It was a question he had asked himself recently. "Physician, heal thyself." And yet he had no ready answer, only a vague sense of its necessity, given the burdens he carried. A doctor was not expected to need another doctor for those ailments so easily treated. But when it came to a dis-ease of the mind, the matter was somewhat more complicated. "I don't know, to a friend, I suppose," he said, feeling he could call Isobel as much, and hoping the same was true for her too. Chapter 19. Isobel was glad to have met Simon on the moor that morning. She had wanted to apologise, but her apology had led to a greater sense of intimacy between them, the blossoming of a friendship and a new understanding of one another too. It seemed to Isobel that, despite the obvious differences in rank and privilege, the two of them were not so different at all. They both carried with them a sense of fear and insecurity as to the past and towards the future. In Isobel's case, her fears were expressed in emotional outbursts, while Simon hid his fears behind dogmatism and a view of life he was unwilling to change. "Do you want to come with me to the school? I'm going to have breakfast with the children," she said, and to her surprise, he nodded. "Yes, I'd like that, as long as I don't scare them," he said, and Isobel laughed. "I don't think you'll scare them. No, not if you don't shout at them or make out as though one false move could lead to their death," she said, and now it was Simon who laughed. "I suppose I never really had a childhood. After my sister died, it was as though we were in mourning forever, and in a way, I suppose we were. My father never got over the grief. First my mother, then Eve, both of them gone. The house felt so empty. Our lives felt so empty. What was the point in living without those we loved? I still don't know the answer, though I do live, and that's why I try to live as best I can," he said. Isobel nodded. She was not about to argue with him. She understood why he found the company of children so difficult. When he looked at a child, he was reminded of himself and his sister, and the sorrow of the tragedy that had befallen him. "I understand," she said. "I'd have gladly given my life to save hers. She deserved to live, you see. She deserved all the happiness in the world," he said, sighing and shaking his head. "I'm sure she'd want you to be happy, Simon," Isobel said. She did not call him Dr. Wilkinson, for it felt as though this new intimacy demanded they cease their formalities towards one another. And now he looked up at her and nodded. "You're right. She was always happy," he replied. They rode on to the school, finding the two matrons ushering the children into the dining room for breakfast. Isobel was determined for Simon to feel at ease with the children, for now she understood why he had been so reticent in their company on his earlier visits to the school. He had never been a child, not in the conventional sense at least. His childhood had been cut short with the death of his sister, and it was no wonder he struggled in the presence of children now. "Children, might I have your attention, please?" Isobel called out, clapping her hands together, once the children were seated at the trestle tables, waiting to be served their porridge and bread and dripping. It had always amazed Isobel to see the manner in which a blind person's other senses were so highly attuned in the absence of sight. At the sound of her voice, every head turned in her direction, aware of the source of her voice, even as they could not see where she was standing. "Good morning, Lady Isobel," the children said in chorus, and Isobel smiled, glancing at Simon, who was standing at the side of the dining room. "We've got a special visitor joining us for breakfast. Dr. Wilkinson is here, and he's not going to administer any checks on you or make you drink nasty tonics or medicines. He's going to have breakfast with you, as am I," Isobel said. The children sat quietly, still facing her direction, and now she nodded to Simon, wanting him to take the lead in repairing his reputation with the children. She knew some of them were scared of him, even as they had no reason to be so, apart from his somewhat abrupt bedside manner. Good morning, children," Simon said. "Good morning, Dr. Wilkinson," the children replied once again in perfect unison. "I'm very pleased to be here with you, and I'm sorry if some of you haven't enjoyed my visits in the past. You see, remembering what it's like to be a child doesn't come naturally to me. I've forgotten all about it, if I'm honest. But I want to remember, and I hope you'll help me," he said. The children stared back blankly, their faces not showing the slightest hint of emotion or reaction. What Dr. Wilkinson means is that we, grown-ups, adults, people like myself and Lord Ernest, don't always remember what it's like to a child. We forget the things that matter to you, and it's important you tell us. We want you to be happy, and we hope you're happy here with us. But I'm sure you're all very hungry, so let's say grace and begin our meal," Isobel said. Grace was said, and the porridge was served, the children who had a little sight assisting those with none at all. Isobel indicated for Simon to sit opposite her in the middle of one of the trestle tables, the children sitting on either side. "Porridge for you too, Lady Isobel," the matron asked, and Isobel nodded. "And for Dr. Wilkinson too. I'm sure he's eaten his share of porridge over the years. Why don't you tell the children about your upbringing, Dr. Wilkinson?" Isobel said. But even as she said the words, she remembered why Simon would not wish to do so. He looked suddenly embarrassed, and Isobel blushed. "Well, it was quite an ordinary upbringing," he said, and Isobel shook her head. "Or about your medical training. Dr. Wilkinson had to work very hard to become a doctor, and if you children work hard too, perhaps some of you will become doctors, or politicians, or industrialists," she said. Isobel's brother had founded the schools with the express belief of equality. A blind child was no different from a seeing child, if afforded the same opportunities, and though the truth may have been different, the ambition was the same. Simone now looked more at ease, and he nodded, glancing at Isobel and smiling. "Well, it takes a long time to become a doctor, and one has to study very hard, learning about the human body, how it's put together, and what happens when the different parts go wrong," he said. "Did you ever see a dead body?" Timothy Powell, who was sitting next to Isobel, asked. "Timothy, that's not really a question for the breakfast table," Isobel said, but Simon laughed. "It's a very good question, Timothy. And yes, I did. But death isn't something to be afraid of. We live and we die, just like all animals live and die. I've seen many dead bodies, but I've also seen those for whom death seemed inevitable, brought back from the brink by the power of good medicine. And a prayer too, of course. A dead body, properly dissected, can help us understand more about how the body works. And the more we understand about how the body works, the better placed we are to help it get better. Isn't that marvellous?" Simone said. To Isobel's surprise, the children were enthralled, and now they asked further questions, all of which Simon answered with enthusiasm. Gone was their initial fear, replaced by a new sense of understanding between them, the same as Isobel had experienced that day with Simon too. She had seen a different side to him that day, one she liked. "Do you think one day every disease will be cured?" one of the children asked. "I hope so, yes, and I think one day it will. Think of the progress we're making in so many different fields. Advances are happening everywhere, and the more we come to understand, the more our abilities advance. So, yes, one day, I believe we'll be able to cure any disease we encounter," he said. "Even blindness?" Timothy asked. Simone glanced at Isobel, a reticent look now coming over his face. "One day, Timothy, I hope so," he replied. When breakfast was finished, the children were led out to their lessons, holding one another's hands in a single file. Isobel stood by the door watching them go, before turning to Simon, who was still sitting at the table. He looked ponderous, and she was curious to know what he was thinking. "I think that went very well. You talk so naturally with them," she said, and Simon sighed. "Thank you for steering the conversation in the right direction," he said, and Isobel smiled. "I am sorry I steered it in the wrong direction to begin with, but you've won their trust. You talk to them without formality, or airs and graces. You answered their questions and," she said, but the doctor interrupted her. "Yes, but I can't cure them, can I?" It broke my heart when Timothy asked his question. The end of blindness. How I wish it could come true. But it won't. Perhaps in some distant future, but not now. These children won't ever see a sunrise or see the smile on another person's face. I feel helpless. I should be able to cure them. But I can't, he said, shaking his head sadly. You can only do what the world allows you to do. Isn't that just what we spoke of earlier? No man is an island. We do the things we do because of how our circumstances are. We can't change them or the world, but we can try to make things better. And that's just what we're doing here, Isobel said. Simon nodded, rising to his feet and taking a deep breath. Yes, you're right. I'm wallowing in self-pity. I enjoyed spending time with the children. They're a delight. Truly, they are, he said, and Isobel smiled. I think so, she replied. They made their way out of the dining room, the sound of the children at their first lesson filling the hallway. Isobel had been glad of Simon's company, and now she hoped they would be able to spend more time together, even as she wondered what Denis would have to say about the matter. I should be getting on. I've got my rounds to begin, Simon said, but as he spoke, a knock came at the hallway door. Isobel went to open it, and she was surprised to find Denis standing on the step. Good morning, Isobel. I've come to see the school. You promised to show me around, if you remember, he said. Isobel looked at him in surprise. She had promised to show him the school, but it was not a matter of simply presenting himself and expecting to be shown around immediately. In this, and in so much else, he was demonstrating the arrogance and controlling nature she had discerned in him, as she had come to see beyond his more immediate charms. Oh, well, it's not convenient at the moment. Dr. Wilkinson's here to see the children, she said, and Simon now stepped forward so as to be visible from the steps. Denis looked surprised and somewhat perturbed at the sight of Simon, even as the doctor held out his hand. Good morning, my lord, Simon said, and Denis shook his hand. Ah, yes. Good morning, Dr. Wilkinson. You're up with the lark, I see, he said, and Simon nodded. As ever, I'm afraid, but Lady Isobel and I met on the moor. Both of us were out riding, and I was only too glad to share my breakfast with her and the children, he said. I see. Well, I won't disturb you any longer then. I'll call another time when it's more convenient, he said, raising his eyebrows. Isobel was about to protest, even as she realised the Marquis knew just what had happened. It was he who had told her of Simon's habit of riding out on the moor each morning, and now he surely guessed she had made it her business to be there too. Her motivation had been one of reconciliation, but she felt certain Denis would see it differently. "No, I mean, yes, another time," she said as the Marquis turned to walk down the path to the gate. He did not acknowledge her further, turning out onto the road and climbing into a waiting carriage. Isobel closed the door and sighed. "I don't think he was very happy, was he?" Simon said, and Isobel shook her head. "No, but it doesn't matter if he is or isn't. He should have asked me first, instead of assuming his presence was welcome," she said. Simon smiled. "It really has been a pleasure, Lady Isobel. Our conversation on the moor, the breakfast with the children. I can only apologise again for the things I said before. I promise I'll try to breathe a little more from now on," he said, and Isobel smiled. "As will I. But, Dr. Wilkinson, you don't need to hide behind... Well, I mean, we can breathe together. Please, if you do want to talk about your past, be it with tears or laughter, you must feel you can do so with me. I know it's painful for you, but I know there's no one else you can confide in either. Let me be the one you confide it, if you wish it, at least," she said, and Simon smiled. "That's very kind of you, Lady Isobel. I think I might do... when the time's right, at least. I'm not very good at sharing such things with others. In fact, I've made it my business not to over the years. But you're different. I've come to see that now. We're more alike than you might think," he said, and Isobel smiled. She was glad to think so, and in their conversation and the intimacies they had shared, she believed she had come to know him better, and she hoped he felt the same too. "I think you might be right," Isobel replied, and with that they said goodbye. Watching him go, Isobel felt as though a burden had been lifted from her, the burden of their disagreement. But despite her feeling of relief, she remained concerned. Behind his smile there was pain, the painful memories of the past, and until his own pain was healed, Isobel knew Simon would not be relieved of his own burden. "I hope he will talk to me," she thought to herself, even as she knew this new intimacy would prove troublesome if Denis was determined to pursue a match between them. Chapter 20. As he left the school that morning, Simon sighed to himself. He was glad to have made peace with Isobel. He had not liked to be at odds with her, and he was grateful to her for having made things easier for him with the children. He had found it hard at first, but their questions, their curiosity, their gentle manner had proved a balm to his own troubled mind. To see the children reminded him of what he himself had lost, his sister, and his own childhood too. He did not know what it was like to be a child, to live in the innocence they enjoyed, his own having been so cruelly snatched away from him. Poor Eve. I wonder what she would have been like, what joys and sorrows she would have known. Would she be married? Would I be an uncle? Who would her friends have been? What would her achievements have been? Simon would often find himself caught up in such thoughts, the questions descending into meaningless speculation. None of it mattered. Eve was gone, and she was not going to return. Shaking his head, he tried to think about something else, about his duties for the day and the patients he was to see. But in his mind's eyes, all he could see was his sister, her smiling face looking up at him, the smile so cruelly snatched away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I won't go. I don't want to go, Simon said, looking up at his governess and shaking his head. Now, young Master Simon, my lord, you've got to go. Think of your poor sister. Don't you want to honour her memory? The governess asked. Simon's eyes were filled with tears. He gazed up at the governess, fearful as to what was to come. It was the day of his sister's funeral, and he was dressed in his black mourning clothes, his starched white collar digging into his neck. He was 10 years old, and he blamed himself for the loss of his sister, telling himself repeatedly he should have done something more to save her. "I do, but it was my fault," he stammered. The governess looked at him sympathetically. "It wasn't your fault, Master Simon. It was an accident. That's what it was. No one was to blame. We can only believe the good Lord had a reason for taking her so young," she said. Simon was only 10 years old, and he had been brought up to believe what he was taught in church and Sunday school. But the death of his sister had brought with it a sense of complete disbelief. He could not understand why God would take her away from him, nor leave his father bereft of both a wife and a child. He was angry with himself and with those around him. He was angry about everything, and now he folded his arms, refusing to heed his governess's words. "What difference does it make if I go or don't go? She's still dead. There's nothing anyone can do to bring her back," he shouted, stamping his foot angrily. He thought his governess would be angry, but instead she put her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. "If you won't do it for yourself, young master, do it for your father. He's lost his wife and his daughter. You're all he's got left," she said. Since Eve's death, Simon's father had become withdrawn. They had barely spoken to one another in days, and Simon had come to believe his father blamed him for Eve's death, even as Simon had not even been there when the tragedy occurred. It had been the governess's day off. Eve had been playing on the lawn, and Simon had gone inside to fetch a drink for them both, returning to find her gone. A search had been made, but it had been his father who had found her. "But he hates me," Simon said, and the governess shook her head. "No, my lord, he doesn't hate you," she replied, placing her hand gently on Simon's head. But Simon was not convinced. If only he had not left his sister on the lawn, or been quicker in his response to the tragedy, perhaps she would still be alive today. He had seen the look on his father's face, a look of utter hopelessness as he held the lifeless body of Eve in his arms. In that moment, Simon had known his childhood was over, his innocence was lost. But the way he looks at me... "I know," Simon said, but his governess now took him firmly by the hand. "Come with me, Master Simon," she said as she led Simon gently but firmly by the hand. She took Simon downstairs to the hallway. The other servants now lined up, some of them in tears. His father's study door was closed, and now the governess stepped forward, knocking at the door. "I told you, Mickleton, I didn't want to be disturbed until the cortege arrived." The Duke's voice came from inside, and Simon began to tremble. "It's Miss Davis, Your Grace. I'm with his lordship. He'd like to see you," she said. Simon's eyes grew wide with fear as footsteps approached the door. His father opened it, and Simon was surprised to find him standing with tears in his eyes. "Come in, Simon. I'm glad you're here," he said, holding out his hand to Simon, who took it, glancing up at the governess, who nodded. "It's all right, young master," she said with a reassuring tone, and Simon's father led him into his study, closing the door behind them. His father pointed to a chair by the hearth, and Simon sat down, not remembering if he had ever been invited to do so in his father's presence before. The Duke was an intimidating man, and Simon was somewhat scared of him, even as he had never been cruel to him. His father had many responsibilities and was often away on business or in London to sit in the House of Lords. But since his sister's death, Simon had noticed a change come over his father. He was not himself, withdrawn and without interest in any of his responsibilities. The servants had whispered about hearing the Duke crying in his study, and now he looked at Simon with a sorrowful expression on his face. "You and I are all that's left, Simon. You're all I've got left," he said, and Simon nodded. He did not know what to say. Was his father angry with him? Would he blame him for what had happened? "I didn't mean to let it happen, Father. I only went away for a few moments," he said. His father looked at him in surprise. his eyes narrowing as though realizing what Simon was saying. "My dear child, do you blame yourself for your sister's death?" he asked, and Simon nodded. He did blame himself. At night, he would lie awake, imagining all the ways in which tragedy might have been averted. He pictured himself jumping into the water and swimming out to save her. In his mind's eyes, Eve was still alive, as he pulled her to the bank, her smiling face gazing up at him, before the two of them embraced. "I should have saved her, Father," he whispered, but his father shook his head. "Don't ever think you're to blame, Simon. You're not to blame. It was a tragic accident, a terrible loss. It's not your fault," he said, and now he kneeled at the side of the chair, taking Simon's hand in his. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he threw his arms around Simon and began to weep. Simon had never seen his father express such emotion. He had been too young to see the Duke's grief following the death of his mother, and it had seemed to Simon as though his father possessed only the trait of a stoic, rather than the emotions of an ordinary man. But now, his father clung to him, weeping uncontrollably. "Father, Simon began, but his own tears overwhelmed him, and he wept onto his father's shoulder. "Oh, Simon, if anyone's to blame, it's me. I should have been there. I should have watched over your sister as a good father should do. I'm the one to blame, not you," he exclaimed, his hands now on Simon's shoulders as he looked at him through tear-filled eyes. In that moment, Simon felt as though a burden had been lifted from him. He still believed he could have done something, but to know his father did not blame him for Eve's loss was nothing short of a release from his fears. But could anyone have saved her?" Simon asked, for it seemed the greatest of cruelties to lose his sister in such a way. Her life had been cut short, and for what reason? She was innocent in every way, and if Simon could have given his life for hers, he would gladly have done so. Perhaps if a doctor had been there, and if she'd been found sooner, the Duke replied. The doctor had been summoned, but Eve was dead when she had been pulled from the water, and he had done nothing more but certify as such. But in that moment, Simon had a vision of what his life would be. He had failed to save his sister, whether the accident was his fault or not. But as for others, Simon knew he could do something to save other lives in the future. "I'm going to be a doctor, Father. I'm going to learn how to save lives," Simon said, and his father gave a weak smile. "You're going to be a duke, Simon. There won't be time for you to be a doctor too. It's an admirable ambition, but it's not the life for you. But please, don't ever think I blame you for your sister's death. You're all I've got left, Simon, and I love you with the same love I loved your sister with. Believe me when I say it," he said, and Simon nodded. But despite his father's words, Simon's mind was made up. He did not know how to become a doctor, or what being one would entail. But his father had told him a doctor might have been able to save his sister's life, and if that was the case, Simon had every intention of becoming a doctor, and preventing others from suffering the same sorrow he and his father were now living through. A knock now came at the study door, and his father straightened up. "Yes, what is it?" he called out, and the door opened, revealing the butler. "My lord, it's the cortege," he said, and Simon's father nodded. "Come along, Simon, it's time," he said, holding out his hand to Simon, who took it. He had feared this moment, intent on refusing it, even as he had known to do so would only cause more pain. But knowing his father did not blame him for Eve's death was enough for Simon to draw strength from. He would go to the funeral, he would mourn his sister, and he would keep his vow to become a doctor and to save others from the fate he was now forced to endure. "I don't want to say goodbye to her," Simon said, and his father drew a deep breath. "She'll always be with us, Simon, like your mother, in our hearts," he replied. ****. For as much as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, through our Lord Jesus Christ, who shall change our vile body, that it may be like unto his glorious body, according to the mighty working, whereby he is able to subdue all things to himself, the minister said, tossing a handful of dirt into the grave, where the coffin of Simon's sister had been lowered. It looked so small, and as Simon followed the procession across the graveyard, he had clung to his father's hand, hardly daring to look at the coffin, imagining Eve lying as though asleep inside. He did not want to leave her in the cold ground, nor see her buried beneath it, and when his father offered him a handful of dirt, he refused. "I don't want to," he said, and his father nodded. "I know, Simon. It's all right," he said as the rector now read the final sentences of the burial service. It was a cold afternoon, the sky grey and threatening rain. Dozens of mourners had turned out to witness Eve's final journey, and many of them were in tears as Simon and his father left the graveyard. "God bless her, your grace. God bless her dear little soul," one of the women called out, and others said the same. Tears welled up in Simon's eyes. "I don't want to leave her, father," he whispered, and his father sighed. "You can always come and see her, Simon. She'd like that. She loved you dearly. Her kind and caring brother. You were always close to one another. I know you miss her terribly, as do I. But remember, she's in our hearts, even if not in our sight," he said. They climbed into the waiting carriage, and Simon pictured his sister lying asleep in the coffin. A tear rolled down his cheek, and he brushed it away, vowing once again what he had told his father. "I will be a doctor, father. I want to save people's lives," Simon said as the carriage drew away. His father gave a weak smile. "Not all lives can be saved, Simon. That's the truth we have to live with. And no life can go on forever. Not in this world, at least. We've left your sister in God's loving arms. We don't know why she was taken from us, but we can take comfort in knowing she's at peace," he said. Simon nodded, but he found it difficult to take comfort in such knowledge, and in the coming weeks and months he thought of little else but his sister, and what might have been done to save her. Chapter 21. Isobel had not expected such a decisive reconciliation. She had hoped to apologise to Simon and to make clear she did not want any division, professionally at least, to exist between them. But in seeing him with the children, in listening to his story and realising more about his vulnerabilities, it seemed they had reached a level of intimacy she had not expected, even as it was one she could surely take pleasure in. "I'll wear the red dress," she told her maid as she stood in front of the mirror the next morning in her nightgown. "Yes, my lady," the maid said, bobbing into a curtsy before fetching the dress for Isobel to wear. She had thought about riding out again across the moor, but it would have been somewhat embarrassing to meet Simon, even as the thought of doing so filled her with a certain longing and anticipation. She wanted to see him again, though she felt a certain sense of trepidation at the possibility, her feelings towards the doctor confused. She did not know how she felt, or rather, the way she felt was not the way she believed she should feel. "I can't fall in love with him," she told herself, but the truth was somewhat different. After everything they had shared, Isobel could not help but feel a certain sense of attachment to the doctor, a romantic connection, one she had had to ignore. "Will there be anything else, my lady?" the maid said, and Isobel shook her head. "No. Thank you," she replied, and the maid curtsied and left the room. Isobel was not due at the school that day, and she took her breakfast in her bedroom, not entering the morning room until gone 11 o'clock. There, she found Alicia sitting in the window, with her embroidery, and her sister-in-law looked up at her and smiled as she entered the room. "You're late down today," she said, and Isobel smiled. "I was quite tired and I had a lot to think about," she replied. Alicia raised her eyebrows and smiled. "About Simon?" she asked, and Isobel blushed. She knew what Alicia thought, even as her own feelings remained uncertain. "About a lot of things. He came to the school yesterday," she said. "Yes, I know. Ernest told me. Apparently, he quite redeemed himself in the eyes of the children. Well, the ears of the children, I suppose. They'd been quite scared of him before. But not anymore," she said. "No, not anymore. But he's just not used to talking to children. He didn't have a childhood of his own, not after his sister died," she said. "Do you know any more about it? The accident, I mean?" "I heard of a similar case. Well, Ernest mentioned it. There was a duke, the Duke of Burleigh. He lost his daughter in similar circumstances. It's unimaginable, isn't it?" she said, and Isobel shook her head. The thought of Simon's sister drowning brought tears to her eyes. It was a tragedy beyond anything she herself had ever known, and she felt guilty for having imagined Simon's grief to lie in the past. She now understood why he had desired to become a doctor, and why he should be so adamant as to the health of others. Likewise, she stood by her words to him over breathing, and she hoped in her company he might be able to do as much. Now they had reached a new level of intimacy. "It's terrible. It's a scar that runs deep. Not all wounds are physical, are they?" she said, and Alicia shook her head. "The invisible wounds can be the worst. Doctors heal the body, a broken leg, an ailment of the stomach. But when a person finds themselves bearing such a burden, no splint or tonic can possibly heal them," she said. "I feel I treated him badly. Simon, I mean. He's a good man, but I was dismissive of him at first. I looked down my nose at him, and I made assumptions about him. I know I can be a snob, Alicia," Isobel admitted, and her sister-in-law laughed. "I wouldn't worry, Isobel. He knows better now, doesn't he?" she said, and Isobel nodded. "He does, I hope, but oh, it's so complicated, isn't it? I know we've had this conversation before, but what would you do?" she asked. Her feelings for Simon were confused. She had not before entertained the possibility of a romance between them, but the possibility of romance was now there. But there was Denis, too, and though her feelings towards him had changed, she knew his feelings towards her had not. "I'd marry the doctor," Alicia said without pausing to think about it. Isobel laughed. "I don't think we're quite there yet, but do you really mean it?" she said, and Alicia nodded. "Marrying a doctor isn't a scandal, Isobel. Your parents wouldn't stand in the way of it, nor would Ernest. If he did, I'd have something to say about it, I assure you. He married a commoner, and so can you if you choose to do so. It's love that matters." "Are you in love with him?" she asked. Isobel blushed. She did not know if she was in love with Simon, because she did not know what it was like to be in love with anyone. Her feelings on the matter were confused and uncertain. She had not expected to fall in love, nor had she planned to do so. Isobel was always practically minded. She did not allow her emotions to cloud her judgment, and yet now her emotions had done so, or rather they had replaced reason in her response to the feelings rising in her heart. "I think I might be, but I'm not entirely sure what it feels like. You and Ernest, how did you know you were in love with him?" she asked, and Alicia smiled. "Well, I don't know, really. I just knew. It wasn't so much a realization. It just happened," she said, and Isobel smiled. She understood. At least, she thought she understood. In Simon's presence, she felt different. He made her feel different, though that difference was not one she could put into words. When they were together, it was as though nothing else mattered, and when they were apart, Isobel found herself thinking of the next time they would be together. I suppose I just know too, she said, and Alicia smiled. Well, then you shouldn't hold back on your feelings. You might regret it otherwise, she said just as the door opened and Ernest entered the morning room. Regret what? He asked, and Isobel blushed. Regret staying inside on such a beautiful day, she replied, glancing at Alicia, who smiled. Yes, it is rather nice out there, isn't it? Ernest replied. Have you been to the school this morning? Isobel asked, and her brother nodded. Yes, I've just got back. The children couldn't stop talking about Dr. Wilkinson. It seems he made quite an impression on them, Ernest replied. Yes, well, he took the time to talk to them yesterday. I think it can be intimidating for children to be examined by a doctor, especially when they can't see him. But they asked him lots of questions yesterday, and I think it helped a great deal, Isobel said. Her brother nodded. Yes, he certainly made an impression on them. I was worried he wasn't settling in well, but it seems I was mistaken. Anyway, I've rushed back because of this luncheon. I don't know why I need to be here for it, but Mother insisted, didn't she? Ernest said, shaking his head and sighing. Isobel looked at him in confusion. What luncheon? She asked, and Ernest furrowed his brow. The luncheon for Denis, for the Marquis of Flintborough, Isobel. He's dining with us today. Had you forgotten? He replied. Isobel was not certain she had even known. She knew her parents intended to invite the Marquess to dine with them, but she could not remember having been privy to the arrangements. Yes, I'm sure. It must have slipped my mind. Is he coming soon? She said, glancing at the clock on the mantelpiece. Well, yes, it's almost time for luncheon, isn't it? Her brother replied, adopting an exasperated tone. Isobel glanced at Alicia, who raised her eyebrows. Well, I won't be joining you. I'm going to visit Lily. She wants to take the children on some kind of outing. I'm not sure where to, but she asked me to accompany them, she said. Isobel sighed. She had forgotten the invitation extended to Denis, and now she wondered what she was going to do in light of their encounter at the school the previous day. He would certainly be suspicious of her, even as there was no formal arrangement between them. Oh, well, give my regards to Lily, won't you? She said, and Alicia nodded. I will, and remember what I said, Isobel, she replied, before taking her leave of them. Ernest looked at Isobel with a curious expression. And what did she mean by that? He asked. Isobel shook her head. We were just talking, that's all. You don't need to know everything, Ernest, she replied, and her brother smiled. Nor do I want to, but I do want you to be happy, Isobel. You and the Marquis. It could be an excellent match, don't you think? He said. Isobel did not think. She had been caught up in the possibility of all the Marquis represented, all that was expected of her. But the more she had come to know him, the more she had come to dislike him. He was just like every other man of his ilk, privileged and arrogant. A woman of her class and rank was expected to marry a man like the Marquis of Flintborough. But in her heart, Isobel was beginning to realise that in this, as in so many other things, she was different. She had always assumed she would marry such a man, but now, faced with the choice of doing so, she held back. You might think so, Isobel replied. Her brother looked at her curiously. But I thought the two of you, well, you seemed to be getting on very well indeed at Lily's party, and since then too, he said. He gets on well with me, I suppose, but Oh, Ernest, don't you understand? She exclaimed, and he looked at her in surprise. Understand what? He said. Well, you of all people should realise my predicament. You and Caroline Pickering. Didn't she expect to marry you without any opposition? She asked. Ernest's expression suddenly changed. Isobel knew he did not like talking about Caroline, and now he scowled at the mention of her name. Yes, well, it's not quite the same, is it? I never wanted to marry her, Ernest replied. And I don't think I've been given any chance to express my opinion, Ernest. It's rather been assumed. I know Mother and Father would never force the matter, and I know you wouldn't either, she replied, raising her eyebrows. He looked suddenly embarrassed, as though realizing his own expectations were different from hers. But it was often the way. A man could choose whom he married or rejected, whereas for a woman there was an assumption as to her compliance for whatever decision was made for her. In running the school, and in being given the responsibilities she enjoyed, Isobel had come to realize she was not like other women, and this realization extended to her dealings with men. No, I wouldn't. But Denis isn't anything like Caroline, Ernest said. Isn't he? She expected to marry you because her father was financing the schools. He expects to marry me because, well, he's a man. Both of them believed or believe in their own power. That's the bottom line, Isobel replied. She had not forgotten how easily Caroline was able to manipulate Ernest to her own advantage, and she was not about to make the same mistake with Denis. Theirs had been a dalliance, but one she intended to bring to an end. I suppose you're right. I didn't realise. Well, I'm sorry, Isobel, I'm your brother. I should notice these things. We'll dissuade the Marquis from dining today, he said, but Isobel shook her head. We can't dissuade him, Ernest. He'll be on his way already. Mother and Father mean well, I'm sure. But I just don't want to marry him. I want, she said, pausing before the words came out of her mouth. She had been about to speak Simon's name, much to her surprise. Her brother looked at her curiously, the merest hint of a smile coming over his face. Is there someone else? He asked, and Isobel blushed. No, I mean, well, if there was, what would you say? She replied, and Ernest smiled. I'd say, I want my sister to be happy. That's all, he replied, and Isobel put her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. That's very kind of you, Ernest, she replied. But you're right. We can't avoid hosting the Marquis to luncheon today. I'm sure he can be gently dissuaded from his intentions, he said. Isobel laughed. She did not think there would be anything gentle about dissuading the Marquis. He was set on their courting one another, absolutely set, and it seemed there was little she could do to prevent an altercation over the matter. I just hope, well, I don't want to hurt him, she said, but her brother waved his hand dismissively. I don't think you'll hurt him, Isobel. If he's anything like so many other men, it won't take him long to find another woman to turn his attentions to. It's not right, I know, but it's the way of the world. I heard rumour tell that even Caroline is married now, he said, raising his eyebrows. Isobel shook her head, even as she knew it was probably true. Caroline was something of a beauty, and there was no doubting her abilities to charm. It doesn't surprise me. You're right, I just have to endure the Marquis a little longer, she said. And then what? Ernest asked. Isobel blushed again. It was one thing to speak of such matters to Alicia or Lily, but quite another to speak to her brother about them. Ernest could be overprotective, and whilst he might suspect a growing affection between her and Simon, to speak of it might cause problems between the two men. And then I remained stubborn and independent, she said, laughing, even as Ernest rolled his eyes. Not forever, I hope. But come now. He'll be here soon, he said, glancing at the clock on the mantelpiece. Isobel nodded. She was not looking forward to the luncheon, but there was nothing she could do to avoid it, and now she returned to her bedroom to change, putting on a plain white dress in the hope of appearing dour and uninteresting. She did not want to outrightly reject Denis, and the thought of allowing him to change his mind was somewhat more appealing. Will you wear a sash or a shawl, my lady? Her maid asked, but Isobel shook her head. No, just the plain white. That will do, Isobel replied, but as she gazed at herself in the mirror, she wondered what she might have worn had it been Simon coming to dine with them. The thought made her smile. She pictured herself in a long flowing gown, purple perhaps, or red, and the doctor taking her hand in his and smiling. Closing her eyes, she allowed her mind to wander, imagining the two of them at a ball or a grand dinner. "This is Dr. Wilkinson," she would say, introducing him to the great and the good of the county. He had already made an impression with so many. Maximilian liked him. William liked him. Alicia, Lily, and Anne liked him. Even Ernest had taken to him, as had her father and mother. Perhaps it's possible. If I allow it for myself, she thought to herself, her mind fixed on the thought of what it would be like to have Simon for beau. "He's here, my lady," the maid said, and Isobel opened her eyes to find the maid looking out of the window. "Simon!" she exclaimed without thinking what she was saying. The maid looked at her in surprise. "No, my lady, the Marquis of Flintbrow," the maid replied, and Isobel sighed, disappointed to think she would have to wait to see Simon again and endure the company of the Marquess for the rest of the day. Chapter 22. Simon had not meant to lose himself in recollections of the past. He tried not to think about, even as Eve was never far from his mind. But his encounter with Isobel on the moor, the breakfast he had shared with the children, and the surprising intimacy he had discovered with the sister of his employer had led Simon down a rabbit hole. Isobel had told him to breathe a little more, and it was the question of breathing, of allowing himself not to be so uptight, he contemplated as he walked towards the school the next morning. "I suppose I've always been so determined about being a doctor," he said to himself, thinking back to the moment he had told his father of his intentions. The Duke had been surprised. He had been close to forbidding it. But Simon was grateful to him for having granted him the freedom to pursue what he believed to be a higher calling, that of the physician. Simon knew his work as a doctor would eventually come to an end. His father's death would necessitate it. He could not escape his fate. He would be the Duke of Burghley, come what may. But for now, Isobel was right. He needed to breathe a little more. Poor Eve. I wonder what she'd think of me, he thought to himself as he arrived at the school. A group of children were playing in the garden, supervised by one of the teachers. But at the sound of the latch lifting on the gate, all of them turned to look, their hearing far more highly attuned than that of seeing children. "Say good morning to Dr. Wilkinson, class," the teacher, whose name was Miss Willis, said. The children said good morning with one voice, and Simon smiled, knowing this was an opportunity to prove a change had come over him since their last encounter. "Good morning, children, and I hope you're all well. Did you enjoy your breakfast?" Simon asked, and the children nodded. "Excellent, I'm glad. And what game are you playing?" he asked. "We're going to spin hoops," one of the children said, and Simon now noticed a pile of hoops on the ground nearby. "May I join you?" he asked, forcing himself to adopt what he hoped would be a jovial demeanor. Miss Willis smiled. "We mustn't keep you from more important duties, Dr. Wilkinson," she said, but Simon shook his head. "No, I think it's very important for children to exercise, and for adults to do so too," Simon said, and picking up one of the hoops, he put it over himself, swinging his hips in an exaggerated fashion. Some of the children had limited sight, and they giggled as the hoop fell to the ground and Simon stepped out of it. "Now, children, you try help one another," Miss Willis said, and the children were soon using the hoops, the sound of the clatter of them falling to the ground filling the air. Simon joined in, surprised by his own enthusiasm, and by the time the children were finished with the game, he was quite breathless and smiling at having mastered the revolving hoop, keeping it up around his waist for as long as any of the others managed. "Thank you, children. I've very much enjoyed joining in with your game," he said, patting the nearest child on the head. "Will you play our next game, Dr. Wilkinson?" one of the children asked. "I think Dr. Wilkinson will have his own duties to attend to, Rory," Miss Willis said, and Simon smiled. "I'll happily do so another day," he said, and leaving the children to their games, he stepped into the house, smiling to himself at having, in Isobel's word, allowed himself to breathe. But as he made his way up to the dormitory, he was met by the anxious face of one of the matrons. "Oh, thank goodness you're here, Dr. Wilkinson. 2 of the children are very ill. I was just about to send for you. It's come on quite suddenly in the night. They're in the side room off the dormitory," the matron said, and she hurried Simon up the stairs. In the side room, Simon found the 2 children, a girl called Harriet and a boy called Finnegan, sitting up in bed. Their faces were pale and withdrawn, but their foreheads were burning up, and they were having difficulty breathing. "Goodness me, the poor things," Simon said, kneeling at Finnegan's bedside and taking the boy's hand in his. "It was so sudden, Dr. Wilkinson," the matron repeated. "Finnegan, it's Dr. Wilkinson," Simon said, raising his hand to the boy's forehead. Finnegan shrank back at the touch, his eyes wide as he gazed straight forward. "He doesn't see at all. Harriet has a little sight in her left eye," the matron said. Simon was concerned, but he did not want to show his fear to the children, both of whom were extremely ill, even as Simon had no intention of scaring them by saying so. He had seen illnesses like this before during his training, and the prognosis was not good. A sudden fever seizing the patient and resulting in a rapid deterioration. "Finnegan, can you tell me where the pain is?" Simon said, and the boy nodded. "All over," he whispered in a hoarse and withdrawn voice. "And is it the same for you, Harriet?" Simon asked, and the little girl nodded. "Very well. Matron, I want you to keep the children warm. Give them hot tea and a little soup if they can manage it. Keep the fire stoked up in here. It might seem warm to us, but not to them. Now, children, I'm going to fetch Lady Isobel and bring you some medicine. You'll be quite all right, I promise," Simon said, even as he feared the worst. He knew he had to fetch Isobel. She had to know what was happening, and he wanted her at his side, not only to comfort the children, but for his own reassurance too. "And if any of the other children fall ill?" the matron asked as she followed Simon back out into the dormitory. "I won't be long, and I'll return with Lady Isobel. Don't let any of the other children in here," Simon replied, and with that he hurried down the stairs, calling out a cheery goodbye to the children in the garden, even as his heart was filled with fear as to what was to come. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And I really think London's the place to be. These provincial backwaters are all well and good for established families, for the incumbent of the title, but it does not good for the younger members of a family to find themselves in such limited company as a district like this offers, the Marquis said, setting down his knife and fork and smiling across the table at Isobel, who had already had more than enough of his opinions. The luncheon had dragged on interminably, and Isobel was looking for any excuse to draw the proceedings to a close. The Marquis had talked of nothing but himself since his arrival, couching everything he said in terms of his expectation of Isobel's participation in his future plans. "And do you find Lancashire to be a backwater?" Isobel's mother said, looking somewhat perturbed. Great lengths had been gone to in extending the Marquis their hospitality. They were dining on the best china, and the Duke had instructed only the finest wines to be poured alongside the roasted meats and other delicacies served at the luncheon. But despite these efforts, it seemed the Marquis was intent on making his feelings about the district known and causing offence in the process. "Well, it's not exactly the capital, is it, Your Grace?" he replied, and the Duchess was forced to concede it was not. "We manage to inhabit something of society here," Isobel's father replied. "Yes, well, I suppose given your circumstances, Your Grace," Denis replied. Isobel's grip on her knife and fork tightened. The Marquis was treading on dangerous ground. Isobel did not like to hear her father insulted, be it directly or indirectly. "And the circumstance of the children we take care of? Are they to be denied an education because we exist in a rural backwater?" she asked. During the course of the luncheon, Isobel had maintained something of a polite composure, though she had tried not to be overly friendly towards the Marquis, hoping to put him off by gentle dissuasion rather than outright rudeness. I didn't say anything of the sort, Isobel. But isn't it true? The capital affords us far more opportunities than there would be here. Why did the Duke of Lancaster send your protégé to London, now made the Baron of Mowbray? I'll tell you why. Because the Duke saw the value in leaving the provinces and seeking fortune in the capital. That's why, Denis replied, taking up his knife and tapping it on the edge of his plate, as though to emphasise his point. Isobel did not like to have her views dismissed so causally, and she glared at the Marquis, even as he appeared oblivious to the offence he was causing. "And you intend to return to London soon?" Isobel's father said. The Marquis nodded. "I do, yes. My business in the north is soon to be concluded, and there's really nothing to keep us here," he said. He emphasised the word us, glancing at Isobel, who returned his gaze defiantly. It seemed the Marquis had made up his mind as to his intentions, and had assumed Isobel would share them. It was as though he had chosen her and now intended to possess her, come what may. He had not even asked the permission of her father, and Isobel had every intention of refusing whatever offer was made. She felt foolish at having been so enamoured by him, even as his true self was not so in evidence. "No, I suppose there isn't," Isobel's mother said, glancing across the table at Isobel, who now sat in stony-faced silence. "More claret?" Ernest said, and the Marquis nodded. "Absolutely. We've only just begun," he said, raising his glass. Isobel sighed. She wished her parents had not invited Denis to dine with them, and it seemed the Duke and Duchess shared her sentiment. There was nothing inherently wrong with him. He was a product of his class and upbringing. But in Denis, Isobel now recognised everything she did not want from a marriage, just as she recognised in so many silly, gossiping women everything she herself was not. Isobel had no intention of being a woman on a man's arm. She did not want to spend her days in powder rooms and salons, or taking tea with other aristocratic women. She had already proved herself different from other women in so many ways, and her association with the Marquis had only sought to prove those differences further. But if Denis' presence had one advantage to it, it was to remind her of Simon, and the fact he now represented, for her, everything Denis was not. "Shall we retire as one? It seems foolish to split when the Marquis is here for one purpose only," Isobel's father said when the luncheon had finally come to an end. The Marquis nodded. "Yes, an excellent idea. We've still got a great deal to talk about," he said, and he was about to rise to his feet when the butler entered the room, crossing hurriedly to Ernest and whispering in his ear. "Is something wrong?" Isobel's father said, for the Duke was possessed of excellent hearing. Simon looked up with a look of surprise on his face, glancing at Isobel and then towards their father. "It's Dr. Wilkinson, father. He's here to see Isobel," he said, and Isobel's eyes grew wide with astonishment. "To see me?" she said, and her brother nodded. The Marquis, too, was taken aback, and it appeared his self-assurance was dented by the unexpected arrival of the doctor. "But has something happened? Is he all right?" Isobel exclaimed, rising from her chair and tossing her napkin onto the table. "He insists on speaking to you, my lady, and to you, my lord. It's a matter concerning the school," the butler replied. Denis scoffed. "Oh, really? What an insufferable man! Doesn't he realise the world doesn't revolve around his concerns for other people's health? How impertinent of him to interrupt our luncheon," he exclaimed, but Ernest looked concerned. "The school? Goodness! Something to do with the children, yes. We must admit him," he said, nodding to the butler, who hurried away. Isobel's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Denis, catching his eye, and seeing the spark of anger therein. "Really, Ernest, this is too much," the Marquis exclaimed. But Ernest shook his head. "Nothing matters more than the health of the children. If Dr. Wilkinson says there's a problem, I want to hear about it, and I'm sure Isobel does too. Those children are under our care. We're responsible for them," he said, glancing at Isobel, who nodded. She had not expected to see Simon that day, and now a sudden fear gripped her, not only for the children, but for what Simon would think when he found her dining with the Marquis. She did not want him to think there was anything going on between them, even as one false word from Denis could so easily cause a rift. And yet, I don't know what he feels for me either, she thought to herself, glancing again at the Marquis, whose face was set in a scowl. Then, I suppose, a brandy's out of the question, he asked, but the others ignored him as Simon now entered the dining room. Forgive me, your grace, my lord, but something terrible's happened. There are cases of cholera at the school, he said, and the eyes of all those gathered around the table grew wide with horror. Chapter 23. At Simon's words, Isobel let out a cry of horror, and Ernest rose to his feet, his eyes wide with fear. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, and Simon shook his head. "I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, my lord, but it's true. 2 of the children, Harriet and Finnegan, are showing symptoms of cholera. I've seen it before, particularly in London. I came at once to tell you. We need to establish the cause," he said. There was no doubting the seriousness in his voice, and Isobel knew well enough what such a diagnosis could mean. "But can you treat them, Dr. Wilkinson? Spare no expense in doing so, I beg you," Isobel's mother said, and her father nodded. "Yes, Dr. Wilkinson, no expense. And the other children too, they must be protected," he said. "I've kept Harriet and Finnegan isolated from the others. I've instructed the matron to keep them warm, give them tea and soup, and I'll—" he began. But at these words, Denis interrupted. "Tea and soup? Is that your cure?" "Really, doctor, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Children often get ill, and yet you burst in here scaring my hosts with tales of cholera. There's no cholera here. This isn't some festering colonial pigsty," he said, waving his hand dismissively. "No, it's a rural backwater," Isobel replied, raising her eyebrows. The Marquis gave her a withering look. "One swallow doesn't make a summer, and 2 children with a fever doesn't make a cholera outbreak." "You're being far too dramatic, Dr. Wilkinson. I suggest you leave us to finish our luncheon in peace," he said, even as Ernest shook his head. "Are you certain, Simon?" he said, and the doctor nodded. "I'm certain, my lord. It's cholera. I've seen it many times before. There's no doubt in my mind as to what's happened. I'm fearful it'll spread to the other children. Please, we've got to do something," he said, glancing at Isobel, who nodded. "Yes, I'll come at once," she said, not caring anything for how it might look. Nothing mattered more than the health of the children, even as Denis now banged his fist down angrily on the table. "You won't go anywhere, Isobel. You'll sit here. Am I not your betrothed?" he said. Isobel blushed, glancing at Simon, who appeared momentarily surprised at these words. There had been no discussion of the matter, no permission sought, only an assumption, one that was entirely wrong. "Denis, I want to go. I want to be with the children," Isobel said, for she was not about to cause a further scene by denying the Marquis's words. "And risk being infected yourself?" "I don't think so," Denis replied, fixing her with a stern gaze. "That's not how it's contracted. It's not caught from another. At least, we don't think it is," Simon said, having regained his composure. "Don't tell me I'm wrong," Denis exclaimed. "You're not a doctor, Denis," Isobel snapped. There was no time to waste, not on explanations or on arguments. The children needed their help, and without waiting for further comment from Denis, Isobel hurried out of the room. "I'll meet you at the school," Ernest called out as Simon hurried after her. "Isobel, you're being ridiculous," Denis shouted after her. But Isobel's mind was made up, and she glanced back at Simon, who was looking at her with a strange expression. "There's not a moment to waste," she said, and he nodded. No, we should get back to the children," he replied, and now they hurried out of the house, climbing into Simon's horse and trap and making all haste for the school. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Simon had been surprised to find the Marquis dining at Leamington Grange, and even more surprised to hear him refer to Isobel as his betrothed. Seaman knew nothing of such an arrangement, even as he reminded himself it was none of his business. Even so, he felt a twinge of sadness at learning the news, and learning it in such a sudden way too. Having witnessed Isobel's treatment of Denis after breakfast at the school the previous day, and remembering the sense of intimacy they two had shared, he could not help but feel confused as to Isobel's behaviour. But in that moment, a more pressing matter attended them, and it was imperative they return to the school at once. "How sick are they? The children, I mean," Isobel asked. "Quite unwell, I'm afraid. They can still be saved, but it's a horrible disease, brought on by the poverty of their situations. Dirty water, contaminated food. These are things that cause cholera," Simon replied. He had witnessed outbreaks of the disease in London and seen the death of many as a result. He was determined to do something to prevent it here, and now he was curious to know something of the children's life outside the school. "But that can't be the case, not at the school," Isobel said, looking at him in horror. "No, I don't think so. But the children go home on occasion, don't they? Have there been reports of anyone else falling ill? In the district, I mean," he asked, even as he himself had heard nothing of the sort. Isobel thought for a moment. "Well, not exactly, but before you arrived there were some cases of sickness on the estate from drinking dirty water. And you say it's Harriet and Finnegan? They're cousins, of course. Their family has the farm at Blackwater, so called because—" "Oh," she said, her eyes growing white and fearful. "It's the water they've drank. It has to be. The next few days are critical. I'm prescribing them a diet of milk and bread. We need to keep them warm, even when it feels overly warm to us. We need to sweat the fever out of them," Seaman said. He would consult his medical textbooks at home, but he had seen enough cases of cholera to know time was of the essence. He would need Isobel at his side, even as he recalled his shock and sadness at knowing of her betrothal to Denis. He knew he should not feel jealous. He had no right to do so. Theirs was not a courtship, nor did he believe Isobel would ever desire one to exist between them. But despite reminding himself of this, Simon could not help but feel a sense of sorrow as to what he now knew, his hopes of something more even in imagination, now dashed. "We'll do whatever we can for them. I don't care what Denis says. You're the doctor, you know what's best. He's just a narrow-minded," she said, stopping herself as she blushed. Simon was not about to conclude her words, even as he entirely agreed with them. It seemed strange for her to openly criticise the Marquess, but it was not Simon's place to question her. They had arrived back at the school now, and helping Isobel down from the cart, the two of them hurried inside. "Is there any change?" Simon asked as the matron came hurrying down the stairs to meet them. She looked worried. "They're worse, Dr. Wilkinson," she said, and glancing at Isobel, the two of them rushed upstairs to the dormitory. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Isobel was horrified at the sight of the two children lying in the room off the dormitory. Their faces were pale, their lips ruby red, their brows burning up. They were shivering, but wrapped in half a dozen blankets each, only their faces visible, propped up on the pillows. "My poor children!" Isobel exclaimed, hurrying to Harriet's side as Simon went to feel Finnegan's pulse. "They're getting worse," Simon said, glancing across at Isobel, who was fighting back the tears in her eyes. She knew they had to do something, anything, to break the fever. "Matron, bring hot tea and soup. Keep the children supplied constantly with both as to their want. I'll fetch some more blankets and stoke up the fire. Is there something you can give them, Sim?" "Dr. Wilkinson?" Isobel asked, and the doctor nodded. "I'm going to mix up a tonic. I'd hoped keeping them warm would balance out their temperatures, but it seems not to have done. I've got the necessary things here," he said, rising to his feet. Isobel did not want to feel helpless. She wanted to be doing something, and for the next hour or so she hurried back and forth, fetching and carrying, and offering her reassurances to the children whose eyes were growing heavy, their heads slumped to one side on the pillows. "It's going to be all right, children, I promise. Dr. Wilkinson has a tonic for you to take, and we won't leave your side until the fever breaks," Isobel said, placing another blanket over Harriet, who gazed up at her feebly. She had a little sight in her left eye, and Isobel hoped she could see the look of reassurance she was giving her. "I've got the tonic here. It'll help them sleep," Simon said, returning to the room a few moments later, holding a bottle. Isobel helped the two children sit up in bed, explaining to them they would take the medicine as Simon directed. "There's nothing to worry about, and I'm sure it won't taste very nice. But Matron can give you both a sugar lump once you've each swallowed a spoonful. And the same again later on," Isobel said. She held Finnegan's hand as Simon administered the medicine, and the boy pulled a face as he swallowed it. "Well done, Finnegan! It's a good sign you can taste it, even if it doesn't taste very nice at all," Simon said. He did the same for Harriet, and Isobel brought in 2 chairs for them to keep vigil at the children's bedsides. It was not long before both Harriet and Finnegan grew drowsy, having been given their sugar lumps by the matron, and both fell fast asleep. "Is there nothing more we can do for them?" Isobel asked, and Simon shook his head. "Not now, no. We just have to wait for the fever to break. It's going to take a while. Several days, perhaps," Simon said, looking down at the 2 sleeping children and shaking his head sadly. "But they will be all right, won't they?" Isobel said. She could not bear to think of the alternative, the dreadful thought of telling Harriet and Finnegan's family of their loss foremost in her mind. "I hope and pray they will be. I promise you I'll do everything I can to save them." "You know I will," Simon said, and Isobel was under no illusion he would not. She knew what it meant to him. The loss of his sister, meaning the life of any child, was precious to him. Perhaps he saw every child as Eve. "I know your sister," she said, and Simon nodded. "I allowed myself to think about her after we'd talked. You told me to breathe a little more. I think she might have said the same, had she been here," he said, and Isobel smiled. She imagined what Eve might have been like as a young woman. She would look a little like Simon, with his high brow and dark hair, and her smile would be like his too, shy, and only given when it was truly meant. Had she lived, Simon might never have realised his calling to be a doctor, for her death had brought about his realisation. A bitter-sweet fate for him to live by. "I'm glad you thought about her. She deserves to be thought about, to be remembered. You're here because of her, and how grateful I am for that," Isobel replied. "The Marquis didn't seem very grateful to me dragging you away from luncheon as I did. If you want to go back, I can stay with the children," Simon said. Isobel found it difficult to read his tone. Was he angry? Was he jealous? Denis had spoken of his betrothed, and Isobel had not yet had the opportunity to dissuade Simon from believing what the Marquis had said. But whatever Denis might say, the truth was very different, and there was no question of her ever becoming his betrothed. "Oh, I don't care what he says," Isobel said, and Simon looked at her in surprise. "But weren't you dining with him? Aren't the 2 of you—" he said, his words trailing off, perhaps realising he was speaking out of turn, even as Isobel wanted to answer his question. "We're not anything, no. I don't know why he said it. It's nonsense. We're not betrothed, and we never will be. I find him— Well, it doesn't matter. I was wrong about him. Or rather, I was wrong about him not being what I should have expected. Anyway, it doesn't matter now, does it?" she said, and Simon shook his head. He did not openly express his relief at what she had said. Nevertheless, there was a palpable change in him as they continued to talk. It was as though he had feared she had slipped through his fingers, unable to express his true feelings for her. The 2 of them now returned to a happy equilibrium. Isobel had been surprised at just how easily the 2 of them now conversed, and it seemed a new level of intimacy existed between them. You should go home and get some sleep, Simon said when darkness had fallen and the matron had lit the lamps around the room. I might say the same to you, Isobel replied, for she had no intention of going anywhere. It was her duty to remain at the bedsides of the children. She wanted to remain, she wanted to feel useful. No, I can't leave. I need to wake the children at midnight and again later on for their salt tonic, he said, and Isobel nodded. I'll be quite all right here. If you're staying, so am I, she said, and he smiled at her. Did you ever think of becoming a nurse? I know it's not quite the same, but, he said, and Isobel smiled. She had thought about becoming a lot of things over the years, but who she was and who she was expected to be had already been decided for her. Despite her parents being quite different from others of their class and rank, Isobel was still expected to behave in certain ways and do certain things. The school had been a means of escaping some of those expectations, but as for anything more, it's far easier for men, and, if you'll forgive me, it's far easier for those not born into great families such as mine. As much as Lady Isobel Howard, daughter of the Duke of Crawshaw, might wish to do the things she pleases, there are many reasons why I can't, she said, shaking her head sadly. To her surprise, he smiled at her, and she wondered what it was he found amusing. Perhaps you're right, though my father didn't much approve of my becoming a doctor. He understood, eventually, of course, but it took some persuasion. Never mind. Well, if you're going to stay, I'll fetch some blankets. But I insist on your getting some sleep. I'll stay awake, then you can relieve me, he said, rising to his feet. Isobel smiled at him. She would not have left his side. Not for Denis, nor for anyone. Glancing over at the children, both now fast asleep, she knew they were in good hands, even as she feared the possibility they would take a turn for the worse. And I'm in good hands too, she told herself, knowing she had done the right thing in leaving Denis behind and following her instincts when it came to Simon. Chapter 24. Something to drink, my lady? The matron said, and Isobel opened her eyes, forgetting for a moment where she was. Oh, what time is it? She said, looking around her in surprise. Sunlight was streaming through the window, and the two children were still fast asleep. There was no sign of Simon, the blanket he had brought for himself lying neatly folded on the chair next to her. Just gone 7 o'clock, my lady. Dr. Wilkinson went home to fetch some more medical supplies. He said something about a tonic, the matron said. She was holding a tray with a glass of milk on it, having placed one at either side of the children too. Isobel took it gratefully and sipped. How are they? I thought Dr. Wilkinson was going to wake me in the night, Isobel said, somewhat exasperated with the doctor, who had clearly taken everything on himself. They have slept well, my lady. We're cautiously optimistic, she said, and Isobel nodded, taking another sip of milk. It had been mixed with honey and was pleasantly sweet, still slightly warm. Good. Well, as soon as Dr. Wilkinson returns, I'll insist on his getting some rest. I can administer the tonic, Isobel said, as the sound of footsteps could be heard in the dormitory. Simon appeared a moment later. He looked tired, even as he crossed straight to the bedsides, resting the back of his hand gently on each of the children's foreheads. I think the fever's breaking. They feel cooler to the touch, he said, and Isobel breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, but you should have woken me. I didn't want to be idle, she said, raising her eyebrows. I might have disturbed the children more than necessary. Besides, there was no point in us both being tired, was there? He said, smiling at her. The children were now roused, and Simon administered the next dose of tonic, speaking in soothing and reassuring tones to the children as Isobel watched. That's right, Harriet, drink it all, and then you can have your sugar lump, Isobel said as Harriet made a face. I don't like it, she said, wrinkling up her nose. You've done very well, Simon said, patting her on the head. Harriet gave a weak smile, and it seemed as though some of her strength was returning, even as she now lay back on the pillow with a sigh. Finnegan was somewhat less responsive, and it took some coaxing before he would take the spoonful of medicine in his mouth. "Fetch some milk, matron, and add extra honey to it," Isobel said, and the matron nodded. Isobel had finished her own glass of milk, and now she rose to her feet, crossing to the window and looking out over the gardens at the back of the school. Her body ached from having slept in the chair, and Simon now came to stand next to her, the two of them looking out of the window together. "It's a beautiful day," Simon said, and Isobel turned to him and smiled. "It is, isn't it? I just hope— well, you know what I hope," she said, glancing back at the two children who had once again fallen asleep. "Hope and pray. I'm doing all I can. I promise you," Simon said, and Isobel did not doubt the sincerity of his words. "And what about the other children? Have any of them succumbed?" Isobel asked, and Simon shook his head. "None, it seems. I've forbidden them from drinking anything other than water from the spring here," he said, and Isobel looked at him in surprise. "What about milk?" she asked, but Simon shook his head. "As a precaution, I want to keep anything from outside the school from coming in. I just don't know the source of the cholera but the spring flows from underground. I can't imagine it would be contaminated. But milk, well, it's just a precaution," he said, glancing at the empty glass Isobel had just consumed. "Did the children drink the milk? Before they got ill, I mean?" Isobel asked, and Simon nodded. "They will have done, yes. It might not be the milk. Sometimes water can be added to the churns, watering it down. The water itself could be contaminated. I'm sure it's quite all right, though," he said, and Isobel nodded. She was not thinking about herself, but the children. It was the children that mattered, and now she glanced again at Harriet and Finnegan, the two of them fast asleep, covered over with blankets. "They look so peaceful, don't they? But, well, they'll be all right," she said, trying to convince herself as much as Simon. "We won't leave them until they are. Now, I need to get some rest myself. I'll stay here, though," he said, and Isobel nodded. She had no intention of going anywhere either, and asked the matron to have a message sent up to Leamington Grange, informing her brother of developments. He had made a brief appearance the previous evening, but there had been nothing he could do, save to assure them of his concern in the matter, and his intention to do whatever was necessary for the welfare of the children and the school. "Take whatever measures you deem necessary, Dr. Wilkinson," Ernest had said, and it seemed Simon was doing just that. Now he sat down in one of the chairs, closing his eyes and yawning. "Wake me up if anything changes, and certainly by noon," Simon said, and Isobel nodded. "Get some sleep. I'll be quite all right watching over them," she said, and within a few moments, Simon had fallen asleep. It did not seem improper for the two of them to be alone together in this way. They had a job to do, and it was one neither of them would shirk for however long the two children were in danger for. Isobel thought back to the luncheon of the previous day, and she wondered what Denis now thought of her. She had disobeyed him, even as there had been no grounds for his to order her to do anything. Simon had come with a plea, and Denis had barked a rebuttal. "I know I made the right decision," Isobel thought to herself, shifting in her chair as a sudden hot flush came over her. She rose to her feet and went to the window, pulling up the sill to let in a little air. The atmosphere around her felt suddenly oppressive, and she raised her hand to her forehead, feeling light-headed and clutching at the sill to steady herself. "Are you all right, my lady?" the Mahar asked, appearing in the doorway a moment later. Isobel looked up. She was feeling sick and shook her head, her legs feeling as though they were about to give way beneath her. The matron hurried to her side, helping her to sit back down in her chair as Simon awoke with a start. What's happening?" he said, looking at Isobel in surprise. "It's nothing. I'll be all right. I was just feeling a little unwell, that's all," she said. With the children before her, Isobel felt guilty for admitting as much, but there was no doubting the funny turn she was now experiencing, and Simon looked at her with sudden concern. You've turned rather pale. What else did you have to eat or drink?" he asked, and Isobel shook her head. "Nothing, only the milk," she said, and Simon cursed under his breath. "That must be it. Where does the milk come from, Mum?" he asked, glancing at the matron, whose eyes now grew wide with fear. "Blackwater Farm, sir," she said. "They must be adulterating the milk, thinning it down with water. Dirty water. Are you certain there's no more of it here?" he asked, and the matron nodded. "None, sir. I did as you told me, but I didn't think—" "Oh, Lady Isobel," she said as Isobel fainted. Simon was quick to catch her in his arms before she fell from the chair, and she looked up at him through a daze, her head aching terribly. "It came on, all of a sudden. Oh, I feel so unwell," she exclaimed as Simon gently helped her to sit up. "It's all right, but you can't stay here. I'll take you back to my house. I can look after you better there," he said. "But the children," she gasped. "They'll be all right. Their fevers are lessening. The matron can watch over them. But you're very ill, Isobel. I need to get you to bed and give you something to help you sleep," he said. Isobel was in no fit state to argue with him, and with the help of the matron, she was taken downstairs, where instructions were issued for another message to be sent to Leamington Grange. "Tell Ernest," Isobel gasped. He can oversee things here. When he arrives, tell him what I suspect's been happening at Blackwater Farm. That family has a lot to answer for, poisoning their own children, and now Lady Isobel, whether they meant to or not, they've started an outbreak of cholera," Simon said. He helped Isobel to his horse and trap. She was unsteady on her feet, hardly able to stand, and he had to put his arm around her waist to steady her as they walked. "Simon, I can't," she said, her head lolling to one side. But now, much to surprise, though she could hardly object, he swept her up in his arms and carried her the last few paces, placing her gently on the back and climbing onto the board. "You'll be all right, I promise, but we need to get you to bed," he said. Isobel could not object, even as she knew her place was at the school with the children. She had not even thought that the milk could be contaminated. Even a sudden revulsion at the thought of it caused her to feel nauseous, and she almost fell out of the trap as she tried to prevent herself from being sick. "Take me to Leamington Grange," she said, but Simon shook his head. "You need a doctor, not a marquess," he said, and at these words Isobel could not help but smile. I don't mean to be a burden to you," she said, but he laughed. "I'm a doctor, you're my patient. You're not a burden to me, but you're so much more than that, and I hope I am to you too," he said. Isobel felt too ill to respond, even as the words resounded in her mind. He was so much more than that, and she could only feel glad he felt the same way about her too. "Ernest, he'll think I'm such a fool," Isobel said as the horse and trap pulled up outside the doctor's lodgings. Simon jumped down, hurrying to help her down and smiling at her as he took her in his arms. "What Ernest thinks doesn't matter, Isobel. Anyway, you're his sister. He'll be concerned for you, and that's all that matters. Come along, let's get you inside," he said, and he carried her along the path, opening the door with some difficulty, and stepping over the threshold, still carrying her in his arms. The maid who came to meet them stared in astonishment, but it did not take her long to be appraised of the situation, and Isobel was soon lying in Simon's own bed upstairs, wrapped in blankets. "I really shouldn't," she said, but he insisted on it. "The other rooms aren't ready yet. I'm not in the custom of having guests. You'll stay here for as long as necessary. I'll divide my time between your recovery and that of the children," he said, and Isobel smiled. "I know there's no point in arguing," she said, and he laughed. "None at all," he replied. He went off to mix a tonic, leaving Isobel lying in his bed. She felt embarrassed, even as she knew he would not change his mind, whatever she might say to the contrary. Despite how unwell she felt, she was able to take some interest in her surroundings, the fact of her now being laid down aiding her recovery from faint-headedness. The room was comfortably furnished, the walls lined with all manner of paintings and portraits. One of them, in particular, drew her eye. It was a painting of a man who looked very much like Simon himself, and with him was a child who could be no one else but Simon. Yet, dressed in such regalia, she thought to herself, recognising several of the insignia and decorations from her father's stately robes. It made no sense, even as she was in no fit state to question the fact of it. A few moments later, Simon returned, bearing a bottle of tonic. It tasted foul, but he assured her it would do her some good. Her forehead was burning up and her whole body ached as she lay covered by several blankets. "I'll keep the fire stoked up. You need to stay warm. Child or adult, it's the same treatment. I have instructed the maid to bring you hot tea and thin soup. Take as much as you can manage," he said, and Isobel nodded. "I will." "Thank you," she said, and he took her hand in his and squeezed it. "You'll be all right, I promise. I won't let it get worse. These things come on so suddenly, but you're strong and you'll get through it," he said. "The children... You should go back to the children," she whispered, but he shook his head. "I will, but not just yet," he replied, smiling down at her. She felt embarrassed, knowing he was seeing her at her worst. But she could do more than lie there, the sickness taking hold of her, even as she tried summoning her strength. "Thank you," Isobel whispered, closing her eyes, their hands still clasped together. They were more than doctor and patient, more than just friends, and in that moment, Isobel knew she had made the right choice to leave the luncheon, to leave Denis even as the future seemed uncertain. Chapter 25. "I demand to see her. Where is she? What have you done with her?" a voice outside the room was saying as Isobel opened her eyes. Her whole body ached, and the sunlight coming through the window was blinding. She blinked, trying to sit up, but fell back with a cry. She had no strength, her head aching terribly, her stomach twisted in knots. "She's resting. You can't see her now," another voice replied, and Isobel realised it was that of Simon. He was talking to Denis. "I won't be told what I can and can't do by a country quack. Let me pass," Denis exclaimed, and a moment later the door flew open and the Marquis appeared, his face red with anger. Isobel looked up at him, but at the sight of her, Denis recoiled. "Denis!" Isobel stammered, but she was in no fit state to argue with him or defend herself. "My God, what's happened to you?" Denis exclaimed, as Simon now appeared behind him. "I told you she's very ill. It's cholera. She has all the symptoms, the pallor of the skin, the look of withdrawal, the wide eyes, sickness, vomiting, and worse. They call it the Blue Death, and I'm sure you can see why," he said, but at these words he paused, as though realising he might scare her. The Marquis scowled. "You're saying she's going to die?" he exclaimed, apparently having little care for Isobel's sensibilities. "But this is a mild case compared to some I've seen." "She'll recover," Simon continued, and the Marquis now glared at him angrily. "Recover? You've bewitched her. It's you that's poisoned her with your tonics and potions," he exclaimed. "Denis, no, it's not." Isobel gasped, but she was finding it hard to speak, and Simon now came to her side and placed the back of his hand gently on her forehead. "It's all right, Isobel. Don't worry yourself or get overexcited," he said, ignoring the Marquis, who was now accusing him of further atrocities. "I'll have the magistrate here. You've abducted her, and now you've..." he exclaimed, but Simon shook his head and sighed. "You'll be all right," he said, giving Isobel a reassuring smile. "And the children?" she asked, for her thoughts were becoming clearer now, her memory of the previous day returning. "They're still suffering quite badly, but none of the others have taken sick. We know for certain it was the milk from Blackwater Farm. Your brother was here earlier, but you were asleep. He's gone to the farm to make sure no further churns are sent out. We can't afford an outbreak in the district, but I'm certain we found the source," he said. "Milk? What nonsense!" the Marquis exclaimed, and Simon turned to him angrily. "And, pray, Tell what would you know about it, sir? Are you a doctor? You make yourself sound like the royal physician himself, the way you speak with such certainty. What do you know of cholera? Simon demanded. Denis' face grew even redder, and he pointed his finger at Simon, jabbing it in the air. I know this all began because of you. You've bewitched her, he exclaimed. Denis, I want you to leave, Isobel stammered. She was in no fit state for such a scene, and it was as much as she could do to summon the strength to tell him to leave. Instead, he advanced towards her, his eyes wide, angry, yet horrified, it seemed, by the sight of her lying weak and pallid before him. In that moment, Isobel realised his true colours. He was a fair-weather man, the sort who could speak of the London season, of dinners, balls and soirees, of country walks and picnics, and all the pleasures of courtship. But when something unexpected came along, a disruption, an inconvenience, a moment requiring sympathy or understanding, he was swift to step back. You're making a mistake, Isobel, Denis snarled. There's only one mistake here, Simon said, and Denis turned on him, raising his fist as though he was about to strike the doctor across the face. You impertinent man! How dare you speak to me in such a way? You're nothing, an inflated middle class. I won't hear of it. Well, Isobel, he said, turning back to her and fixing her with a look of the utmost anger. Please, Denis, just go, Isobel said, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke, but they were not tears of sadness at the thought of him leaving. Isobel cared nothing for his fair-weather romance. She had been a fool to be taken in by him, and she would gladly never see him again. He wanted the perfect woman, the idealised figure of the feminine, a pretty beau to parade on the London scene. But Isobel knew she was now far from that. The Blue Death was just the right description, and Isobel knew her appearance would now be far from that Denis had first encountered. Pale, withdrawn, pallid, her beauty fading by the moment. I'll go. But remember this, Isobel. You've made your bed, quite literally. The doctor's right. I don't know much about cholera, but I know this much. If you survive, your chances of bearing a healthy child are as nothing. I won't be the husband to an invalid, nor to one scarred by the marks of such an illness. What will others think? He said, and with that he turned on his heels and marched out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Isobel burst into tears, and Simon came at once to her side, kneeling next to the bed and taking her hand in his. It's not true, Isobel. You won't lose anything of your beauty, he whispered, but Isobel shook her head, turning her face away, embarrassed to be seen by him. It's not just that. I've been so foolish, Simon. I'm so sorry, she said, and he placed his hand gently on her forehead. Try to rest. There's nothing to be sorry for. You're sick, Isobel, but I'm going to do everything in my power to make you better, I promise, he said. Isobel looked up at him and smiled. You've been nothing but good to me, Simon, she said, and he smiled. I'm a doctor. I've sworn an oath to help others, and I came here to do just that. I know I haven't always got it right, he said, blushing, as she clasped his hand in hers. But in Isobel's eyes, he had become far more than just a doctor, far more than just a friend. She had fallen in love with him, and the contrast between him and Denis was clear to see. Denis had proved himself as nothing, and Simon had proved himself as everything. Oh, but you have. What you've done for the children, what you've done for me, Isobel said, still clutching at his hand as she spoke. But the fever was taking hold, the illness coursing through her. She felt weak, her head aching, her stomach gripped with jarring pains. It was as much as she could do to keep her eyes open, even as she tried desperately to do so. I'm glad to have done it. I'm glad fate brought me here. To you, he said, and Isobel gave a weak smile. And I'm glad too, she whispered, unable to keep her eyes open any longer, as now she fell into a deep sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My mother and father are naturally eager to know the situation, Ernest said, speaking in a low voice, as he glanced over Simon's shoulder into the bedroom. Simon sighed. He did not want to cause alarm, but neither did he wish to cause false hope either. Isobel was ill. She was very ill, and over the course of the previous few hours, her condition had deteriorated. She was asleep now, her face having taken on that blue twinge, so recognisable in cases of cholera, and yet so deadly too. The blue death was creeping over her, and if the fever could not be broken, Simon knew what would happen. Tell them your sister remains in a stable condition, but she's very sick, and only time will tell how far her recovery goes, Simon replied. Ernest shook his head and sighed. I should never have involved her with the school, he exclaimed, cursing under his breath. No, my lord, don't blame yourself. Lady Isobel wanted to be involved in the school. You'd never have stopped her. None of us can predict the future. How were you to know she would drink the milk from Blackwater Farm? She's sick, but she'll recover, he said. But despite his words, and his resolve not to give false hopes, Simon was worried. He had seen enough cases of cholera to know how deadly the disease could be. In London, during some of the worst outbreaks, he had seen entire streets decimated, and those who had survived left with permanent disabilities. It was a cruel and relentless disease, and the prognosis in any patient was not good. Then, I can tell them so. Alicia sends her love, as do all the rest. Lily and Maximilian, William and Anne, the Duke and Duchess of Lancaster. It's a terrible thing, and those poor children too. But the matron tells me they're getting better. Thank goodness. The thought of telling their parents, well, they were responsible for the milk. I'm glad it's not my farm. William's responsible for it. He was livid when he found out. They'll lose the tenancy, I should think, Ernest said, shaking his head. Simon nodded. He remembered his father dealing with a similar case. Adulterated milk mixed with chalk dust to make it appear creamier, when, in fact, it was deadly. There was no excuse for such wickedness, and adulterating the Blackwater milk with dirty water had brought with it the cholera, now infecting the children belonging to the tenants themselves. But, thankfully, not the children too, Simon said, and Ernest nodded. Yes, the innocent party. But thank goodness none of the others have fallen sick. Only my poor sister, Ernest said, glancing through the open door behind Simon. Simon turned, and Isobel now stirred, opening her eyes and sighing. Simon! She gasped, and Simon hurried to her side, followed by Ernest. Isobel... It's all right. Don't try to move, Simon said, and Isobel looked up at him and gave a weak smile. I was having the most wonderful dream, but... Oh, Ernest, is that you? She said as Ernest now peered over Simon's shoulder. I'm here, yes. We've all been so worried about you, he said. I'm in good hands, Isobel said, and Simon smiled. I won't leave your side, he said. I'll leave you now. You need to rest, Isobel. I'll call again in the morning, Ernest said, and Simon turned to him and nodded. I'll send someone, if there's a change, he said, and Ernest nodded. He took his leave, leaving Simon and Isobel alone. She had closed her eyes again, and Simon looked down at her, gripped with the fear he dared not show. She was very weak, and her condition was growing worse. If the fever did not break, Simon feared she would only get worse, until... Simon, am I very ill? She asked. No, but you're not well either. You're strong, Isobel, Simon said, and now he fought back the tears. The sight of her lying there in front of him, the sense of powerlessness he felt, she reminded him of Eve. It was the same feeling, helplessness, He had done everything he could for her, and yet it was still not enough. She was slipping away from him, and now he was gripped by a sudden anger with himself at not being able to do something to make her better. He was determined not to lose her, knowing he could not bear to live with himself if he did. "But I don't feel strong," she replied, and he kneeled at the bedside, taking her hand in his. Instinctively he raised it to his lips. She was cold to the touch, and a tear rolled down his cheek as he kissed the back of her hand. "But you are, Isobel. You're the strongest woman I know. You need to rest now. Try to get some sleep." "I'll be right here," Simon said. For a brief moment she opened her eyes, smiling weakly, as Simon clasped her hand in his. "Thank you," she whispered. The sunlight streaming through the window fell on her countenance, her pale face still beautiful in Simon's eyes. He gazed at her, unable to tear his eyes away from her. Until this moment, he had not been afforded the chance to simply look at her, and now he saw her beauty. The softness of her skin, the dimple in her chin, the fall of her hair, her eyes and nose in such perfect proportion. Despite the illness gripping her, she was still possessed of such beauty, borne out by the kind, passionate, determined woman he had come to know. He loved her, and the thought of losing broke his heart. "I'm right here," he whispered, as now she fell into a deep sleep again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Simon awoke with a start. He had not meant to fall asleep, but as he had sat at Isobel's side, he had found his head nodding and his eyes growing heavy. He had not slept the night before, or the night before that either, snatching moments of rest around the needs of his patients. He was exhausted, even as he knew he had no choice but to carry on. "Can I bring you something, sir?" his manservant Victor asked as Simon emerged from the bedroom. "Something to eat, Victor, thank you. And then I want you to go to Leamington Grange. Tell them—" "Nothing's changed," Simon said, for he knew Isobel's parents would be anxious for news of her. But there was little more he could tell them. The fever still had Isobel in its grip, and only time would tell if it could be broken. Simon went downstairs to his study, hastily writing several letters, notes to eminent physicians of his acquaintance who might be able to help. There was a doctor in Manchester he knew who had developed certain treatments for cholera with some success, and another in Newcastle making similar strides. But Simon feared any help would come too late, for Isobel at least. "Some bread and cheese, Dr. Wilkinson," Victor said, appearing at the study door with a tray. Thank you. Take these letters too, Victor. I want them to go as soon as possible." "Tell them to wait for a reply," Simon said, handing the letters to his manservant, who nodded. "I'll go now, sir," he said, and Simon was left alone again. He sighed, putting his head in his hands and leaning on his desk. Edith's miniature was there, her pretty, smiling face gazing out at him. It brought fresh tears to his eyes. His grief for his sister, now added to by grief for another person he loved. "I can't lose her," he told himself, even as the possibility of doing so loomed large in his mind, gripping him with the same fear he had felt at the loss of Eve. Chapter 26. "Isobel, catch the ball! No, don't throw it to your father! This way, he can't catch it!" her mother called out, and Isobel held up her hands, smiling as her mother threw her the ball. It was a summer's day, and they were on the lawn at Leamington Grange, passing the ball back and forth as her father stood nearby. Ernest was there too, chasing back and forth with their dog, a large old English sheepdog called Bosco. He was laughing, rolling on the grass with the dog, who barked excitedly. "Mother, catch!" Isobel called out, and she threw the ball high into the air, watching as it fell back to the ground, bouncing as her mother leaped forward to catch it, laughing as she rolled onto the lawn. "Oh, Isobel, That was far too high, she called out, scrambling to her feet, her dress stained green by the grass. Can I throw it to you, Father? Isobel asked, but her father shook his head. I don't think I'd catch it, Isobel, he said, and Isobel looked at him with a puzzled expression. But why? She asked. Your father doesn't see like you see, Isobel. You've got to remember that, her mother said, adopting a reproachful tone. Isobel did not entirely understand. She knew her father was different, but she did not understand why he could not see the things she could see. She looked around her at the gardens, with their endless flower beds and blossoming trees, and up towards the house with its grand facade towering above them. But why? Isobel asked as Bosco barked. If only we knew, Isobel, her father replied. Isobel was about to ask another question, but the scene was changing, a new image appearing before her. It was Ernest, but he was no longer a boy. I'm glad she's gone. It's Alicia I love. She thought she could demand. She thought I'd be hers, he exclaimed. Caroline, it's over between the two of you. Don't let her trouble you anymore. It was her father who wanted the match to take place. You and Alicia, you were made for one another, Isobel said, but even as she spoke, she was gripped by a sudden sorrow. Ernest and Alicia were so happy together. They had everything, the joy of knowing their love for one another, the prospect of marriage and a happy future ahead. There was so much for them to celebrate. And yet, and I'm so happy, Ernest replied. Tears welled up in Isobel's eyes, but now the scene was changing again, the sound of laughter and merriment filling the air. Have a drink, Isobel, you can't always be so serious, Lily said, raising her eyebrows. It was the day of the party, the day Isobel had met Denis for the first time, and there he was, watching her across the room, a smile playing over his face. Lady Isobel, what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. How charmed I am, Denis said, taking her hand in his. Isobel blushed, flattered by his charms. That's very kind of you, she said as he raised her hand to his lips. I've just come from London. I must say, I was dreading finding myself in this proverbial backwater. But meeting you, well, it's rather changed my opinion of Lancashire, he said, taking 2 glasses of champagne from a tray held by one of the footmen and offering her one. Isobel smiled. He was different from other men. Quite different. And now he led her from the throng out onto the terrace, where they stood looking out over the garden. Isn't it a beautiful evening? She said, and he turned to her, smiled. Almost as beautiful as you, Isobel, he whispered, leaning forward to kiss her. Isobel was taken by surprise, a pleasant surprise. But now the scene changed again. Denis's smiling face replaced by, I can't marry a woman like you. I'm expected to produce an heir. It's my duty. Your father sold me a false promise. I won't hear of it. No, you're nothing but, he exclaimed as Isobel burst into tears. Please, no, you don't mean it. I don't want to be. I'm not. She stammered, her thoughts confused, not knowing where she was. Denis's face leered over her, dark clouds gathering behind him. Isobel tried to cry out, pushing him away. No, I don't want it. I don't want you. Please, leave me alone, she cried, the darkness growing deeper, overwhelming her. Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life we are in death, of whom may we seek for succour? But of thee, O Lord, who for our sins art justly displeased. Yet, O Lord God most holy, O Lord most mighty, O holy and most merciful Saviour, deliver us not into the bitter pains of eternal death. Thou knowest, Lord, the secrets of our hearts. A distant voice was saying, and now she cried out, fearing what was to come, the sounds now muffled. Isobel, you're strong, Isobel. Fight it! Another voice came, and it was as though a pinprick of light, the merest flicker of a candle, a flame growing stronger with every moment, now appeared. The voice familiar, soothing, comforting. "Simon?" Isobel said, reaching out her arms, extending her fingers, searching for something. Anything. "I'm here, Isobel. I'm here," Simon's voice replied, and as Isobel opened her eyes, she found Simon gazing down at her with a smile on his face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It took Isobel a few moments to realise where she was and what was happening, finding herself lying in bed, Simon's bed, and with him kneeling at her side. It had been an astonishing dream, more than a dream. It was as though Isobel had seen herself from above, witnessing the events of her life in a detached but all-seeing manner. There were things she had forgotten, things she had pushed deep down inside her, things she now wanted to forget again. And then there were those memories so fresh as to be tangible, and those... "I died," she exclaimed, opening her eyes wide and staring up at Simon in utter disbelief. He smiled and shook his head. "You didn't die, but you've been in a deep sleep. I feared the worst. But I managed to bring your fever down, and it seems your own strength did the rest. You're past the worst of it now, Isobel. You'll be all right. I'm certain of it," he said. At first, Isobel did not fully understand his words. She was convinced she had died, and even now, she did not know if this was still part of her dream, her deep sleep, her hallucination. It had all seemed so real. Some of it was real. "But I don't understand," she said. "It's all right. You're still in the last throes of the sickness. You still need to rest and stay in bed for a few days. But you're out of the woods," he said, smiling at her. He had his hand in hers, and she squeezed it, realizing she was no longer dreaming, but very much awake. Her head still ached, but the pain in her stomach was less, and the light of the sun streaming through the window was no longer dazzling. "Thank you," she whispered, and he squeezed her hand. "You did it yourself. I told you, didn't I?" he said, and Isobel smiled. "I didn't believe you, though," she said. "Tell me, what do you remember from before?" he asked. Isobel thought back to the last moment she could remember. Denis had been there, he had shouted at her, and Ernest had been there too. He had been terribly worried, but like her dream, her memories were confused. "I remember Denis. He told me he wouldn't marry me," Isobel said, and Simon nodded. "That's right. That's what he said." "I'm sorry, Isobel," he replied, but Isobel shook her head. "I'm glad about it. I didn't want to marry him. When you arrived at the house, he said I was his betrothed, didn't he? But I hadn't agreed to it. I didn't want to agree to it. I didn't want to marry him, Simon," she said, and Simon looked at her in surprise. "But I thought..." "Oh, I see," he said, and Isobel sighed. "I'm sorry if you thought... Well, I can't presume. Here I am, lying in your bed. You've done so much for me, and to think... You must think I'm a complete and utter fool for what I did. I'm sorry, Simon. But look at me. What man would want me now? Sick and pallid. Denis was right. I'll never bear children or marry," Isobel said. She felt suddenly overwhelmed by sadness. Denis' words repeating themselves over and over. But to her surprise, Simon shook his head. "Isobel, you're still not well. Don't think like that. You'll make a full recovery. You'll bear children if that's what destiny lies ahead. There's no reason why you won't," he said. "If any man could still desire me," she said, despairing at the prospect. He smiled at her, still with his hand clasped in hers. "And if I told you I desired you, what would you say then?" he asked. Isobel's eyes grew wide with astonishment. She could hardly believe what he was saying. Was this still a dream? She tried to sit up, but her strength failed her. and she lay back on the pillows, hardly daring to believe what she thought he had said to her. You don't mean that, she said, but he shook his head. Isobel, I do. And I'm sorry to say these things now, when you're still weak and not yet fully recovered. But to see you lying there in the throes of your illness, to know how close you were to death, it filled my heart with such fear. I've already lost someone I love dearly, and I couldn't bear it if lost you too. Life's too short to hold back on our feelings. I should know, shouldn't I? I know how fragile life is, but I know it's important to breathe too. You told me as much. You've taught me how to live again, and I want to share that life with you. I don't want your answer now. I want you to get better, but I want you to know how deeply in love with you I am. I'm only sorry it's taken this tragedy for me to realise it, he said. Isobel was astonished, but Simon's words expressed her own feelings too, feelings she had not dared to think he shared. He had proved his loyalty entirely to her, and so much more besides. There was no doubting her own feelings towards him, and now she smiled up at him, knowing what her answer would be. I think it's taken time for us both to realise it, she said, and he stared back at her in astonishment, as though he had expected her to dismiss him out of hand. You feel the same? He asked. I was confused over Denis, but he'd already proved his true colours long before what happened here. I was swept up in the possibility, well, I thought I was doing the right thing. A woman like me should marry a man like him. That's what they say, isn't it? But why should it matter? Love, falling in love. That should be the guiding principle, don't you think? Class and rank, societal expectations. There was a time I thought they mattered. But this, well, it's taught me the same. We don't have much time, and we should use what time we have, she said, still clasping his hand in hers, the two of them smiling at one another, a new understanding now existing between them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the coming days, Isobel remained at Simon's house. The doctor was never far from her side, and little by little she regained her strength. On the third day, having received a steady stream of visitors, Ernest and Alicia, her parents, Lily and Maximilian, William and Anne, Isobel at last felt strong enough to go for a walk in the garden. Simon supported her, and she clung to his arm, taking cautious steps across the lawn to an arbour where sweet-scented roses trailed above. What a beautiful day, Isobel said as she and Simon sat down beneath the arch, looking back towards the house. He turned to her and smiled. I'm so glad you've regained your strength, and there's colour in your cheeks now, he said, and Isobel smiled. I feel much better, but I couldn't have recovered without your ministrations, without your care, she said. The previous days had brought them closer, and there was no doubt in Isobel's mind as to her feelings for him. She wanted to be close to him. She did not want to leave, and now she wondered what would come next. I'm a doctor. It's what I do. But I was terrified of losing you. I did everything I could, but you did the rest. Your strength got you through, he said, and now he slipped his arm around her, and Isobel rested her head on his shoulder. It felt strange to be in love, an unexpected love, even as it was the kind she knew she could never again live without. Her infatuation with Denis had not been love. She had not been in love with him, or with anyone else. But this feeling was different. It had come on her unexpectedly. Yet, looking back, Isobel could see how it had grown, blossoming from the merest seed into something truly wonderful, like the roses blooming all around her. I'll have to go back to Leamington Grange, won't I? She said, and he nodded. As much as I want you to stay with me forever, he said. Will you always be a doctor? Will you stay here? Isobel asked, and now Simon sighed. Isobel looked up at him, and she was surprised to find a sorrowful look come over his face. You know, it's foolish really, but there's something I haven't told you. I don't know why, but, well, I wanted to leave the past behind, even though I couldn't, he said. Isobel was gripped by a sudden fear. What revelation was he about to make? Did he have a family she did not know about? Had he been married before? Was there some hidden past? Scandal-ridden enough to prevent the happy future she had already imagined for them? But what do you mean? She asked, her heart skipping a beat, fearing he was about to prove himself to be merely another Denis, rather than the man she had come to believe him to be. It's foolish, really. I've kept it hidden because, well, I don't know, really. Part of me wanted to forget the past, to not be bound by it any longer, he said. Isobel stared at him in confusion. But what is it, Simon? Are you going to tell me you're married? She asked, and he laughed. No, I'm going to tell you I'm not a doctor. Well, I am a doctor, but I'm to be a duke too, he said. At these words, Isobel's eyes grew wide with astonishment. What do you mean? She said, and he laughed. I mean what I say. Denis accused me of being a middle-class, aspiring country quack, and I'm sure that's what the rest of society here think, though they're polite enough not to say it. But I'm not just a quack, though I hope I'm more than that too. No, you see, my father's the Duke of Burleigh, and I'm his heir, Simon said. For a moment, Isobel could not entirely comprehend what he was saying. It seemed too extraordinary for words, an astonishing thing to reveal, and from the lips of any other man, she might have thought it a lie, a fabrication. But Simon was not like other men. Isobel knew him to be sincere in all things, and now she stared at him in astonishment, realizing the prejudices at the same time. She had kept her earlier feelings for the doctor in check, her snobbery enough to guard against anything more than a professional relationship. But Alicia's words had changed that. There was no reason why she should not marry a commoner, just as her brother had done. But now, the fact of Simon not being a commoner changed everything, and Isobel could only feel ashamed at having ever dismissed the idea of something more between them on the basis of class alone. But surely we'd have known. Didn't Ernest know? Isobel asked, and Simon shook his head. No, he didn't. I presented myself as fresh out of medical school, seeking a position in a rural practice. He knew nothing of my backstory. What I told you before was the truth. I became a doctor because I wanted to save others from the heartache I felt over losing my sister. That much was true, as were the facts surrounding my life after the tragedy. But as for the circumstances of my birth, I kept them a secret. I didn't want to be the duke who played at being a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor who eventually became a duke, he said. Isobel smiled. She was not angry with him, though she was pleased he had now revealed the remarkable truth. There were times when she too had thought of doing such a thing, of leaving everything behind and inventing herself anew. She admired Simon for his determination, and it amused her to think he had fooled them all. She pictured Ernest's face when he discovered they were equals in rank and class, both the first son of a duke. And that's what you've done. That's what you are. I don't blame you for hiding it from us. I might have done the same if the circumstances were my own, Isobel said, and Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Then you're not angry with me? I was afraid to tell you. I thought perhaps you'd be disappointed with me, he said, but Isobel shook her head. Why would I be angry with you? I understand, and there was no reason why you had to tell me. To tell any of us. We all have our secrets. Those parts of us we want to keep hidden, Isobel replied. Simon nodded. I thought perhaps, well, without a title, you wouldn't look twice at me, he said, and Isobel sighed. I was wrong to think it mattered. I'd have fallen in love with you whether you were a prince or a pauper, a doctor or a duke, she said. Then it changes nothing, he said, and she shook her head. Not for me, it doesn't. If anything, it makes it easier, she said. Isobel had feared what wider society would say when they discovered she had passed over the Marquis of Flintborough for a country doctor. She had been in no doubt as to Denis's reaction too. He would have found any excuse to ridicule the relationship and paint Simon as the one who had seduced Isobel away from him. But now everything was different. Your parents? Ernest? He said, but Isobel shook her head. My parents want me to be happy. That's all. They wouldn't care who I married, so long as he made me happy, she said. Her own words caught her by surprise. Marriage? Then, if I was to ask you, he said, and now he took her hand in his and kneeled before her. Isobel's heart skipped a beat, her eyes growing wide, a smile spreading across her face. Ask me, she whispered, and looking up at her, he held her gaze, their hands clasped together. Isobel, I've fallen in love with you, and these past few days have reminded me how precious life is. There's not a moment to lose. I love you and I want to marry you. Will you say yes? He asked, and Isobel nodded. I'll say yes. I'll say it 1,000 times. I love you too. And you're right. There's no time to waste, and no need to waste it either. I know I love you, and there's nothing to hold us back. I don't care if you're a doctor or a duke. You've proved your love for me, and I'll prove mine for you by saying yes, she replied. Simon breathed a sigh of relief, and leaning up, he kissed her gently on the lips, their foreheads touching, his arms sweeping her into his embrace as a shower of rose petals fell from above. It was the perfect moment, and Isobel could not have felt happier. I love you, Isobel, he whispered as their lips parted. And I love you too, she replied. Epilogue. I knew all along, of course, Lily said, taking a sip of tea. Isobel stared at her in disbelief. What? She exclaimed, and Lily blushed. Well, I wasn't going to say anything. I don't do that sort of thing now, but I knew all about the Burley tragedy, of course, and I was still in London when the doctor, Simon, was at medical school. I'd heard rumours about it, renouncing his title and leaving the family, home to pursue a career in medicine. Back then, it was hardly worth my while to write about it. It wasn't a scandal, after all. I admired him. I still do. Can you imagine the likes of the Marquis of Flintborough renouncing his title to pursue a vocation that actually matters? Sometimes I wonder what the point of the aristocracy even is, Lily said, raising her eyebrows. It was the day after Simon's extraordinary revelation, and Isobel had returned to Leamington Grange, where she was now receiving a visit from Lily and Anne. Alicia had joined them, and Isobel had recounted everything Simon had told her, with his permission, of course. But didn't you think to say something? I asked you about it, Isobel exclaimed. She did not know whether to be angry with her friend for keeping such an astonishing thing from her, or pleased to know Lily was capable of keeping a secret. One of her own choosing, at least. You asked me to gossip? I don't gossip, not about those who don't deserve it. As I've said, I admire Simon for what he's done, and he's certainly put pay to your snobbery, hasn't he? The country doctor. Well, you can marry him in good conscience now. You'll be the Duchess of Burley soon enough. It's only poor Anne who'll end her days without the title of Your Grace. The rest of us are assured of it, Lily said. And now, who's being a snob? Alicia said, raising her eyebrows. I'm more than happy to be a baroness, Anne said, and Lily laughed. It's nothing against you, Anne. But Isobel doesn't need to worry now, does she? Lily continued. Isobel glanced at Anne and smiled. She had no designs on being a duchess. She would gladly have renounced her title if it meant marrying Simon. But fortunately, there had been no objection to her doing so. Her parents had been only too delighted at the prospect, and Simon had come to Leamington Grange to seek their permission the previous evening. The Duke and Duchess had been as astonished as Isobel to receive Lord Burley, rather than Dr. Wilkinson. but with the matter explained, they had soon understood. I admire you, Simon. It takes a brave man to leave the familiar behind and follow his ambitions. It will make you a better duke when the time comes, Isobel's father had said, and Isobel had been grateful to her parents for their acceptance of the proposal. Ernest, too, though somewhat taken aback to discover he was addressing his equal, had soon taken to the idea, not least because Alicia had been delighted by it. The Duke and the Doctor and the Duke. But I hope this doesn't mean you'll be exchanging your responsibilities at the school for loftier ambitions, Ernest had said, but Simon had assured him that would not be the case. Simon had said the same to Isobel. He did not want them to live an idle aristocratic life. She had her ambitions and he had his. They both wanted what was best for the school, and with Ernest having spoken of opening a new school further north in Carlisle, it seemed Isobel and Simon would have the chance to continue their work together once they were married. "Will it be a lavish affair?" Lily asked, and Isobel shook her head. "Well, I don't want it to be, but I suppose it's unavoidable to an extent. Simon's written to his father this morning. I'm a little nervous about meeting the Duke of Burghley, and of course, I've never been to Burghley House before. We plan to stay here, though. I'd happily live at the doctor's house. I've told Simon I'd like to learn about medicine," Isobel replied. Lily smiled. "You're going to be a nurse, then, as well as in charge of the school. Really, Isobel, you put us all to shame," she said, glancing at the others who smiled. But they were happy for Isobel, and talk now turned to the arrangements for the wedding. It would not be a grand, aristocratic affair, though some of the trappings would be inevitable. Isobel simply wanted to get married to the man she had fallen in love with. The man who had fallen in love with her, too. Later that day, she met Simon at the school. Harriet and Finnegan had made a full recovery, and a happy atmosphere now prevailed. They were sitting in Ernest's study, the study he had told Isobel to use as her own. Now he intended to be away from the school for longer periods of time. "Lily knew all about you," Isobel said after Simon had inquired how the news of their betrothal had been received by her friends. Simon laughed. "Really? Well, it's to her credit she said nothing about it, isn't it?" he said, and Isobel nodded. "I suppose someone was bound to find out. It'll be all over the district by tomorrow. Think of all the people you've helped. They'll be astonished to think it was the son of a duke setting broken bones and providing tonics for their ailments," she said, shaking her head. "Well, I just wanted to be a doctor, that's all," Simon said, and Isobel smiled. "And you can go on being a doctor. No one's going to stop you. They'll just look at you differently," Isobel said, and Simon laughed. "Yes, I know the look. When you walk into a room and everyone goes quiet, then the whispering starts. There's the Duke's son, and everyone behaves differently towards you," he replied, shaking his head. "Well, you won't get that here. The children know you as Dr. Wilkinson. Ranks and titles, privileges and power, they don't matter here. What matters here is love and kindness, that's all, and you've shown that in abundance," Isobel said, and Simon smiled. "It wasn't easy at first, but, well, you helped me to breathe, didn't you?" he said, raising his eyebrows as Isobel laughed. "I suppose I did, yes, but you did the breathing yourself. I know it wasn't easy. You'll always miss your sister," Isobel said. Simon was quiet for a moment, the expression on his face changing. He sighed and shook his head. "I will, but seeing Harriet and Finnegan recover and seeing you recover too reminded me why I became a doctor. I couldn't save Eve's life, and I wasn't responsible for her death either. But I saved those children. I saved you too. I won't boast it, but it helped lay the past to rest. I did make a difference," he said, and Isobel smiled. She stepped forward and put her arms around him, and he kissed her on the forehead. "You did, and you'll go on making a difference. I know you will. I'm proud of you, Simon. And your sister would have been too. We don't know what course her life might have taken, but because of her, your life has been given to helping others, and I'm sure she'd be proud to know it," Isobel said. "I think so too," Simon replied. She rested her head against his chest, closing her eyes, his arms around her, and her arms around him. He was a remarkable man, not least for the decision he had made to renounce a life of comfort for a life given over to helping others. Isobel could only admire him for that, and it made her love him even more than she had thought possible. Her mind was filled with possibilities for the good works they could do together, and she felt certain neither of them would ever settle for the idle life they could enjoy if they were anything like the Marquis of Flintborough and those made in his image. "Let's get married very soon. I don't want to wait." "There's no point in waiting, is there?" Isobel said, looking up at him and smiling. "I'd marry you this very moment if I could," he replied, smiling back at her. Isobel felt the same, and whether Duchess or Doctor's wife, she could not wait for the day she called him her husband, and the rest of their lives lay ahead of them. If you have already dived in this Dukedom secrets and can't get enough, all you need right now is to discover more secrets and scandals in the Regency era. Read or listen our next series now.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.